Chapter 1 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. California Coast Trails. Dedication, Preface and Chapter 1. Dedication. To my brothers, whose lot it has been to remain in the old homeland, this volume is affectionately inscribed. Preface. The little thread of land, so puny and yet so obstinate that it has almost the look of an intentional provocation, which has kept the two great oceans of the world asunder, is on the point of being severed, and the twin Americas clipped apart. With that event there will open for California an era of development as striking as that which followed upon the Great Awakening in the middle of the last century. With increase of commerce and population there will come important physical changes and the obliteration of much of what is distinctively Western in life and manners. Especially for that reason, the writer hopes that this volume of impressions and experiences, gained during a leisurely horseback journey recently made through the coast regions of the state, may be found timely and not without interest and value. The matters of principal concern to him in making his trip were not, it is true, the practical ones of commerce and its prospects and possibilities. Rather, the facts and beauties in nature and the humane and historic elements in life were his points of special attraction. Thus it occurs that neither the cities passed on his route nor the industries of the coast region are treated in particular detail. If apology be needed for any dearth of what may be called practical information in the volume, he feels that the lack has been, is being, and increasingly will be supplied by the many capable pens always at work on the categorical and statistical side. In describing the features of the scenery, no attempt has been made to paint in high colours. Indeed, on a re-reading of the manuscript, the impression is that, in the desire to avoid the flamboyant at all hazards, the balance may have been weighted a trifle on the conservative side. But if a mistake has been made, it is in the right direction, and the writer states here his plain belief that California, with her magnificent mountain range of the Sierra Nevada, her generally diversified configuration, a shoreline extending through nearly 10 degrees of latitude, with the variety in climate and in animal and vegetable life which that fact implies, and a history tinged first with the half-pathetic romance of Spain, and then by the brief but lurid Epic of Gold, is by much the most beautiful, interesting, and attractive part of all the States of the Union. It may fairly be pointed out further that it is only one region of the United States, and indeed there can be but few parts of the world where one may travel with enjoyment for half a year continuously, secure from climatic vagaries, and carrying on the animal one rides everything needful for comfort by day and night. There might well be organized a Society of California Rovers, whose annual programme would be to take to the road, trail, or shore at, say, the first appearance of apple blossom, and allow no roof, unless one of canvas, to interpose between them and these kindly skies until the last late pippin has fallen from the tree. For the convenience of the general and especially the non-Californian reader, the pronunciation and also the meaning, where it is to the point, of the Spanish words which occur in the text are given in a glossary placed at the end of the volume preceding the index. These words are numerous, but they are unavoidable in the nature of the case, since most of the place names throughout the coast regions of California are Spanish. Beyond these place names, however, the Spanish words introduced are only those that have passed into common speech in the one-time Spanish and Mexican territories. J. S. C. Los Angeles, California. Chapter 1. Leaving El Monte. Objects of the ride. Our horses and equipment. El Monte. The first Mission San Gabriel. Friendly Mexicans. A ranch house of old California. Downey, a farmer of California's best type. Sleepy Hollows. Camp on the San Joaquin. Coyotes and sulphurous coffee. Laguna Canyon. Warfare of sun and fog. The coast. Laguna Beach. "Hello," said a little girl in a sunbonnet, in shy response to my own salutation. I do not know her, but I like shy little girls in sunbonnets. "Hello. Travellin' or just goin' somewheres?" said a pumpkin-faced boy, grinning at us over a gate. To this ingenious witticism we deigned no reply. "Hello. Goin' campin'?" said a rancher, jolting on a load of hay behind two serious horses. The rancher, with no very wonderful feat of discernment, had hit the mark. Carl Eitel, the painter, and I were riding down the south road from El Monte one midsummer morning, with our blankets rolled behind our saddles and other appurtenances of outdoor living slung about us. Ever since I had lived in California, I had been waiting for an opportunity to explore the coast regions of the State. At last the time had come when I could do it, and Eitel, my companion on other journeys in the mountains and deserts of the West, was free to join me for the southern part of the expedition. Our object was to view at our leisure this country, once of such vast quiescence, now of such spectacular changes. Especially we wished to see what we could of its less commonplace aspects before they could have finally passed away. The older manner of life in the land, the ranch houses of ante-gringo days, the Franciscan missions, relics of the era of the Padre and the Don, the large slow life of the sheep and cattle ranges, and whatever else we could find lying becalmed in the backwaters of the hurrying stream of progress. As we meant to camp wherever night might find us, we carried with us everything we needed to make us free of cooks and chambermaids. At the same time we determined not to be encumbered with pack animals. A description of our equipment may interest the reader who wonders how this could be done on a trip which, in my own case, ran to something not far short of 2,000 miles. To begin with the horses. My companion's mount was a hardy and experienced Arizona pony, round of build, sedate of temper, and serviceable to the last ounce. He owned the straightforward name of Billy, and looked it. For years he and his master had haunted the outposts of western civilization, from the coast as far as to the lands of the Navajos, in that picturesque region which the Spanish explorers named El Desierto Pintado. Nothing came amiss to Billy, either in forage or incident. He ate alternately of mesquite and tules, dozed equally well under palm or pine, and viewed burro train or automobile with impartial eye. My own horse I had bought for this trip from a Los Angeles dealer, and knew nothing of him except that he was said to hail from some Nevada stock range. As neither the dealer nor he could tell me his name, it was needful to fit him with another, so from a trifling incident of the purchase I called him Chino. He had a good head and limbs, intelligent eyes, and the lean body lines of a racehorse. I believe there was a strain of blood in him somewhere. He was gentle in temper, and, though excitable, was afraid of nothing, except that some unlucky experience had left him nervous of his picket rope. After a few proofs of this drawback, I got him a pair of hobbles, and had no further trouble. For saddles we both had the excellent McClellan or army pattern, which are light, strong, and fitted with rings and fastenings front and rear for blankets, holsters, and other matters. We had had saddle bags built of stout waterproof canvas, 14 inches long, 12 deep, and 5 in the box. These were invaluable, rode well, and held a surprising quantity. In one side of the pair went our mess kit and cooking tackle, the articles all arranged to nest, and made with detachable handles. The stove consisted of merely 2 strips of wrought iron, which, laid across a couple of stones, or even across a hole scooped in the ground, made quite a serviceable cooking place. On the other side were notebooks, maps, ammunition, toilet things, and so forth. There was room for some odd articles of provision as well, and even for a small volume or two. The other pair of saddle bags accommodated the bulk of the provisions, of which the staples were rice, flour, oatmeal, sugar, tea, coffee, and the invaluable Erbswurst, a compact ration of pulverized split peas and bacon. These items were supplemented, as occasion offered, with bread, cheese, canned meats, vegetables, and fruit, while the gun provided rabbits and other such game as was in season. To complete the list of our traps, I carried on one side of my saddle horn a small hatchet in a sheath, and on the other side a camera and a light tripod. Eitel had the gun, slung in a holster, and his sketching things. Our blankets, with a few extra pieces of clothing, were rolled compactly and fitted above the saddle bags behind the saddles. I suppose my horse carried, rider included, about 200 pounds, and Eitel's possibly a little less. These were good loads for our rather light animals, but our stages were meant to be short, and in the nature of the case they would often be broken, since the whole object was to look about us at our ease, as tourists stroll about Paris or London, seeing the sights. The road we were riding along might have been in Surrey or Virginia, so tall were the hedges that half hid the fence in their wild sweet tangle. You will not see much of verdure in travelling California roads by midsummer. Our sun is a thirsty one, and for half the year the landscape at close range is one of dry brown earth and shrivelled herbage, though distance may wash it over with amethyst, as memory does with the unhappy landscapes of the mind. But the land about El Monte is damp and low-lying. Green meadows and fields of alfalfa stretched on either hand, and the road was triple-bordered, first with vivid ribbons of grass starred with dandelions, next with rushing bulrushes or arrowy evening primroses, and then with a 15-foot thicket of bushes over which rolled a flood-tide of wild grapevines, their tendrils reaching far up into the air in the determination to grasp their fill of summer. The village of El Monte is a rather pretty little place, not too much modernized, with plenty of big poplar and eucalyptus trees swaying above the modest cottages. I venture to hope that the reader agrees with me in finding, as I always do, the dwellings of the rustic poor, with their democratic marigolds and nasturtiums, more charming to the sympathies and even to the eyes than those elaborations of self-conscious modesty that line our streets in these almost too elegant days. I seriously think that humble things ought to please us best. The place stands near the bank of the San Gabriel River, a dozen miles or so east of Los Angeles, and 4 miles from San Gabriel, that dusty little hamlet, the long drowse of whose one street of adobes is broken nowadays by half-hourly convolutions when the electric car comes clanging with its load of tourists to "do" the venerable Mission. Not many, however, even of Californians, are aware that the crumbling old building with the ponderous green bells that threaten at every ringing to wreck the cracked campanile is not the original building of the name. The first Mission San Gabriel was built in the year 1771, close to the river and about 5 miles south of the present church. It was abandoned after 5 years by reason of some disability of sight, and a second building was consecrated in the present position in the fateful year of 1776. It also was temporary, and in 1796 the third and permanent structure took its place. As the site of the first building was but a short distance off our road, we diverged to see what might remain to keep the memory of its brief existence. Passing a little huddle of dwellings, half house, half shed, we stopped to ask directions of the unmistakably Irish head of an apparently Mexican family. He could give us but little help. He lived there a long time and had heard something about an old doby, but evidently was no antiquarian. Inquiry of a Mexican woman who lived a little farther on resulted in the identification of a spot near the bank of the river where we thought we could trace the outline of a rectangle marked by a slight inequality of the surface of the ground, which might indicate the ruins of adobe walls that had sunk back, literally earth to earth, to their original clay. It was in the middle of a field of yellow grass, sprinkled with grey bushes of horehound and defiled with the carcass of a long dead buzzard. Hum of bees, murmur of summer wind, twinkle of river shallows, these were all as of old. The rest was silence. The morning had been cloudy with a high fog when we started, but by the time we were a few miles on the road the fog melted away, leaving a sky of light, sensitive blue, dappled with faint clouds that were like the sighs of a sleeping child. The hills on our left, under which lay the little Quaker town of Whittier, passed from grey to fawn, and behind us the rocky barrier of the Sierra Madre was streaked here and there with folds of mist that clung in the deeper canons. At a corner of the road stood a schoolhouse, enclosed, as every schoolhouse should be, in a square of trees. The trees in this case were especially handsome poplars, rising like pillars of green flame into the air, and resembling in shape, I suppose, that pillar of fire and cloud that led the way for the fugitive Israelites. It was yet before midday when, at the crossing of the river, we came to a simple white-plastered house with a great bush of some flowering vine pouring over the roof in masses of wine-red bloom. Making bold to tie our horses to the rail before the veranda, I entered into conversation with the 3 Mexican women who were resting in the shade of the porch, while Eytel sketched the place. The Senora herself, a sweet-faced old dame with quiet, kindly eyes, sat gazing out with placid enjoyment over the river while we talked. The daughters, both mature women, stood by, listening, but speaking little. The equipment carried by our horses occasioned some curiosity as to our purposes and destination, and I found it difficult to explain the indefinite nature of our journey until I bethought me of that useful term paseo, which told all in one word. A paseo, it may be explained, is a walk, a ride, an excursion, a picnic, in fact, a going anywhere and anyhow, so long as it is leisurely, pleasurable, and unbusinesslike. The old lady, learning that I was from Los Angeles, grew eloquent in a gentle way over the advantages of living in this quiet spot, rather than in the city, where, beyond noisy cars and much people, there was nothing. I had no difficulty in agreeing, but I fancied that the silent daughters by the door had another opinion. With friendly adieus we rode on our way, and after a mile or so stopped, soon after noon, under a shady pepper tree close to the Sanchez ranch house. Here we ate our lunch while the horses refreshed themselves with a scattering of hay from the field lately cut. 2 Mexicans from the house came over to chat with us while we smoked our pipes, displaying a great interest in our expedition, and exhibiting that courtesy of speech and manner which, for some reason incomprehensible to me, seems to be considered by many people as almost a base quality in their race. The reader will no doubt notice in the course of these pages that the Californian Spaniards and Mexicans, in one way or another, enter more into my narrative than their numerical strength in the population of the State would render natural. The reason is partly that my purpose led me much into those out-of-the-way districts where they still form a large element in California life, and partly that I have a genuine liking for them, not, I may say, without the basis of considerable experience. I confess to having no sympathy with the slighting regard with which they, especially the Mexicans, are held by the great majority of people in the West, and to holding them quite our equals, using the word "our" to signify the rest of us in general, in that sum of good, bad, and indifferent qualities which makes up the characters of races and nations. With this opinion, and with the sympathy naturally accompanying it, I find pleasure in their society, and the reader may perhaps receive an impression of their greater importance in the community than their relative numbers would justify. The old Sanchez house, which stands on an abrupt rise above the road and on the river, retains still a few marks of the bygone importance of the family. It is now almost a ruin, and consists partly of the original adobe house and partly of the later frame additions, even these showing traces of unusual finish and expense in carved cornices and ornamental mouldings. The cavernous fireplace and vast stables testify to the numbers of those who gathered to the hospitality of the old house in the days of its prime. All day we kept the south road toward the coast, after crossing early in the afternoon the stream known as Rio Hondo, or Deep River, a name calculated to provoke a smile from the traveller who, passing over it in the dry season, sees nothing but a wide expanse of sand and a thicket of willows. Sundown followed us on the outskirts of the little town of Downey, where we pitched camp on a vacant lot adjoining a church, and passed a night embittered by mosquitoes. We arose early and bade adieu to Downey, while all but a few of the townspeople were still wrapped in slumber, or in the enjoyment of those serene moments during which one reconnoitres at long range the duties of the coming day. For us it was a day of long straight roads, of inexpressible dust, of leagues of sugar beets and farms at mile-long intervals. After the gloomy experience of the previous night, it was cheering to anticipate a night of unbroken rest at the ranch of a friend of Idle's, to whose house we rode up just as the family were sitting down to supper. We were at once welcomed to bed and board. Hay was thrown down to our tired horses, and in due time we slept the sleep of the just traveller who is secure not only of his own but also of his horse's welfare. Our host was a representative of the best type of American farmer, a thoughtful, well-read man, courteous in the old leisured manner, widely travelled, and full of distinct impressions and shrewd comparisons. 27 years of California ranching on the grand scale had left him with a well-digested fund of practical outdoor wisdom that made hours of conversation with him pass like minutes. His knowledge of the locality where he now lives goes back to the time of its first settlement by Mormons, who, under the unflattering names of swamp angels and tule rooters, found the region an almost uninhabitable marsh, and have made it amongst the richest of California's boasted soils. It was mid-afternoon next day when we said good-bye and rode away. On the right hand the twin peaks of Santiago Mountain rose into a faint blue sky, while to the south a pearly bank of sea fog overhung the Pacific. In spite of careful directions as to our road, we soon found ourselves wandering in a maze of tule swamps and barbed wire fences, while hosts of implacable midges swarmed about us, biting furiously at horse and man alike. 2 Mexicans whom we met walking could give us no direction, but a Chinaman on horseback at last put us right, and we made a happy escape. The time, we remarked, is oddly out of joint when Chinamen ride while Mexicans go afoot. The road ran by sundry little settlements, some new and thriving, others, such as the hamlet of Fairview, where a few old houses and a church no longer young stood among loquacious poplars and cottonwoods. With all the phenomenal growth of population in California as a whole, we found tracts of country here and there which have somehow been exempted from the influx, and some of which, from that point of view, appear to have retrograded. But the kindly law of compensation is quietly at work, and one finds a charm in these sleepy hollows where nothing has grown but the trees, where the improvements are only in the increase of moss and lichen on roofs and fence-posts, and where old ladies still drive with fat ponies and antiquated phaetons to sewing meetings and ladies' auxiliaries, instead of whizzing in automobile to Browning clubs and bridge parties. Crossing the main Santa Ana road, as a meteoric procession of these last-named vehicles were bearing back Los Angeles holiday-makers from the seaside to their homes, we struck across the San Joaquin Ranch. The sun was going down behind us, and our shadows were projected gigantically before us on the wide yellow plain. Darkness overtook us early, aided by the fog that had waited for set of sun to advance its grey armies. A dry camp and a poor grazing seemed to be our portion, but luck favoured us, and by the last daylight we descried in the distance a stack of baled hay, beside which was a litter of loose hay, which we felt free to appropriate for our horses. Then, prowling in the darkness in the faint hope of discovering water, we came upon a good artesian flow issuing from an open well boring. It was of blood-heat temperature and strongly charged with sulphur, and of highly unattractive odour, but it was water, and neither we nor our animals were inclined to refuse it. Tying the horses securely, lest they should be tempted to exchange our uninteresting society during the night for that of a band of their own flesh and blood that were grazing near by, we spread our blankets under the lee of the haystack, and were lulled to sleep by a nocturne in which the wailing of plovers competed at disadvantage with the indescribable clamour of coyotes. It was something of a problem next morning how in this treeless country we were to achieve our indispensable coffee. But Itel, who is a sort of Bedouin, was equal to the emergency. With 10 minutes' search we gathered a few handfuls of dry mustard stems, and with these he made a small but efficacious fire. The beverage made with the sulphur-impregnated water revealed a startling flavour, and it needed a certain amount of determination to ignore its weird aroma, but it was hot and we were cold, and so that it really went very well. We were early in the saddle, and making for the pass between the northwesterly flanks of the San Joaquin Hills and the foothills of the Santa Ana range of mountains. Interminable beans in time succeeded to the miles of pasture land, and I gained an increased respect for this useful legume when I saw it growing thus, not in family backyard fashion, but in great horizon-filling expanses from which loaded rail cars would soon be rolling away to carry it by the hundreds of tons to the bean-loving world. A countryman with whom we talked told us that artesian water lay at no great depth below all this level plain of the San Joaquin, not to be confused, by the way, with the other great San Joaquin, the great central valley of California, whose southern boundary, the Tehachapi range of mountains, forms a convenient geographical division between the southern and central portions of the state. I thought that if that were so I could foresee the time, not so very far distant, when the prairie-like landscape I saw would be checkered into hundreds of trim little farms occupied by farmers of the new style, who, scientifically blending water and soil under the most generous climate in the world, would cover the great expanse with the choicest fruits of the earth. Turning southward and rounding the outermost point of the San Joaquin Hills, we began to descend into the Laguna Canon. Utilitarian reflections were not suffered entirely to occupy my thoughts. As we rode, my companion noted, with a painter's instinct, the broad simplicity of line and colour. Yellow bays of stubble washed far up into the folds of the hills, and on their wide expanses solitary oaks or islands of brush were stamped in spots of solid umber. The grey thread of road stretched on before us, appearing and lapsing as it followed the gentle contours of the land, and over all a sky of cobalt blue had succeeded to the broken greys and purples of the morning. At the head of the long descent to the coast lay a lagoon bordered with rustling tules and populated by files of waterfowl. Here and there a heron or a sandhill crane stood sunk in abysmal reflections. Brush began to cover the hillsides, the half-toned drabs and sages relieved with the uncompromising green of the tuna cactus, these decorated with vivid yellow blossoms that sprouted like jets of flame from the edges of the lobes. The canon in its lower half is highly picturesque. Steep hills close it in, and curious caverns, some of them of large size, give a touch of mystery to their rocky sides. This quality of the scene was heightened when a sudden sea fog that lay continually in wait along the frontier of the coast, gaining a temporary advantage by some slackness of the enemy, poured over the mountain to the southwest and cast the whole mass into impressive gloom. On the instant the leaf was turned, brush was transmuted to heather, from California I was translated to Scotland. Fringes of sad grey cloud drooped along the summits, or writhed entangled in the hollows of the hills. One who did not know the almost impossibility of rain at midsummer in this region would have declared that it was imminent. A strong breeze blew salty into our faces, and when by mid-afternoon we rode into the village of Laguna Beach, the sun again held sway. So the unceasing warfare goes along this coast. We rode our horses down to the beach. The philosophic Billy was unemotional as usual, but my Chino, a lean bundle of nerves, was deeply interested, and gazed snorting and breathing quickly at the phenomenon of the surf. Turning westward, we found an oasis of wild oats among the brush and cactus that occupied the rising ground at the back of the cliffs, and there cast anchor. It was highly pleasant at evening to lie in our blankets, listening for an hour to the surf growling like a friendly watchdog in our extensive backyard, and to wake after a night of industrious oblivion to feel the sea fog brushing our faces with its cool, soft fingers, a kind of infinitesimal needle bath. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 2. Aliso Canyon, the Eucalyptus, Bird Voices at Morning, A Painter's Coast, Our Camp at Aliso Canyon, Coast Features and Resemblances, A Typical Southern California Canyon, The Artist's Point of View, A Hermit's Cave, California Land Grants, Their Names, Dana's Cliff at San Juan, the town of San Juan Capistrano, its old-time air, its ruined mission, relics of mission days. Laguna Beach is a main resort of California artists, and the next morning was devoted to a foregathering with certain of them who chanced to be painting in the neighborhood. Then there was a great comparison of sketch-books, the expeditions upon line, balance, and mass. Not even the spectrum was out of range. With bohemian hospitality and a notable combustion of tobacco, the hours sped away, until soon after midday we saddled up to move a short distance farther down the coast. A few miles along a road that wound and dipped over the cliffs brought us by sundown to Aliso Canyon. A brackish lagoon lies at the mouth, barred from the ocean by the beach sands. The walls of the canyon are high hills of lichened rock sprinkled with brush, whose prevailing grey is relieved here and there by bosses of olive sumac. A quarter-mile inland we struck tokens of the neighborhood of a ranch, and here made camp under a rank of fragrant blue gums, populous with argumentative kingbirds and cheerful orioles. The landscapes of California have been greatly enriched by the acclimatization here of the eucalyptus. It is not often that the presence of an imported ingredient adds a really natural element to the charm of scenery. But the eucalyptus, especially the globus variety, has become so common throughout the state, has so truly native appearance, that it seems as if its introduction from Australia must have been more in the nature of a home-coming than of an adoption. The wide treeless plains and valleys, which once lay unrelieved and gasping under the summer sun, and inspired similar sensations in the traveller, are now everywhere graced by ranks and spinneys of these fine trees, beautiful alike whether trailing their tufty sprays in the wind, or standing as still as if painted in the torrid air. When the winter rain comes, there are no trees that so abandon themselves to the spirit of the time. With wild sighs and every passionate action, they crouch and bend as if in the very luxury of grief, and toss their tears to the earth like actors protesting their sorrows on a stage. The long scimitar-like leaves are as fine in shape as can be imagined, and each tree carries a full scale of colours in its foliage, the blue-white of the new, the olive of the mature, and the brilliant russets and crimsons of the leaves that are ready to fall. The bark is as interesting as the foliage, its prevailing colour a delicate fawn, smooth enough to take on fine-tone reflections from soil and sky. Long shards and ropes of bark hang like brown leather from stem and branches, making a lively clatter as they rasp and chafe in the wind, and revealing, as they strip away, the dainty creams and greenish whites of the inner bark. The tree's habit of growth sets off its beauty to the best advantage, long spaces of the trunk, arms, and smaller branches showing all their handsome colours, and drawing between the dense plumes of foliage. In early summer the tree flowers with a profusion of blossoms uniquely tasteful, and later the seed vessels are as quaint and curious as rare seashells. To crown all, the tree is as fragrant as sandalwood, and the scent 100 times more robust than that exotic perfume which is fit only for seraglios and the effeminate paraphernalia of Mongolian decadence. The night was cloudy but warm. Our blankets were spread upon a litter of blue gum leaves, and their vigorous essences gave the spot unusual attractiveness as a sleeping place. Something, however, probably the virtue of our Laguna friend's home-grown tobacco, again made me wakeful. But it was enjoyable enough to lie and watch the quiet play of the foliage, the only sounds the gentle clatter of leaf on leaf, the industrious mastication of the horses, the occasional challenges of distant owls, and the monotonous voice of the surf, lulling the earth with its unceasing narrative. The hubbub of birds that greeted the morning was something to remember. The kingbirds seemed to be the earliest risers, their waking complaints overlapping the long-range adieus of the owls. For some time nothing else stirred. No doubt birds have their peculiarities of temper, or at least of temperament, just as we have. I fancied the less strenuous inhabitants of the trees lying lethargically gazing at the brightening sky, awaiting the fatal moment when the duties of the coming day could no longer be ignored. Perhaps, like some of us, the victims of liver. In due course the linnets, blackbirds, orioles, and canaries came in, and just before sunrise the cliff sparrows, of whom a flock of full 200 inhabited a cavern by the lagoon, filled the air with their sweet trilling voices as they swung and soared in zestful manoeuvres. Then the cliff wren's cascade of plaintive chromatics rang out from far up the hill, and when the sun arose, and with him the insects, the flycatchers arrived to occupy the most desirable stations for business. Next the quail began to call in the willows, their flute-like voices receding as they made their way to the hillsides for the day. The soft cry of doves came from the stubble, and finally the scream of a hunting hawk supplied the inevitable element of discord. Our camp here was so attractive that we remained for several days. For my companion's purposes, the locality was quite undeniable, the coast both up and down being ideally broken and paintable. Point after point, rich in ochres, madders, and umbers, ran into the sea of truly Mediterranean brilliancy, and chains of islets ringed with flashing foam lay like pendants of jewels on the turquoise plain. The cliffs rose in general to 100 feet or thereabouts, and were broken by frequent canyons which varied with lines of heavy brush the sweep of hillside that ran to a horizon of large free outlines. Dark ranks of cypresses, stunted and broken, stood here and there near the cliff edge, the when and by whom of their planting offering problems of casual interest to the infrequent wayfarer. 30 miles in the west lay the island of Santa Catalina, often unseen for many days together, and even in clear weather hardly discernible above the grey line of the sea blink that banded the horizon. Before we moved on, Eytel had quite a gallery of studies and sketchings tacked up on the trees to dry. Altogether, our camp had an attractive air of al fresco bohemianism, and we would not have exchanged it for the charms of the Vache Enragée or the Boule Michée. Saddles, bridles, saddlebags, guns, spurs, and cooking tackle were strewn all about the little spot, which for the time we called home. An easel and pallet signified the door of the studio, and our horses fraternized and quarrelled alternately in such close proximity to our beds that they could have kicked out our brains while we slept, if they had been so minded. This part of the coast of California bears a curious likeness to that of the Channel Islands off of the Brittany coast. A difference there is in details, of course, geologic structure, vegetation, and somewhat colour. Here, warm ochres, creams, and drabs alternate on the broken cliff faces with olive greens, greys, and masses of ashy rose, and the herbage of the tops carries out the same general class of tone. Cactus growing to the cliff edges gives a touch wholly characteristic of the region. But the long wing-like reaches of the land line, where 10 miles of coast will contain twice that number of little emerald bays, barred one from the other by white arms of spray, brought constantly to my mind the rocky shores of Guernsey and Jersey. There are some little castellated peninsulas that I could match almost detail for detail with some that I remember near St. Aubin. Such resemblances are full of pleasure. They keep one's thoughts unstagnant and ever on the wing. And better yet, they reach down and stir sometimes those subtlest strings of all that vibrate in the dark, quiet chamber of the mind, where lies the well of tears, keeping that unstagnant too. One afternoon we rode a few miles up the canyon towards El Toro, the nearest point of the railroad. The valley, for it is too gentle in outline to be properly called a canyon, is so purely typical of many of the California landscapes that I will describe it as an example. As soon as we passed the gates of the ranch, we entered a league-long valley from which rose smooth slopes of pale golden grass. The rounded swells and folds of the land took the light as richly as a cloth of velvet. In the bottom lay the creek, in isolated pools and reaches, its course marked sharply by a border of green grass and rushes. Red cattle grazed everywhere, or stood for coolness in the weed-covered pools. The hillsides were terraced by their interlacing trails. Elders and willows grew at wide intervals, a blot of shadow reaching from each. Under them the rings of bare grey earth were trampled hard as brick where generations of cattle had gathered for shade. In one side reach of the valley was a little bee ranch of a score or two of hives, with the typical shanty of the bee-man, closed and apparently deserted. It was an off year for bees near the coast. Excess of fog had spoiled the honey flow. As we rode, blue mountains rose on the northern horizon. They were the Santa Ana Mountains, 15 miles away. That was the only ingredient in the view that could come under the term picturesque. The rest was open, bald, commonplace. European painters, American too, all but a few, would have declared it crude and impossible. The yellow horizon was cut on the blue of the sky in a clean, hard line. In one spot, where the creek in winter flood had cut out a 15-foot bluff, the shadow was a slash of inky blackness on the glaring expanse of sun-bleached grass. There was always a buzzard or two swinging slowly in the sky, and once one rose nearby in a heavy, shambling flight from its surfeit on the carcass of a dead steer. That was all, but to Eitel, and indeed to me, though I am no artist, it was complete and perfect. If beauty consists, as theorists I understand declare, in the true expression of spirit, then certainly this landscape complied with the terms. It was a very summary of the native and original California del Sur, California of the South, as nature designed it. And even the sophisticated mind, trained to weigh tone, values, and balance of line, found the composition ideal in its magnificent Western simplicity. Pretty? 1,000 miles from it. Picturesque? The very word sounds puerile. But simple, strong, dignified, which I take to be the primaries of art after all, these were the very facts of the case, the materials of the landscape. Of small life there was a plenty, but not in much variety. Ground squirrels by the hundreds scurried across the road, or sat motionless, so exact in imitation of dead stumps of wood that it was hard to detect the trick, which they no doubt relied on for safety. Their runways were as well beaten and plain to see as in many places was the country road we were on. A ground owl, like another stump, sat on the edge of the creek bluff, his head revolving like a screw as he watched us through 3/4 of a circle. 2 road runners raced away uphill, the sunlight glancing from their long straight backs and tail feathers as if from steel. Once a coyote stole up the hillside, standing in plain view on the ridge as long as he felt sure he was out of range, and then dodging from cover to cover until he reached his safe ravine. A hawk, chivied by kingbirds, like a Spanish galleon beset by pirates, drifted and flapped about in misery, a fine moral spectacle of poetic justice. We had been told of a cave somewhere in the cañon, which had been in past days inhabited by a hermit. Our friend at the ranch remembered that nearly 40 years ago his father had removed from it scraps of iron and such other articles as the hermit, even then long departed and already become historic, had left behind to keep his memory grey, as I suppose a hermit would prefer to have it. We had no difficulty in identifying the place, though we had not asked for direction to it. A mile or two up the cañon we found a sizable cave in the side of a stony hill that rose from the eastern bank of the creek. The roof was still begrimed with smoke, so that the swallows and even the bats had eschewed the place, and Itel picked up near the entrance a stone pestle, such as was and still is common to some extent, used by the California Indians to grind flour in their morteros. This, no doubt, was the property of the legendary man. A little delving in the floor of the cave brought to light fragments of shells of mussels and clams, but nothing more eloquent of the past. Nor were any reflective inscriptions, such as one would think befitting, if not inevitable, were to be found on the walls. But hermits, we remembered, are not all given to scribbling, and then our friend, if we might take that liberty with him, might not have been able to write. In fact, we speculated whether he might not have been one of those Kanakas whom Dana, in 2 Years Before the Mast, reported encountering, I thought, at San Juan, only a few miles from this very spot. Hence no writing, and the pestle and the art of using it were no doubt the gift of friendly Indians. We fancied our man, a literal cave man, sitting at set of sun in the door of his lonely dwelling, revolving eremitical thoughts, and travelling perhaps in mind the leagues of blue ocean back to far Hawaii. We thought we heard him singing his Superflumina Babylonis by the willows of the creek, and with kindly thoughts of the unknown brother we turned away. It was generally mortifying after these sentimental exercises to find later that we had been at the wrong cave. The true place is in a side cañon on the other side of the creek, and anyhow it was at San Diego, not at San Juan, that Dana met his protégés. As we returned in the late afternoon, shreds of silvery fleece were drifting over the hill from the sea, to dissolve in the heated air that still rose from valley and mountain. An hour later the balance would be slowly reversed, and during the night the people of the inland towns and farms as far as to the foothills of the Sierra Madre would lie under the cool blanket of the sea fog. The land of California was held first under the Spanish and then the Mexican governments in large grants or ranchos. Most of these have, under American rule, and especially during the last few decades with their accelerated development, been broken up, but a few remain intact, and the original names of all of them still adhere and preserve for us a touch of the glamour of the old regime. To name only those tracts which we had traversed in coming from El Monte to the coast, there were San Francisquito, Potrero Grande, La Merced, Paseo de Bartolo, Santa Gertrudis, Los Coyotes, Los Alamitos, Las Bolsas, Santiago de Santa Ana, and San Joaquin. Aliso Canyon is on the Niguel, a designation which has by general consent been Englished into Newell, a fair phonetic approximation. We now entered upon the grant of the Mission Vieja de San Juan Capistrano, the lands that formerly pertained to that once flourishing mission establishment. Wide levels of yellow grass that shone like silk in the sunlight led to a small cañon in which lay a narrow lagoon. Skirting this, we came to a great expanse of stubble, with here and there huge stockpiles of sacked grain built up like redoubts, a palpable defiance to famine. A shallow stream, the San Juan Creek, here comes down to the sea. The adjacent coast was the scene of events narrated by R. H. Dana in that graphic chapter of autobiography, 2 years before the mast, to which reference was made on a recent page. It was easy to identify the cliff from which the hides were thrown down to the much abused sailors of the Pilgrim, and where Dana himself performed that perilous descent for which he received such ambiguous thanks from the redoubtable Captain T. The presence of a pensive pelican, who sat apparently in remorse of indigestion on the topmost scarp of the cliff, seemed somehow to aid in the reconstruction of these bygone incidents of the place. We now turned our back for a few days upon the ocean and rode inland. The sun, setting in a pageant of colour, poured a flood of rosy gold upon the low hills to the east, and clad with a more solemn splendour the higher back ranges. Behind us a segment of grey sea filled the mouth of the valley. Its passionless unconcern, in contrast with the companionable aspect of other features of the scene, affected me with a sudden feeling of aversion. Water, though the most beautiful, seems the least humane of the elements. Darkness was falling as we entered the little town of San Juan Capistrano. A few torpid Mexicans lounged outside the stores, which had closed for the day, and gave us buenas noches as we passed. We camped beside a river half a mile beyond the town, and enjoyed at night a fine entertainment of summer lightning that played upon the northern horizon. Lightning is something of a rarity in California. Capistrano, to use the common abbreviation, is the most interesting small town in California. The reason is that it has remained Californian in the old sense, that is to say, Spanish, Mexican, and Indian. I suppose 5/6 of the inhabitants are of those races, and the remnant is a motley of Basques, Germans, French, and Jews. Judge E., who is the justice of the peace and the effective squire of the place, is an American, certainly, but if you should ask his name, you would be told Don Ricardo. Capistrano's 80 or so of houses are mostly adobes. Its stores are tiendas, its meat markets carnicieras, its weekly function a baile, its celebrations fiestas, and the autumnal employment of its people piscando nueces in the walnut orchards which fill the lower valleys of the San Juan. But the great charm of Capistrano lies in its mission. Here stood what must have been the most beautiful of all that chain of 21 churches which, in the last decades of the 18th century, rose like a monkish dream on the gentle landscape of California, culminating in a unique but momentary success, and sank quickly into decay under the exploitation of successive governors of the Spanish and Mexican regimes. An omen of the general catastrophe fell early on the mission of San Juan Capistrano when, in 1812, the great domed church, shaken by an earthquake, crashed down in hideous collapse upon the congregation as they knelt at their devotions. There remains now a ruin of singular beauty. Owl-haunted colonnades of crumbling arches, clustered pillars on whose broken filletings the thoughtful moonlight loves to linger, a fragment of the dome showing still the quaint frescoes of the Indian artisans, and a little nondescript campanile of 4 bells, the pride of old Acu, hereditary ringer of bells to San Juan. The padre, a cultivated, kindly young Kentuckian, made us heartily welcome to the hospitality of the quiet old place. We spread our blankets among the rustling wild oats of the quadrangle, and consorted for a few nights with the ghosts of neophytes of a century ago. The days passed quickly, Idle's in sketching, mine in exploring with the Padre the few remaining treasures of the library. Slender tomes in rough sheepskin, like tall, pale old gentlemen, written closely in Spanish, with records of christenings and burials, each volume devoutly rounded off with its Laus Deo, a triumph of flamboyant calligraphy. Ancient sets of Bossuet and Massillon, breviaries, missals, what not, all endued with that odour of sanctity which is neither Catholic nor Protestant, the sanctity of age and bygone human usage. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 3. San Juan Hot Springs, San Mateo, a princely ranch, the Santa Margarita, vicissitudes of western towns, Fallbrook, Palomar Mountain, the village of Pala, the wronged Indians of Agua Caliente, the mission of San Antonio at Pala, American hospitality at the old Montserrat Ranch House, echoes of the past, Don Tomas Alvarado, wildcats, the San Luis Rey Valley, wayside interludes, the Guajome, its deterioration, the Mission San Luis Rey as restored, Oceanside, companionship and moods of the sea, night at La Costa. A dozen miles or so inland from San Juan Capistrano are the San Juan Hot Springs. The short journey thither was fully justified by the beauty of the mountain canon in which the springs are situated. We gazed at one another expectantly after taking our baths in the hot sulphur water, but were bound to admit that the soft and velvety complexions that are promised as a result had not been achieved. Turning again westward, we followed the valley of the San Juan down to the coast. Then, for a few miles, the road lay along the beach, in company with the railroad. Now and then a train passed us, and jaded passengers lolling in corner seats turned eyes of envy, or so we thought, upon us as we rode leisurely along our uncommercial travels. By sundown we arrived at San Mateo, which we found to consist of 2 ranch houses and a water tank, to say nothing of the name. Here we camped on the border line of the counties of Orange and San Diego, and performed the feat of cooking our supper in one county and eating it in the other. A long extent of thinly settled country continues to the southward, broken by canyons whose names offered interesting matter for speculation in advance and confirmation in experience. El Horno, the oven, Piedra de Lumbre, firestone, and Las Pulgas, the fleas. Again we left the coast and struck inland. After crossing Aliso Creek, the road led up a long winding canon, and then descended steeply to a wide green valley in which ranged great bands of cattle. It was the home ranch of the Santa Margarita, one of the largest of those princely estates in which the lands of California were held under the former rule. The house is a charming adobe roofed with tiles, built in the Spanish mode around a flowery patio. Cascades of roses, bougainvilleas, and trailing geraniums pour over every fence. Hammocks, benches, and an olla of cool water invite one into the shade of the veranda, where antlers of deer are set above the heavy doors and barred Spanish windows. Hill and valley, as far as the eye can range, are stippled with grazing cattle, and the air of the whole place is that of large, simple interests, moving quietly on year by year from a serene past to a tranquil future. We camped beside the creek, and passed a strenuous evening in battle with the mosquitoes. A full moon shone down upon us and lighted the enemy to the attack. I turned in early, and, protected by an oilskin drawn loosely over my head, lay and listened with deep pleasure to their excited voices outside. From here we took the road to the east through the rural town of Fallbrook. This is one of the many California towns that owe their birth to great expectations which have never been realized. Fallbrook once boasted a railroad, but the timetables know its name no more. A large hotel, its gay paint subdued to a pessimistic grey, bears the inconsequent name of the Naples. The only signs of life, revealed by a careful survey of the main street at midday, were two urchins eating ice cream and an elderly man with a faded valise who stood gazing up and down the street, evidently looking for means of escape. A long and dusty road, bordered with groves of sleepy olives, led straight towards the mountains. In due course ensued grateful intervals of oaks, and then, better still, glimpses of forest peaks, of which the highest was Palomar Mountain, more often called by its alias after a party by the name of Smith. It was good to see that dark, dim blue of timber, and to know that the great friendly pines were thriving away up there, while they looked down upon us who loved them in the hot and dusty valley. The miles strung out unconscionably, but at last we saw far up the valley a white tower which we knew to be the campanile of the Mission of San Antonio of Pala. In the gathering dusk we rode into the village and bivouacked in the adobe-walled courtyard in the rear of the general store. We dined in dust and darkness, and later, when the moon came up, wandered for an hour about the village. Lights shone here and there in the windows of the cottages. The humble, white-railed graves in the little Indian cemetery glimmered under the shadow of the old tower, whose bells had counted out the lives of all that sleeping company. A mandolin tinkled. The mountains rose near and solemn all around. A bar of warm light shone from the half-open door of the padre's room in the cloister. From a new building across the street came the click of billiard balls. So even Pala suffers change. Its great change came when, a few years ago, the Indians of Agua Caliente on Warner's Ranch, 20 miles to the east, were forcibly and, to go back to principles weightier than the law, shamefully driven from the place that they and their forefathers had inhabited from time immemorial, and on which there chanced to be some valuable mineral springs that invited exploitation. The Indians of Pala had dwindled to few in number, in compliance with the fiat that is ruling the American aborigines out of existence. So, in a business-like manner, it was decided to lump the Agua Calientes with them, to mingle or refrain as they chose. Of course they protested, and their friends among the whites appealed. But someone in authority on the other side of the continent had said it was to be done, and it was done. Amid their lamentations, they were carted over the mountains with their pitiful belongings, and here they now live, in a row of flimsy little houses with numbers on the doors, quite respectable, comparatively prosperous, and deeply wronged. It is one more item in a long account. Their Indian hearts still yearn for the old places. Even the grasses for basket making are not so good, the woman said to me, as those of Agua Caliente. Are not Abana and Fapa? The little church is inviting in its whitewashed simplicity. It is a plain rectangle of adobe, with tiled floor, unceilinged roof, a few plain benches, and an altar, ornamented with paper flowers and other humble offerings, whose irrelevance, to a Protestant eye, may well be redeemed by their pathos. The genial young priest has charge of 4 small Indian settlements besides this of Pala, namely Potrero, Rincon, Pachanga, and Palma. They all lie in the neighboring mountain region, and with his little buggy and his sagacious roan he drives about his wide parish, baptizing, marrying, and burying his Indians. As interesting and romantic a field of labor, I should think, as any in America. Leaving Pala about mid-afternoon, we turned coastward, following the course of the San Luis Rey River. Night overtook us before we had found grazing and water for our animals, and the prospect was not cheering. We were thinking of turning back under necessity to the least undesirable spot we had noted, when we came in sight of a ranch house, toward which we made. In response to our hail, a lantern appeared, and the prompt reply to our inquiry whether we might be put up for the night was, "You bet you can." Certainly anyone might bet on it at the sound of that hearty voice. "Why don't you fellows throw down your blankets on the hay? I reckon that's softer than the ground," was the next suggestion, and we wanted nothing better. Our horses plunged their noses into the hay, and we fell to preparing our own supper. But not satisfied with these benefits, our friendly host or his kind wife would appear every 5 minutes with, "Can you fellows use some milk for your coffee?" or "Maybe you fellows like tomatoes? Well, here's a dish of them, and there's half an acre more over yonder," or some other hospitable inquiry. It seemed that they had just been waiting for some opportunity to shower benefits on wayfarers, and we were ordained to be the fortunate ones. We slept magnificently on our 10-foot thick mattress, and the next day being Sunday, stayed all day with these warm-hearted people. We found that the place was the old Montserrat ranch house, and as our host had lived there, man and boy, for 38 years, many were the tales he had to tell of the days when Don Tomas Alvarado maintained here the tradition of the grandees of Spanish California, ruling over a household of no mean dimensions, and himself ruled, so it is said, by the priest whom he kept as a necessary adjunct to his state. 13,000 sheep, 3,000 head of cattle, and 300 horses could the Don call his own in the days of his prime. Yet he died a pauper, the victim of his own lavish dispensation of pesos. About the old house lingers a faint essence of its past, a glamour of things strange and gone beyond our ken. A date palm waves in languid grace over the patio, casting its fronded shade over the defaced walls and lazy balconies. A few rows of orange and olive trees drop their starved fruit among the weeds, and a Marechal Niel blooms secretly in a corner of the deserted veranda. The conversation turning upon game, It appeared that this locality is a sort of headquarters of the wildcat tribe. 250 of these animals were killed by our host and his neighbors during 2 months of one prolific year, and last winter he himself had accounted for 19 in 1 month. When I asked grey-eyed Edith, who had come with armfuls of puppies for our admiration, whether the wildcats did not kill their chickens, the answer came with eloquent brevity: lots. 17 skins lined the wall of their little kitchen, and a heap more lie in the unused room which was once the private chapel of Don Tomas. Among the wildcat skins on the kitchen wall I noticed a framed motto. The words were, "Love one another," and my last impression of the family was a delightful commentary upon it. The toil-worn hand of the wife rested on the shoulder of her stalwart husband, who talked tender nonsense to the 9 months' morsel of baby that he held, while the other 3 children played an uproarious cowboy game of roping one another with a superannuated riata. There was no need to say, "God bless them." Clearly He does. The valley of the San Luis Rey River opened before us in wide stretches of pasture and grain land. Behind lay the long blue ridge of Palomar. The cool sea breeze began to blow up the valley, and the last grey shred of fog sank away into the immense cobalt of the sky. Doves flew from sycamore to turkey-weed, and from turkey-weed back to sycamore. Buzzards sailed in the clear air, circling with unmoving wings, and balancing with easy perfection of flight. A handsome young Indian passed us at a gallop. An automobile or two whizzed by. A Mexican family jogged along in a buckboard. So the old and the new of California tossed their dust at one another. All the morning we plodded quietly along, ruminating lazily to the pad of the hoofs. After passing a minute hamlet called Bonsall Bridge, we rested for half an hour beside the road under a sycamore, in the fresh young leaves of which the horses discovered an interesting flavour. These roadside interludes are very pleasant. You tie your horse in the shade, take off the bridle, loosen the cinch, pull out your bread and cheese, and munch it to the rustle of leaves and the interrogative comments of hidden birds. The brook purls along, and your thoughts purl along with it. A draught of water, and then the carefully packing of the pipe bowl, and the first grateful puffs. You slip the bridle on, tighten up the girth, swing into the saddle, and ride on with one more little vignette added to the many such, of which one is turned up now and then by some chance occurrence, whereupon there comes back to you the whole scene, with your companion, if you had one, or your faithful horse, now perhaps obeying another hand, or none. In the afternoon we diverged a mile or two to visit the Wahome Ranch House, where it is said Helen Hunt Jackson gathered much of the local colour for her famous California romance of Ramona. We found the place a particularly sad instance of the unworthy fate which has been allowed to fall upon nearly all of these relics of a picturesque past. The ruin of the Wahome seems more like the hideous decay of a murdered body than the peaceful dissolution which shed over most ancient buildings that particular charm which we all recognize. Cans, bottles, and other refuse covered the floors and the broken chairs and tables of the rooms we entered. The fish pond was slimy and defiled, the fountain dry and shattered. But for a few flowers that blossomed in the dusty courtyard, I could discover nothing of attraction. it was a relief to turn our backs upon the place. As we rode back across the ranch, we passed a great band of sheep, and the barren ground, ugly as an ash heap, in the rear of the devastating army served to complete the depressing impression. A few miles farther on we came in sight of the Mission of San Luis Rey, half hidden behind a line of blue gums. The Mission, which in its state of partial ruin was singularly attractive, has lately been restored, with the usual disastrous results from the point of view of beauty. A barrack-like addition has been built, and fascinates the visitor by its appalling ugliness. Our intention had been to stay a day or two about the place, but we now laid our plans for an early departure on the morrow. We put up our horses in the stable of a civil Mexican, and ourselves camped nearby, passing a night enlivened with dogs, fleas, and mosquitoes, but with a conspicuous absence of sleep. By 4 o'clock we were taking the road by the light of a waning moon towards Oceanside, where we arrived with the sun. Here, for a novelty, we breakfasted at a hotel. Sundry small affairs of business delayed us till afternoon, and we mounted and pursued our way to the south. The road ran once more by the coast, and after passing the village of Carlsbad, lay along the beach. We looked forward with pleasure to a few days of travel again within the sight of the sea, and within the sound of its wise, admonitory voice. Already I found that this almost daily companionship had given me a longing to remain with it, to ride on far, far southward, through Mexico, Darien, and the long continent of South America, with the monody of the surges ever with me day and night. What a ride that would be! And then, perhaps, up the other coast of the western world, though, on reflection, I think not, for somehow my long life in the West has weaned me from my old preference for the Atlantic side. After all, the West is finest. The new, unformed West, where the tide of human life that spread out from old secret Asia comes at last full circle, and is already beginning to break in tumult against this farthest wall of the world. To-day the sky was overcast, and the grey sea plain ran to an indeterminate horizon, with that curious appearance of fullness which I have often observed to accompany similar conditions of sky. The long ranks of the surf crept patiently up to the ineffectual siege, forever unconquering, but forever unconquerable. It is so that I best love the ocean, not glittering, garish, with shallow laughter and flippant retort, but grey, reticent, resolute, proud, solitary. We entered now a silent region where wide expanses of grainland alternated with stretches of brush, and houses appeared at league-long intervals. Here we crossed a wide lagoon, the Agua Hedionda, signifying ill-smelling water, though the reason for the name was not apparent, which lies at the mouth of the Cañon de los Monos, or Monkey Cañon, another cryptic designation. As we approached La Costa, where our road ran in company with the railroad, it began to rain smartly. By good fortune a deserted house stood near by, and this we appropriated to our uses, eating our meal on the veranda, and finding the tea no less cheering for the fact that the well was inhabited by a trio of prosperous-looking water-snakes. The rain ceased by nightfall, and we slept under the cypresses of the garden hedge. A conspicuous event of the night was the passage of the San Diego Express, at a distance of 30 feet from my head. Chapter 3 Chapter 4 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 4. Boom Towns. Del Mar, the Torrey Pine. The old Alvarado ranch house, an incident of the eternal feminine. The decay of the historic Spanish California houses. Las Penasquitas Valley and Ranch House. The Linda Vista Mesa, prospects of a kangaroo ranch. Mission Valley, the Mission of San Diego. Old Town. San Diego, our southern terminus. Bay and waterfront. The highlands of Mexico in sight. Our route next day lay through a succession of depressing little boom towns, whose vacant stores and depopulated hotels bore witness to some of the more melancholy attributes of human character. As we surveyed the boarded-up windows of a dry goods and notions establishment, my companion put the case neatly by remarking that evidently the fate of the dry goods had been to dry up, and the last and very best of the notions had been the notion to go away. Encinitas was only one of several such establishments hereabouts that has survived the unhappy omens of its birth. New capital, wisely invested in roads instead of hotels, bids fair to put this pretty little town on a safe footing. At San Elijo Canon, where the Escondido Creek widens at its mouth to a considerable lagoon, the road crossed by a strip of beach on which breaks an unusually fine surf, with line upon line of long white rollers following each other in close succession. I should like to hear a winter storm beat on this exposed shore of shingle, as I have heard them on the shingle beaches of England, the wild air ringing with the shriek of multitudinous pebbles as they are driven to and fro by the claws of the raging sea. Above thunder of water and roar of buffeting wind, the cry of the tortured earth rises in a shrill appassionato, a magnificent concert of the elements. Crossing yet another lagoon at the mouth of the San Dieguito River, we entered the village of Del Mar. A picturesque modern hotel forms the nucleus for a score or two of cottages scattered near a charming beach, and the locality is notable to tree lovers as being the home of the Torrey pine, Pinus torreyana, a tree whose circumscribed habit makes it a botanical curiosity. On the exposed cliff edges, the wind-blown patriarchs of this little tribe crouch in eloquent attitudes, and it was interesting to note the similarity of form of this sea-neighboring pine to that of the alpine whitebark species which I had seen the previous summer fighting for life on the other frontier at 2 miles of altitude in the Sierra Nevada. We camped a mile beyond the town at a small farm, whose kind people gave us the freedom of their pump, no slight boon, I assure the non-California reader, and the next day struck inland, skirting the Soledad River. The name of this stream in no wise belies the solitary character of the country, where the scanty rainfall might well discharge the most optimistic of farmers. I knew the region 20 years ago, and the population now seemed to me more scanty than I remembered it at the time. Evening found us at Sorrento, a lonely settlement consisting of a store, a railway station, and 2 or 3 houses. Here we turned eastward and rode a mile or two up Las Penasquitas Canon to the ranch house of the one-time Alvarado Ranch, now incorporated in Las Penasquitas Ranch, which formerly included only the upper part of the valley. A careworn woman and 2 wild-looking boys were working in the dusk near the house, and of the former we asked permission to camp by the only available water, which was within the farm enclosure. The request was neither granted nor denied, but implicitly discouraged. I make no claims to special penetration of character, but as I looked at her, and she looked with no friendliness at us, I felt sure I could trace the current of her nature, and read her present state of mind only too plainly. She was a young woman and rather pretty. As a girl I think she had been very pretty. Her dress was rough and dirty, though natural enough to her masculine employment of digging. As we talked, I noticed that she tried instinctively to hide her torn sleeves and disordered bodice, and I thought I could see beneath the inhospitable frown far less of inhospitality than of shame at her rough dress and her unfeminine labour. Poor woman! It was a trifling incident, a mere by-play in the tragedy of the eternal feminine, the tragedy of a losing struggle for grace and loveliness, not only of dress and feature, but also with them, and unconsciously felt to be symbolized by them, of mind and character, that old unphilosophical but very human relation of ideas. I saw it still more clearly when next morning we asked to be allowed to view the rooms of the old house. Disorder, struggle, and carelessness were written large over all, yet with a curious sense, which I felt without being able to explain, that they were hated and rebelled at. Poverty was written there too, unless I am vastly mistaken, yet when we tendered payment for the privilege of camping it was steadily refused. My sister, though you will hardly see these words, the Spanish has a good adage for such cases: Dios se lo pagare. I do not fear that you will be the poorer for refusing that coin. As we rode away from the decaying house, with its frayed old date palms and independent morning glories, we remarked again upon the discreditable feature of Western American life, which is illustrated by the condition of these interesting and once beautiful monuments to our history. Perhaps it would be too much to expect that those who have succeeded to the ownership of the estates of the Spanish Californians should expend a fraction of their revenues upon the preservation of the old houses. That is not our way. But it seems as if the State might well have taken sufficient interest in its own history to rescue one or two of these fine old houses from destruction. Even now, a very small sum of public money would purchase and restore an example or two, and a mere trifle would keep them in repair. But we in America are obsessed with our own particular conception of progress, and self-sufficiency is always a blunder. Las Penasquitas is a long, narrow valley threaded by a small stream, which in summer takes refuge underground from the thirsty sun. Scattered sycamores and elders grew here and there along its channel, their shade already, early in the day, pre-empted by groups of cattle. The canon trends northeast, and when a slight rise of the ground opened a wider horizon, I recognized the distant outline of Cuyamaca Mountain, Cuyamac in the common speech, under whose nearer flanks I had lived 20 years before, while beyond it lay the home of my companion, amid the glistening sands and statuesque palms of the Colorado desert. At the ranch house we found a squad of carpenters at work obliterating the traces of a recent fire. The solid walls of adobe were intact, which was fortunate, since the art of building such is now almost gone out of mind among the native population. We lunched under a shady pepper, and early in the afternoon resumed our way, which led by a steep road up from the canyons to the south. From the summit we looked out over a landscape quite different from any we had yet seen. For miles to south, east, and west stretched a level mesa, covered with a growth of greasewood brush, whose dull olive was unbroken but for the road, which ran down to the vanishing point, straight as a line could be drawn. This was the Linda Vista Mesa, one of the most hopeless of those arid tracts of land which, under the glamour of the boom, found ready purchasers at high figures, but have since found none at any figure at all. The soil is red and clayey, not that good red that tells of the blood and juices of the earth, but a pale brick color, malevolent even in appearance. Its superficial resemblance to the famous red soil on which some of the noted olive groves of California are now thriving invited boomers to advertise it as having no frost, no alkali, no hardpan, to which they should have added no rain to speak of and no crop. The ground is packed with cobblestones, fuller than ever was a pudding of raisins. While, so far from there being no hardpan, the unlucky purchasers often found it necessary to blast the holes for their ill-omened trees in order to shatter the rock that lies like sheet iron just below the surface. In discussing the possible uses and prospects of this region, Iton and I agreed that, upon the whole, a kangaroo ranch seemed to offer the best chances of success to an adventurous speculator. Without any special knowledge of the kangaroo, we had a strong idea that this was about the sort of thing that appeals to that singular creature. Willingly we turned our backs upon the mesa and entered on a long canon that bears the name of the great family of Murphy. Last year I had camped by lovely lakes under the shadow of Murphy's Dome in the northern Sierras. Now we searched and searched in vain for a trickle of water in Murphy's Canon at the uttermost southwest verge of the country, for now we were within 20 miles of the Mexican frontier. We dismounted, and mile after mile led our weary horses down the interminable grade. About sundown we debouched into the valley of the San Diego River, generally called Mission Valley, after the Mission of San Diego, the remains of which stand hereabout. Turning up the valley for half a mile, we prospected among the willows and cottonwoods of the river bed for water, and found a few small pools, standing but not stagnant. Here we unsaddled under a goodly cottonwood, near which was a space of fair pasturage. It was 5 weeks to a day since we had left El Monte, and now we were practically at San Diego, the southern limit of our joint expedition. The event warranted an uncommon supper, and thereafter we lay at ease while we smoked and indulged the retrospective vein. The sky was all but cloudless. The stars shone cheerfully down, and the mild and friendly air for which San Diego is renowned invited us to a pleasant slumber or equally pleasant reverie. A vagrant mosquito now and then sounded his unrelenting horn, but was easily discouraged or quashed. Even while we praised the charms of lying awake, we fell asleep, and when I awoke, the moon, her last quarter half spent, looked down on me from a large stage of her journey that told me it was near morning. Before it was daylight the sky was overcast, for the sea fog had come in on the wings of the morn, an arrangement that is always agreeable to me, since it allows of breakfast being cooked without enduring a superfluous blast of sun. I confess I find the manufacture of flapjacks over a smoky fire, with a fervent sun castigating me from above, an exercise that puts too much strain upon the early morning temper. The next day was Sunday, so we did not break camp. The peace of the day was somewhat disturbed by a promiscuous bombardment from the sportsmen of San Diego, who arrived early and in unreasonable numbers to bag the Mission doves and rabbits. We pastured the horses well out in the open where they would be in plain view, and ourselves sat in partial security under the lee of a scrap of adobe wall, gazing off at the mellow fragment of western antiquity, with its romantic setting of waving palms and black and silver olives, and trying without too much exertion to call to mind the long-past days when the scene that now lay so solitary before us was busy with cowled monks, Indian neophytes, and Spanish men-at-arms. Early on Monday morning we set off westward down the valley, and came by the middle of the morning to the northern suburb of San Diego, which is called Old Town, in distinction from the modern city. It lies at the head of the superb bay of San Diego, while the newer city occupies the middle sweep. Its great interest is the old mansion of the Estudillo family, a good example of the early California residence, which has lately been restored and is used as a tourist attraction. A small restaurant takes up one of the rooms, where genuine Spanish dishes are served by velvet-eyed senoritas. We called for tamales, believing that we might here do so with more confidence than one can usually feel when indulging in that ingenious article. A ride of an hour brought us to the present city of San Diego, where our appearance, long of hair, stained with travel, and somewhat out of repair, occasioned no little comment among the idlers on flower-covered porches and shady balconies. We had some little difficulty, in these days of the all-usurping automobile, in finding a livery stable, and I was amused at Chino's evident anxiety on the matter. He clearly understood that the change in his surroundings portended hay, grain, and convenient lodging arrangements, with the society of interesting strangers of his kind, and he was naturally eager to arrive at the haven. When at last we came to the expected wide doorway, he steered promptly and with determination for it, and he and Billy lost not a moment in attacking the hay, nibbling surreptitiously at the fragrant bales as they passed to their stalls. We next sought modest quarters for ourselves, where the spectacles and benevolent aspect of the good landlady could not quite disguise her qualms at our dusty and tramp-like appearance. Here we cast anchor, spending our days among barbers and clothiers, and our nights in tossing on beds of unaccustomed softness. I had known the city 20 years before, when it was drawing its first bewildered breaths after the cataclysm of its boom, and I had always cherished a pleasant feeling for the place. Why has Smithville hosts of friends, while Jonesville, its twin in all points of outward seeming, is condemned by all men as a blot upon the geography of its state? The peculiar subjectiveness of towns is a curious study in what one might call physical psychology. The purpose of these pages does not require a description of the city, nor do my own preferences lead me much into the regions of statistics and real estate. Suffice it to say that San Diego is a prosperous, energetic place which is rapidly adding to its present population of some 40,000 contented people. I own I was best pleased to walk along the waterfront by the rows of little amphibian huts that I remembered from former days. Flowers bloomed in cans and boxes all about these humble dwellings, and the boats slapped idly on the water by the crazy landing stages. Odors, unnamed because unnameable, greeted me with claims upon my friendly remembrance, and the new generation of waterfront children seemed no less arch and engaging than those of yore. 3 steamers lay at the wharves, and 2 large lumber schooners swung in the tideway. A knot of torpedo boats were anchored on the Coronado side of the bay. Point Loma, famous among theosophists, stood up well and boldly, a worthy headland for the abutment of a sovereign state, and in the south, beyond the forlorn wastes of National City, rose, wistful and pale, the blue highlands of Mexico. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 5. Northward Bound. San Fernando, its mission. The San Fernando Valley. Topanga Canyon. Wildflowers. A wayside Thomas. The coast. Dana's opinion of San Pedro. Northwestward ho! The Malibu. No trespassing. Shoreside sheep. I am an object of compassion. The pro and con of solitude. Camp by the ocean edge. The middle of May of the next year after my expedition with Eytel southward from Los Angeles found me again in the saddle. This time I was alone and northward bound. My appetite for practical geography had only been whetted by the fraction I have seen of the coastline of the State, and I felt bound now to complete the unit. I had the same horse and much the same equipment as before, the principal difference being that, to save weight, I carried no gun, but instead a short-jointed fly-rod, which found frequent use. Also, I had made a little tent of very light oiled material, fitted with jointed aluminium poles, the whole weighing about 6 pounds. This was in view of the fact that the rainy season might overtake me before I completed the trip. For a great part of the journey I did not carry it with me, but had it sent forward to San Francisco, ready for the expected change of climate. Again, my starting point was El Monte, where my good Chino had just enjoyed a liberal vacation in pasture. I took a somewhat circuitous route to the coast, and for 2 reasons. In the first place, I was willing to forego the sight of that galaxy of seashore pleasure towns, Santa Monica, Redondo, Long Beach, San Pedro, and several more, which, in the exuberant metaphor of real estate circulars, are flung like a tribute of gems at the feet of imperial Los Angeles. In the second, I wished to visit the Mission of San Fernando, lying 20 miles northwest of Los Angeles, and half as much more from my point of departure. I had a long ride and a hot day for my start, and Chino's load was no light one. I rode by way of Pasadena and the cañada that connects the San Gabriel and San Fernando valleys, and put up for the night at the little town of San Fernando. The next day being Sunday, I remained about the place, while Chino, in stable, made industrious preparations for strenuous days at hand. The Mission of San Fernando, which was founded in 1797, probably never had as great claims to notice, on the score of beauty, as had some others of those interesting monuments. But the heavy, low building, with its long line of arches, red-tiled roof, and elementary campanile, is pleasing for its simplicity, and seems appropriate to the humility of the Order of St. Francis. The church itself is in ruins, and shows plain evidences of the unhallowed industry of treasure-seekers with crowbars. An old Mexican now guards the place, unlocking for a small payment wormy doors with fiddle-like keys, and leading the visitor by precarious stairways to mouldy lofts and cellars, peopled with the shades of priest and neophyte, comandante and soldado de cuero. The San Fernando Valley, through which I rode next day, is an example of those famous ranches in which the lands of California were held by grantees of the Spanish or Mexican government. This was one of the last of them to remain unbroken, and was now in process of being surveyed for selling off to settlers of the new order. It opened before me in league on league of grain, waving ready for harvest, a crop to be measured by the thousands of tons. The landscape flickered under an ardent sun, and as we plodded hour after hour along the tedious straight roads, escorted by clouds of pungent dust, I panted for the clean, crisp breezes which I knew were blowing just beyond the low range of the Santa Monica Mountains to the south. No single tree offered respite of shade, and the 2 or 3 ranch houses we passed looked almost hideous in their blistering whitewash. Gradually the valley began to close in toward the west, where the wooded Simi hills rose to meet the higher Santa Susanas, and turning at last southward, I struck into the main coast road, and came by sundown to the little village of Calabasas, drawing rein before a small building which bore the sign of the Hunter's Inn. Automobiles were whizzing about like cockchafers, and the landlord, after a careless word in answer to my inquiry for board and lodging, turned his attention to the superior order of travellers, leaving me to arrange where and how I pleased, for both my horse and myself. At the third request, he condescended to show me a room which made amends by its pleasing rusticity. There was a wren in occupation, and a great oak tapped with friendly fingers on window and roof. Supper, when at last it came, showed host and hostess in a better light, so that conversation ran agreeably. The night was made pleasant by a sound as of rain on the roof from the drops condensed by the fog by my sociable oak. When I took the road early next morning, the fog still hung over the landscape in wreaths of thoughtful grey, broken to east and south by auspicious gleams of sun. A superb freshness lay upon every leaf and flower, and the very stones of the highway appeared to share the improvement. The road now struck directly down to the coast, following the Topanga Canon, and the way was enlivened by a thread of water which grew quickly into a sizable brook. I was impressed by the ruggedness of the mountain slopes, which rose in striking masses and contour, and in places pushed the road into a mere defile, overhung by precipices of fine height and verticality. At the northern end of the canon are many neat little hillside farms, mainly of Mexicans, and the dust of the road was plentifully marked by the scamperings of children's naked feet. The summer was at its full of flowers. The beautiful tree poppy grew freely in many places, bearing shallow cups of palest gold at twice a man's height. By the roadside bloomed the great golden Mariposa tulip, flecked with brown, a truly magnificent blossom. Mountain lilac was just breaking into clouds of fragrant azure, and wild roses, daintily simple, gleamed from every thicket. I always feel that the wandering Briton owes a special debt to nature for the wide dissemination of this delightful flower which greets him in so many alien lands. Poppies, mimulus, brodias, and many more added their cheerful colours to the summer show. There were few travellers on the road, but while I stopped to lunch by a little stream that came in at a bend of the canon, an old man came by, driving a wagon, and turned in for the midday rest at the same spot. We fell to chat about such universal topics as crops, aeroplanes, and local politics, and grew quite cordial over the Sugar Trust. I saw that my friend's attention had been caught by Chino's equipment, but it was not until I was ready to move on that he brought out the inevitable, "Where you bound for?" When I replied, "To Oregon," I saw a look of annoyance come into his face. I had already found that my expedition appeared a formidable one to the average stay-at-home, but this old fellow was a frank unbeliever. "Where did you say?" he inquired again, sternly this time. "Oregon," I answered. "Why not?" But he felt sure now that he was being trifled with, and the only response to my parting "good day" was a mortified grunt. The former day's travel had been a pretty hard one for us both, and I determined to make this one correspondingly light. So when by mid-afternoon we came near the mouth of the canon, as I knew by the distant sound of breakers, I stopped at a little opening and pitched camp. The stream contained some fair-sized trout, and half an hour's fishing produced my supper. A ruminative evening by the camp-fire closed the day. I turned in betimes, and lay once more, as many times last year, listening to the murmur of the sea, which was now again to be my great monologist for perhaps half a year. I was astir by first daylight, and was early on the way to the mouth of the canon. As I reached the top of a little rise, the roar of the sea close by met me with a sort of boisterous friendliness, like the welcoming of some tremendous mastiff. Looking eastward from the cliff on which I stood, I could see the long wharf at Santa Monica, and beyond a long curve of shore that ran to the Palos Verdes and the promontory of Point Fermin. Beyond that lay the town of San Pedro, detested of Dana, who in 1835 reported it as being universally called the hell of California, and who himself wrote of it that "this rascally hole of San Pedro is unsafe in every wind but a southwester, which is seldom known to blow more than once in half a century." Now, 3/4 of a century later, the rascally hole is in process of becoming a great port, with a much wider range of interest than the shipping of California banknotes, which Dana calls the hides which formed the return cargo of the Pilgrim. Turning to the west, my eye followed the long reaches of broken cliff along which ran my road, until the land view was closed by the low yellow cape of Point Dume. I lingered here a few minutes while I enjoyed the occasion, for here my northern coast trip was actually to begin. It seemed in a modest way momentous to be turning my face northward and westward, and I surveyed in fancy the long leagues of coast which I was to travel, to where, instead of languid dunes and sunburned brush, I should ride by stalwart cliffs and through stately alleys of forest. There was deep pleasure in the prospect. Thoreau says that the southwest was his point of inclination for travel, and enlarges, in his ingenious way, upon the reasons for his preference. For me, it is always the northwest that captures my imagination. The west is but another name for the wild, Thoreau remarks, and in the same fanciful way the north seems to me somehow to signify the noble. Was not the Northwest Passage always a natural goal for enterprise and gallantry? Farewell, then, I said, land of the South and sea of the South, and welcome the ultimate West and the dark, the grey, the solitary North. My Chino, meanwhile, free from such unpractical abstractions, was employing his leisure with the cliff-side herbage. He is an engaging creature, and we had many sentiments and even conversations together, sharing confidences upon the quality of the water, or the state of the road, and other such matters of mutual interest. Automobiles, naturally, were often a topic, and I may say that Chino's views on that subject, which may easily be guessed, were quite my own. Turning then westward, a few miles of pleasant road brought us to the entrance to the Malibu Ranch, a long strip of land lying between the southward facing foothills of the Santa Monica Mountains and the shore. At the gate was posted a warning that trespassing was strictly prohibited. I knew that public right-of-way through the ranch had long been contested by the owners, and I had been warned that I might find my way disputed by their myrmidons with shotguns. But there was nothing except the passive placard to prevent my entering, and I passed in with little doubt of making an equally peaceable exit at the western end. On a limb of a sycamore that overhung the road, a large cross was roughly cut. It marks the place of one of the many commonplace tragedies of early California days. Some horse thief, name now unknown, was hanged there. Perhaps it would be better to say some alleged horse thief, for mistakes no doubt occurred on occasions when somebody had to hang, and quickly too, and when justice, playing a sort of hide-and-seek, might let her sword fall suddenly upon any members of the free and easy community who was so unwise as to get in the way. The hard sand beach here offered a tempting road along the water's edge, and I turned Chino down to it. He was a little averse at first to facing the burst of the rollers and stepping into the hissing froth, but he soon caught the idea, and with arched neck and gay bearing splashed through the wash of the breakers and kicked the creamy fans of water into sparkling showers. I had only seen one or two people on the road that day, and it seemed as if we were quite the only trespassers until I saw a mass of whitish objects approaching and heard a new sound mingling with the lazy booming of the sea. As we came nearer, I saw that it was a band of sheep, which were being driven along the beach by a mounted Mexican aided by dogs. It seemed odd to see these pastoral creatures marching composedly along Neptune's frontier, nibbling at seaweed, their voices rising in plaintive crescendo above the recitative of the surf. A splendid ram walked with immense dignity at the head of the flock, his long fleece quivering as he stepped, like that great beard of the prophet by which good Mussulmans swear. The herder rode behind on a lively bronco. We stopped to pass a few words, and I learned that he and his band had come down the coast over 100 miles, and were bound for the neighborhood of San Juan Capistrano, nearly as far still to the south. The mention of my own destination excited his pity. "Ah, it makes much cold there. I've heard that it rains always. Is it not true?" I explained that it was not quite so bad as that, but he still gazed at me with compassion, and rejoined with a shrug, "Not to see ever the sun, and the fruits and the good wine do not grow there. Ha! Such a country, I should not like it." His sheep had left him far behind while we talked, and he now said adios and turned to overtake them. But as he rode away he still shook his head over the thought of a country where it rained always and the good wine could not grow. The promontory of Point Dume, like a flattened turret, stands well out to the south, about midway of the Malibu. Here the road bent inland for a mile or two, but soon again came down to the shore. Frequent canons, each of them carrying a small stream of water, broke the seaward slope of the mountains. Evening was drawing near when I found myself at the Trancas Canon, at the mouth of which lies a small brackish lagoon. Here I found a good camping place under a tent-like sycamore. Orioles supplied my supper with music, and a night of balmy airs, with the drowsy rumble of breakers not 100 yards away, rounded off a highly pleasant day. The first sound of the morning was the wild cry of gulls as they quarrelled over breakfast. As I ate my solitary flapjacks, I was half inclined to wish that it had been possible for me also to quarrel with somebody, but the presence of Chino grazing hard by allayed the loneliness for me, as I hope mine did for him. We were early on our march, following the shore under a bright morning sun. I could see a few miles out a white steamer making eastward, and waved my good morning to the passengers who, I took for granted, were gazing toward me, though not exactly at me, from over the side. The road lay alternately along the beach and the cliff, where yuccas bloomed plentifully among the brush. Those white burnoosed Arabs looked out of the place standing here and there within a stone's throw of the ocean, and their exotic scent mingled strangely with the sharp tang of seaweed. Now we pushed through thickets of head-high mustard that dusted us with yellow. Next, sunflowers stared at us eye to eye, and again lavender sage refreshed us with fugitive dashes of perfume. The rattle of machinery came faintly to me, and I could see the mower and his team creeping along high up on the hillside, a mile away. It was far too heavenly a day for one to be in a hurry, and I dismounted and removed Chino's bridle, leaving him at liberty to saunter and graze, while I sauntered and praised. Only here and there a clump of thorny cactus obtruded a suggestion of evil. I suppose that cactus may have been unknown before the fall. One of the compensations to be set against the lack of a companion was that I was free to stop or proceed, hurry or delay, camp here or there, entirely at my own choice, only having regard for my horse's needs as to forage. So when, early in the afternoon, I came to an attractive little stream that ran in a deep cañon filled with sycamores and wind-blown oaks, I paused and considered. The brook chattered happily over the rocks of the beach until it met the sea, like the sudden cutting off of the life of a child. Close by it was a triangle of clean sand littered with driftwood, and near at hand there was a space of good fodder. It is not always that things arrange themselves so propitiously. I could make camp not 20 yards from the very verge of the ocean. The opportunity was not to be missed. I got my little tent pitched in spite of a strong breeze which showered me with flying sand, and then spent a lazy afternoon in the society of the gulls, my loquacious little brook, and the indolent roar of breakers. The wind increased during the evening to a point that made a campfire something more than a luxury, so I started a noble blaze and humbly emulated the poet with his fire of driftwood. I found, too, that my little shelter, like his, farmhouse old, gave to the sea breeze, damp and cold, an easy entrance. Sand makes one of the least desirable of sleeping places, and all night I was consciously or subconsciously aware of the thunder of the waves close by. Once or twice I heard the spray rattling like hail on the tent, or the hiss of the sea froth as it washed far up on the beach, then sank away into the sand. I had picketed Chino in a more sheltered spot 50 yards away, and, blanketed warmly, I think he passed the night quite as comfortably as his master. I was up at 4 o'clock and broke camp early. The breeze was strong and keen, and an inexhaustible freshness was in the air, as if the world had been created within the week.
Gulls and pelicans were fishing busily, and on the horizon two faint smudges marked where steamers were passing. After a few miles more of alternate shore and cliff, we crossed the line into Ventura County, and at the same time bade adieu to the Malibu and its cantankerous but futile placards. Chapter 6 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 6. An Inland Trail. Strange country, downs and coombs. Bony Mountain. Friendly Mexicans again. Sycamore Canyon. Sunday in camp. A night disturbance. Oak glades. The Santa Barbara Channel Islands in view. The resting place of Cabrillo. Wanami. A moribund town. Oxnard, the hated rival. An embarrassing companion. Ventura, its mission. San Buenaventura, nasturtiums and simplicity. The broken country which had lain to the north of the road began now to come down to the shore, and the road soon struck inland up Little Sycamore Canyon. I studied the coast beyond with a view to travelling by the beach if possible. A high bluff coast, much broken, ran for a few miles to the northwest, culminating in the fine headland of Laguna Peak, which rises in striking profile to a height of 1,400 feet. The cliffs rose high and steep from water's edge, and I knew, moreover, that just beyond lay the Mugu Lagoon and a long stretch of sea-level sand and marshland where it would be difficult, if not impossible, to travel on horseback. So I turned into the cañon to find a trail by which I might cross the mountains and come down into the valley of the Santa Clara. The cañon was pleasant with shade of oak and sycamore, and vocal with murmur of stream and sprightly voices of many birds. It soon narrowed to a defile, and the road came to an abrupt end, but no sign of trail appeared. I felt sure there must be a route across this narrow belt of mountains, and I knew also that it could be but little travelled. After half an hour of search I found faint indications of a trail leading off to the west. With some misgivings I turned into it, hauling my reluctant companion up a steep mountainside, slippery with short dry grass. The track was hardly discernible, and was so confused with cattle paths that I was often in doubt whether I was on it or off. The hillside was hot and shadeless, and as we panted and perspired up the ascent, we both, I think, wished ourselves trespassers again on the Malibu, with its fresh shore breezes and plentiful cool streams. For 2 hours we toiled on and up, with frequent stops for breath and, on my part, admiration. The country was strange and un-Californian. In all my wanderings through this varied state I had seen no other region of this kind. It reminded me constantly of the downs of southern England, only that the hills were higher and steeper. The short sodded grass may well have been the wise turf of Kipling's Sussex, but for the castilleias, azaleas, and yellow poppies which thinly sprinkled it, and occasional yuccas shooting up from the small islands of brush. Now and then a distant glimpse of ocean far below confirmed the resemblance, or some deeply cut cañon carried the mind a little farther afield to the Coombs of Dorset or Devon. When the trail had climbed to a height of 1,500 feet, there opened a still more striking landscape. Near by to the north rose the fine shape of Boney Mountain, its highest crags hidden in dragging mists, and far in the distance a high blue range marked the Topper and Pine Mountain country beyond the Santa Clara River. More to the west, blue with summer haze, the wide valley stretched away to the Pacific, and between lay the expanse of rough, brushy hills through which I have to find a way. It was getting toward evening when, still following as best I could the elusive trail, I noticed on the hillside a little fenced pasture in which 3 horses were grazing. Evidently there was a farm near by, and going over to investigate I saw some cultivated land lying in a narrow valley not far from 1,000 feet almost perpendicularly below. As the trail seemed to bear away from the place, I abandoned it, and, leading Chino, made the best of my way down to the valley. At the bottom I found a small stream, and both of us being pretty well tired out, I deferred visiting the ranch until the morning, and made camp for the night. Half an hour next morning brought us to the ranch. From the chorus of dogs which hailed our approach, I guessed the owners to be Mexicans, though the land showed more careful farming than those people of the non-strenuous life usually attempt. I was right. Under a shady live oak I found a handsome old Mexican who was smearing with butter a number of little Spanish cheeses, more of which were drying on a platform built among the branches of the oak tree overhead. The old man was very deaf, and it required all my Spanish and my breath to introduce myself and explain my presence, which plainly surprised him. In reply I learned that he was the owner of the place, Jesus Serrano by name, and I was invited to tie up my horse and rest, the old gentleman insisting that I take his chair while he made shift with a sawbuck. A young man leading a saddled horse now appeared, introduced himself as Francisco Serrano, and subsided on the ground for a chat. When they heard that I had camped so near them, they asked why I had not come to the ranch and stayed with them for the night, saying they had plenty of room and hay. I found later that the plentiful horse room consisted of 2 small cabins, each containing a single bed, and I have little doubt that either of them would, as a matter of course, have slept on the bare floor in order to accommodate an entire stranger. Such is the instinctive kindness of these people, whom it is the fashion to condemn for the lack of some far less excellent virtues. I passed a very pleasant hour with them, and when I rose to go, the sun offered to put me on a cut-off trail that would save me some miles. The old gentleman presented me with one of his cheeses, explaining that I must eat it with chili, and should find it good for the health. Francisco slung a rifle to his saddle, and, escorted by 6 eager dogs, we rode away. The trail was down the cañon and mainly in the bed of the stream. My guide splashed and clattered ahead, pointing out here and there the scene of some episode of wildcat, coyote, or mountain lion. He had an eye for the flowers, too, and often drew my attention to some clump of fragrant ceanothus or wild rose, or bush of toyon, the Christmas holly of California, at that season in full summer glory of white. When he put me well on my way, my companion bade me good-bye and turned back. I was soon in the main Sycamore Cañon. The road marked on my map was nothing more than a fair trail, and I doubt whether wagon had ever passed that way. A good stream ran among the boulders, and there was pasturage in plenty, so, though it was still early, I resolved to camp and devote the remainder of the day to the cooking of beans, that invaluable ration of the Western traveller. The next day also, being Sunday, I passed in camp with Chino's full concurrence. Now and again a few cattle strayed by, but otherwise the solitude was unbroken. At night an alarm was caused by some nocturnal visitor. Chino, who was staked near by where I slept, awoke me by snorting and rearing in great excitement. I got into my boots and made a circuit of the camp with my revolver, but was unable to find the cause of the disturbance, probably a roaming wildcat or mountain lion. Such incidents are annoying, and hereafter at night I kept my revolver handy in my boot leg, close to my head. Morning brought in one of those particularly perfect days that remain in one's memory like the special incidents of childhood, or one's best catch of trout. The sky was softly clouded, the air moist and gentle, and the trees wore that half-smiling, half-pensive look that makes one wonder if they have not some faculty of enjoyment, or even remembrance. We moved leisurely along under a leafy screen of oaks, whose black stems leaned in pictorial attitude across softly lighted vistas of open cañon. Birds flitted quietly about, unhurried, like us. Against the skyline of the high, smooth hills, tiny cattle were placidly grazing. Here and there a wet sycamore showed conspicuously among the oaks, whose rounded tops, valanced with Spanish moss, cast a tragic darkness over the brook. The creek lay in pools, its quietude deepening the dreaminess of the scene and the morning. It was one of those days when one expects something fine and unusual to happen, a storm, for instance, though at this season that would have been out of the question. If it had been a few centuries earlier, and in Europe instead of America, Sir Tristram de something might have come riding along one of those greens bound on some errand of joyous peril. With this in mind, a glance at Chino with his panoply of comfortable saddlebags and blankets was almost comic. The trail, which had risen gradually, now crossed a divide between two high-grassed hills, and I looked out upon the open valley, checkered in dark greens of beets and pale golds of stubble, running level to the sea, 6 or 8 miles away. 15 or 20 miles out to the west lay a group of rocky islands, the nearest one an odd conglomeration of spikes and splinters, the others more formal in outline. They were the Santa Barbara Channel Islands, Anacapa, Santa Cruz, Santa Rosa, and San Miguel. Somewhere on the last named, which is the most westerly, is the resting place of the brave navigator Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, who, only 50 years after Columbus's epoch-making voyage, coasted far up the Californias to die as he was returning on this lonely outpost of the wonderful New World. With a backward glance at the fine shape of Boney Mountain, his crags still attractively shrouded in a mystery of cloud, I started down the steep descent. The trail soon broadened to a wagon road, and before long I rode out on the rich farming land of the Guadalasca Ranch. To this succeeded a long, straight country road, bordered by prosperous fields of beans and beets, the staples of the country, and in due time we entered the sleepy little coast village of Hueneme. where I put up my horse at the decaying livery stable, and found clean and simple quarters for myself at the village inn. Hueneme is the ghost of a once flourishing town. On its one business street the vacant stores, with their hopeless signs of "To Rent," stand ranked in shabby idleness like a row of blind beggars. Not very many years ago this was a lively little port, but a beet sugar factory sprang into existence a few miles to the north, and that, with its joint advantage of a railway, was too much for Hueneme. The greater part of the population, and not a few of the houses themselves, made off bodily to the new centre, and left Hueneme nothing to boast of but its smooth, clean beach and its busy past, during which, as a gloomy citizen assured me, the place had been the scene of as much traffic as any other 2 blamed towns of the county. Now only one small coasting steamer calls at long intervals, and occasionally a lumber schooner puts in with its fragrant load from the northern forests, while a stage carries scanty mails and infrequent passengers over to the railway at Oxnard, the hated rival. Still, the place has an air of restfulness which is pleasant, even though it be involuntary, and moreover it has a lighthouse, a modest wooden building, but, like all lighthouses, a fascinating object. As I stood on the shore in the dusk and watched the steady beam of light streaming out over the grey wash of the ocean, there seemed something godlike in its kindly vigilance. All night it shone into the little room where I slept, throwing its moonlight gleam every few seconds upon the white wall beside my bed. The next day was some holiday, Decoration Day, I think, and the Huenemeans, throwing care away, were early astir and off on a picnic. When I went to the stable for Chino, I found him and the stable cat in solitary possession. I saddled up and rode on toward Oxnard, taking the main road due north instead of trying to keep to the coast, having been warned of possible trouble with quicksand if I should try to ford the Santa Clara River. Oxnard was also on holiday, and all the stores were closed except those of the indefatigable Orientals, and fortunately that of an Armenian shoemaker whose services I required. A Japanese girl in kimono and slippers was sitting on the sill of a doorway that opened on an upper veranda, daintily smoking a gilded porcelain pipe. Riding on towards Ventura after a short stay, I was overtaken by a young Oxnardian in a buggy, whose curiosity over my outfit led him to check his speed and enter into conversation. I was glad of company, and we rode a few miles side by side. At the village of El Rio, he begged me to look after his horse for a moment, and vanished round the corner. 20 minutes passed without his returning, and I was just starting in search when I saw him approaching with a peculiar smile and gait and an armful of bottled beer. As his horse was a spirited one, and the man himself was half intoxicated, it seemed necessary for someone to keep an eye on him in the interests of public safety. I resisted his pressing invitation to get in and drive with him, but kept alongside and awaited developments. They came quickly, as he emptied the bottles at a lively rate, but he obligingly took no offence at my refusing to share them with him. His driving soon became erratic, and when he had twice narrowly escaped driving into the ditch and once into an automobile, I proposed that he let me take the lines and drive him into Ventura, his destination. Rather to my surprise, he agreed to this, but only, he was good enough to say, because he considered me in the light of a close friend, for no one but him had ever driven Ginger. I tied Chino behind the buggy and got in, and before long he was sufficiently lost to his interests to allow of my dropping the remaining bottles overboard as we crossed the river, and I was at liberty to enjoy the evening beauty of shadow on the mountains near by to the north, while he slumbered peacefully at my side. When we arrived on the outskirts of Ventura, I stopped, shook my companion with some violence, and asked him whether he thought he was capable of driving. He replied with indignation that he had been driving all the time, and that I must not think that I could guy him, but ended by declaring that I was a good fellow, and giving me the name of a hotel in town where the knowing ones among the boys put up, and to which the mention of his name would procure me admission. As he seemed really pretty sober, I thought he might be trusted to escape trouble, so declining an urgent invitation to drink out of an empty bottle, I bade him good-bye and struck into town by a crossroad. Ventura is a modest little city of some 3,000 people. Though it is the county seat of a prosperous county, it has never seriously attempted to compete with the other cities of the south for preeminence, nor any eminence at all, except that of natural attractions and steady, well-ordered progress. The people who live in its pretty cottages enjoy, on the whole, as I judged, the continual feast of a contented mind, speaking well of their city, but without that undue fanfaronade which, like the voluble wiles of a street fakir, does but warn the judicious of danger. Its situation certainly is super-excellent, by the shore of a summery sea, and yet at the very foot of picturesque mountains, which at this season was dusted over with the gold of the wild mustard. A fine stream flows into the sea at the western edge of the city, and from May to October the breakfast tables of Ventura need never go troutless. The place has some little historic attraction too, for here in 1782 was founded the mission of that comfortable-sounding saint, Buenaventura. It was not one of the handsomest of the missions, but it was never allowed to fall into disrepair, and now provides a dignified and interesting place of worship for the Catholics of Ventura. In the neat garden of the priest's house, which adjoins the mission, are a few ancient fruit trees, among them a solemn old fig, which may well have witnessed the prosperity of ante-secularization days. I took it as another token of the pleasant quality of the Venturans that the unpretending nasturtium seemed to be the popular flower. Banks and hedges of them greeted the eye everywhere, and banners of gay blossoms hung over the low sea-cliff from the gardens that ran to its edge. I think that Flora was in one of her happiest moods when she invented this sprightly flower, and wherever I see nasturtiums in the garden, I argue smiles and sweet simplicity in the house. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 7. Fording the Ventura River. Tramps in Clover. Hospitality unfailing. Carpinteria. Origins of Spanish place names. A huge grapevine. Summerland. Oil wells in tidewater. Montecito and millionaires. Santa Barbara as Dana saw it and today. The Mission, a link with the past. The De la Guerra Mansion. Santa Barbara of the far future. From Ventura, the coast takes a northwesterly sweep, the mountains now pressing closely down to the shore. There are two roads from here to Santa Barbara, the inland one, preferred by automobilists, which crosses the mountains by the Casitas Pass, and another, more to my mind, which follows the coast in company with the railway. The bridge over the Ventura River had been demolished by the floods of the previous winter, and the ford was rather too wide and deep for Chino's peace of mind. When in midstream he became nervous, finding the water touching his belly, and proposed to turn back. But I had seen another horseman cross the day before, and knew we would get through. So, punching him industriously with my heel, I got him over, though not without getting both saddlebags and boots waterlogged. All day we travelled an attractive coast, while I let the monotone of the surf lull me into a mood of reverie. Houses were few, and hour after hour passed without sight of other travellers. Occasionally a train whirled by, breaking the indolent summer quiet with a clatter of wheels and rhythmic clangour of bell. By now we had been past several times since starting by regular trains, and the trainmen began to toot whistles and wave friendly hands to us as they flashed by. Numerous canyons led back into a maze of rough, though not high, mountains, which culminated some miles to the north in the long ridge of the Santa Ynez Range, and at longer intervals capes ran seaward, shutting off the view of the farther coast, and providing constant material for curiosity and imagination. Now and then a distant vessel drew my gaze, and raised a lazy speculation whether its freight were lumber, oil, or humanity, and whether it was bound to a nearby port or some romantic voyage to, say, Valparaiso or Zanzibar. The Channel Islands, looming faintly in southern haze, were no less interesting for the opposite reason, namely on the score of their being almost uninhabited. Just beyond the promontory of Punta Gorda was a tiny village, lying a little off the road. A little trio of tramps were sitting about a fire over which steamed a sooty coffee-pot. A lordly steak reposed on a newspaper, awaiting its turn, together with onions and half a loaf of bread. I wondered whether the villagers could have paid such a heavy assessment willingly. Mid-afternoon found us at Rincon Point. A home-like farm, shady with palms and olives, occupies the level land of the point, and Rincon Creek marks the boundary of Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. It seemed an audacious spot for a camp, so I boldly entered an open gate of the farm fence and found an inviting nook among the trees beside the stream. There were one or two trouty-looking pools nearby, and I spent a profitable hour with my fly-rod. As I sat by my evening fire, tracing Chino's wanderings on the hillside above by the jingle of his bell, I received a visit from the owner of the farm. My apologies for trespassing were at once discounted by his friendly manner as he dismounted for a chat, remarking that I ought to have come and put up at the house. I may say here that in the whole course of the trip I found the milk of human kindness always flowing, plentiful and rich, whenever I had occasion to draw upon it. The road here leaves the shore, and for a few miles lies through a fine farming country stretching back to where the Santa Ynez Mountains rise abruptly to nearly 4,000 feet. It would be hard to imagine a more desirable location for a farming life than this belt of richest soil, backed by opaline mountains and fronted by the calmest of seas. Here and there a clump of feathery eucalyptus or a rank of sombre cypress marked the place of a farm, and supplied the one element that nature had omitted from an otherwise perfect landscape. To this succeeded the lemon and orange groves of Carpinteria, an old and small but pretty settlement, or rather two settlements, the old, Spanish and decrepit, and the new, American and thriving. If report speaks the truth, the prosperity of one local landowner was gained by methods which entitle him to the special contempt not only of his defrauded Mexican neighbors, but of all persons whose sympathies go with one Naboth in a well-known incident of Israelitish history. The name of this village offers an example of the manner in which a great number of places in the state come by their titles. This and many other points on the coast were named by members of the expedition, of which Father Palou was the historian, which passed up the coast by land from San Diego to Monterey in the year 1769. At this spot some Indians were found engaged in building a canoe, and from that circumstance the soldiers of the party named the place for the Spanish word for a carpenter's shop. Similarly, from nothing more important than the killing of a gull, a point a few miles to the west was named Gaviota. That the clergy also took their full share in the work of bestowing titles is plain enough from the generous manner in which the saints were remembered. I have heard of a celebrated grapevine hereabouts which proclaims itself the Goliath of its kind. I turned aside to see it, and found the monster in an enclosure behind a little house which stands on the side of a vanished adobe. When I viewed the enormous trunk, nearly 10 feet in girth, I could easily credit its claim as to size and to the statement of its owner that it bore from 6 to 12 tons of fruit yearly. The limbs, one of which I measured and found it 3½ feet around, cover a space 100 feet square, and are supported on a framework of massive timbers. There is a legend that it dates from the year 1809, the birth year of so many great men, but, be that as it may, it shows no sign of decay, and should be good for many a decade, in proof of one tall California story at least. I bought a bottle of juice made from its grapes, and ate my lunch under the ample shade, looking, I was aware, like a sort of modern and commonplace silliness. From the increasing number of automobiles that bequeathed us their superfluous dust and odours, I knew that we were nearing Santa Barbara. We were, in fact, already within the limits of the generous grant of land which belonged of old to the Spanish pueblo. A few miles brought us to Summerland, where a number of black and oily derricks built on wharves were robbing Neptune of a long unsuspected asset. The place, which was originally a spiritualist colony, now resounds with the creak and groan of pumping plants, and at night might, I should think, be the congenial rendezvous for ghosts. On the right now appeared the wooded slopes of Montecito, a lovely expanse of rolling country sacred to millionaires. A green canyon of oaks and sycamores suggested thoughts of camping, but there was something almost sacrilegious in the idea, and I hastened on. Oak-shaded villas gave place to acres of sweet peas, and trim orchards of walnut and orange, and beyond ran the dreamy blue mountains, with the peak of La Cumbre overlooking all. Soon the dust of the road was exchanged for asphalt, and gay parties of Barbareños appeared in automobiles and on horseback in quest of appetites for dinner. By early evening I rode into Santa Barbara, and for a day or two we went into the city quarters. When, in 1835, Dana sailed into Santa Barbara Bay on the Pilgrim, he found, to quote his own words, "the large bay without a vessel in it, the surf roaring and rolling in upon the beach, the White Mission, the Dark Town, and the high, treeless mountains. The 3/4 of a century that has elapsed since that time has been highly eventful to California as a whole, but, as usual, the caprices of fortune have had their effect. Santa Barbara then, notwithstanding the poor impression Dana received of it, was the place of second importance in the Californias, outranked only by Monterey, the capital. San Francisco was a nearly begun settlement, mostly of Yankee Californians, called Yerba Buena, which promises well, and Los Angeles, though then the largest town in California, could hardly have dreamed, with her interior position, of contesting for the southern supremacy with the better placed settlements on the coast. The modern city of Santa Barbara is a place of about 12,000 people, which, wisely following the lines of least resistance, has attained a fame of its own as a particularly delightful place of residence. Its climate, mild, equable, and the reverse of stimulating, is just suited to the enjoyment of its attractions of coast and mountain scenery, and tourists who nowadays, with extensive view, survey mankind from China to Peru, naturally have not overlooked Santa Barbara. 2 giant hotels provide the superlative of comfort for the wealthy traveller, and streets of pretty flowers in flower-crammed gardens are inhabited by fugitives from blizzard-stricken states in East and North. There are not many traces, except in the names of several of the streets, of the older Santa Barbara. Of what remains of it, the Mission stands first in interest. It dates from 1786, and standing on the high ground at the rear of the city, the grey old building, drowsing in the sun with its red-tiled corridors and twin-domed belfries, sheds an air of Spanish languor, of perpetual siesta, over the city. While I sat on a bench beside a fountain in the open space before the Mission, I heard the patter of naked feet beside me, and, turning, saw the arch face of a Mexican boy of 7 or 8 years only a few paces away. He had noticed my camera, and was skirmishing in hope of some interesting photographic incident, but was ready for flight at a moment's notice. When I spoke to him, he came and talked frankly, telling me his name, Jose, and those of his father, and a considerable array of brothers and sisters. The surname was that of one of the soldiers who formed the escort of Padre Lasuen at the time of the founding of the Mission, and as it was an unusual name, I had little doubt that this curly-pated youngster was one link of a chain which, if I could trace it, would lead back to that event, one of some importance in the history of the state. The Mission possesses a great collection of the material of California history. In the library of the building I found the genial and scholarly Father Zephyrin Engelhardt, deep in learned labours over his great History of the Franciscan Missions, now issuing from the press. It is a worthy task, and Protestants as well as Catholics may well regard with respect the work of Father Serra and his helpers on these shores, which, a century and a quarter ago, were more remote and savage than Central Africa is today. On a quiet side street I found another remnant of Santa Barbara's historic past, the old mansion of the De la Guerras, a family so identified with the city that its history might almost be said to be their own. Readers may remember that it is the marriage of one of the daughters of this house, Doña Anita de la Guerra de Noriega y Carrillo, that Dana describes with so much vivacity. The bridegroom was Mr. Alfred Robinson, the agent of the owners of the Pilgrim and the Alert. There is a volume now rare entitled Life in California by an American, written by this Mr. Robinson, which gives much very interesting information as to manners and affairs in California within a decade or two before the grand transition from hides and tallow to gold. I noticed over the main doorway of the house the words in quaint lettering, La paz sea en esta casa. Peace be to this house, followed by the name of the family. There seemed an odd disparity between the sentiment and the martial name, for de la guerra signifies literally of the war. I wondered whether the incongruity could have been unnoticed by the old Don who had the words cut there, or whether or not there might have been some particular occasion for the little joke. I believe it has been found that the western coast of this continent is slowly rising. If that be so, and the movement is to go on, and no wholly unthinking change as to arise in the course of human affairs, why, I wonder, may not this sleepy city be a far future metropolis of the Western Hemisphere, lying at the head of a huge bay, protected by a great arm of land on which the present Channel Islands would be prominent peaks? But no doubt long before that could come to pass, ports, steamships, and all the rest of our modern paraphernalia will be material of very ancient history, and meanwhile Santa Barbara fulfills her comfortable destiny, dozing among palms and roses beside the bluest of seas. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 8. Arboreal Strangers. A Squally Evening. Roadside Camp and Company. An Incongruity. Church as Barn. The Village of Naples. The Refugio Pass. More Pleasant Mexicans. Bernardito the Jolly. Crossing the Santa Ynez Mountains. A wonderful landscape. Wildflowers and the Madroño. Los Lomos de la Purificación. A land of great oaks. Fording the Santa Ynez River. We left Santa Barbara on a Monday afternoon, both man and horse rested well. From here the coast runs almost due westerly for 50 miles to Point Conception, the elbow, or as Dana calls it, the Cape Horn of California, where it begins to blow the 1st of January and blows all the year round. Here again I found it advisable to take the county road, a short distance inland for a few miles, to escape some extensive sloughs that occur in the neighborhood of Goleta Point, and in winter furnish the sportsmen of Santa Barbara with goodly bags of ducks. A few miles out, at the village of La Patera, I was overtaken by a young fellow on horseback who was leading 3 other horses. One of them was a handsome 3-year-old, full of fire and nerves, who danced about in excitement at every automobile that passed, and seemed likely to drag the rider out of his saddle. I offered to take the halter ropes of the other 2 animals, so we rode on together and fell into conversation. Miles of eucalyptus trees have been planted hereabouts, in groves and along the waysides, and I learned from my companion that we were passing through the ranch of Mr. Elwood Cooper, to whom California is indebted as the pioneer both of this useful tree and also largely of the olive. One of the attractions of travel in this state is that so many of its products have a geographical association with some distant land of origin. It is as pleasant, perhaps even more so, to encounter constantly some arboreal Australian or Greek or Persian or Algerine, as it would be to meet the human representatives of those countries. When you see a pomegranate, you are likely to think of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba,
and the green-bursting figs among their broad dark leaves remind me of Matthew Arnold's merry Grecian coasters, or the grave Tyrian trader who unbent sails there, where down cloudy cliffs, through sheets of foam, shy traffickers and the dark Iberians come, and on the beach undid his corded bales. The day had been partly cloudy, with a gusty wind and the possibility of a sprinkle of rain. As we rode down a long avenue of eucalyptus, a squall of wind came from the west, rushing like something solid down the tunnel-like road, and filling the air with dust, twigs, and even sizable branches. Following it came a lively spatter of rain, and as it was nearly evening, the question of a camp became interesting. My companion was bound for a ranch in one of the canyons a few miles ahead. My business was to find the best shelter I could, subject to Chino's necessaries of water and pasturage. A mile or two further we came to Tecolote Canyon, where a good stream crossed the road, and a broken fence gave access to a triangle of grass beneath some sycamores. Here I handed the horses over to my friend, and proceeded to such acts of trespass as were necessary to my comfort. My poncho, stretched between two trees, made a fair windbreak for myself, and Chino was quartered in a sheltered spot among good feed. The rain ceased about sundown, and I ate supper quite comfortably, amused by the remarks of two parties of automobilists, who exclaimed at the phenomenon of a tramp reading a book by candlelight while he ate his, of course stolen, victuals. As a rule, the sight of Chino as a part of my belongings gave me a better standing in the eyes of passers-by when my camp was near the road. But this time he was not in view, and I had to bear all the odium that justly falls to the man who eats and sleeps by roadsides. A campfire here was not practicable, so I turned in early and lay smoking and listening to a symposium of the owls which have given the canon its name. The wind had ceased, and a few drops of rain had fallen again as I was spreading my blankets, so my dispositions were made with a view to a possible wet night. However, the first thing that came to my eyes when I awoke after sleeping some hours was the friendly twinkle of stars between the leaves overhead. I was up at the first sign of dawn, and found that during the night another traveller had arrived and was now sleeping diligently under a tree on the other side of the creek. He, I supposed it was a he, was wrapped in an old red quilt, and an antique straw hat covered his face. A small tin pail lay nearby, and his pillow was the sack which held his remaining effects. I was careful not to wake him by my manoeuvres with the coffee pot, but made an extra allowance of the beverage, and seeing that he was still sleeping when I was ready to march, I quietly crept over and left a pint or two of hot coffee in his pail, with a wang, as Stevenson would say, of bread, a couple of apples, and part of a can of tobacco alongside. As I was turning away, it occurred to me to leave my card beside the little legacy, and to round out the matter I pencilled on the back Whitman's lines: "Camarado, now I see the secret of the making of the best persons. It is to grow in the open air, and eat and sleep with the earth." I reckon my friend had some puzzled moments over his breakfast. It was a delicious morning. The road passed among rolling hills of freshly cut grain, broken by frequent canyons dark with oaks and dotted with notable sycamores. In one deep canon a giant laurel, more than 2 feet in diameter of stem, filled the whole air with the stimulating scent of bay, and everywhere a multitude of aromatic herbs and shrubs diffused sweet or pungent odors. The purple sea lay to the left at a quarter-mile distance, and on the right the long wall of the Santa Ynez Mountains supplied a constant entertainment of light and colour. As we approached the village of Naples, a novelty appeared in the landscape in the shape of a square church tower of Norman style and apparently built of stone. Standing on a hilltop, it was strikingly visible long before the village, which lies in a hollow, came into view. I made up my mind that it would turn out to be of cunningly painted wood, or else of plaster, but on a near approach it proved to be of veritable stone, and point device even to the gargoyles. It had an incongruous look, standing there in a sea of yellow mustard. I was told that it had been built by a former resident of the locality, and that its present use was as a storage place for hay. The village of Naples was a pleasant surprise. From its ambitious name I expected to see some spick-and-span modern resort. I found instead a half-score of old whitewashed buildings, the cottages smothered in flowers, and the hotel so engagingly simple and out of date that I longed to be put up there. A brook runs down to the sea through a verdurous canon of willows and sycamores, and the road up the hill beyond was bordered with giant prickly pears, looped with pink and white convolvulus. The mowers were at work on the hillsides, working round and round the knolls like barbers. I never felt any special calling to a farmer's life, yet now I felt that I could be brought to accept one of these generous, slumberous, oak-shaded estates, with sea and mountains handy for purpose of recreation. We travelled all the morning through this dreamy landscape. Houses were few, and the population appeared to be almost nil. The sea seemed unpopulated too. No sail or streamer of smoke broke the infinite creep of the water, and the surf, half a mile away, made only a vague, wide murmur that filled the air like a thicker kind of sunlight. At long intervals I saw a ranch hand or two at work in the fields, but seldom within hailing distance, and I passed like the lonely sea-bird with one waft of the wing. A few miles to the north, beyond the ridge of mountains whose foothills now rose close upon the water's edge, was the mission of Santa Ynez. I wished to see all of these relics of California's early days that lay near my route, so, finding here a road that crossed the mountains by way of the Refugio Pass, I struck inland. A good stream ran down the canon, and as evening was near, I kept a watch for a camping place. Barbed wire fences held me to the road for a mile or two, but at last I came to a path that led to a lonely schoolhouse. Remembering my rights as a taxpayer, I entered the gate and found, a little distance upstream, a good spot under sycamores with abundant fodder adjacent. I earned my supper from the stream and cooked and ate it heartlessly on the bank in plain view of the relatives of the eaten, while doves cooed melodiously and coyotes raised doleful hymns to the rising moon. Next morning I continued up the canon, which is a winding and very beautiful one, shaded with oaks and sycamores of the finest. After a few miles the road leaves the bottom and begins the long climb to the ridge. Just where the ascent commences I found a mountain farm. On the window of the house was painted the proprietor's name and the word comidas, signifying meals. The place was rustic and inviting, and I tied Chino to the gate-post and entered. A pleasant Mexican woman with a rollicking baby answered my knock. Certainly she could cook me a meal, but, Señor, nothing is there in the house but eggs with bread and coffee. I wanted nothing better, and seated myself at the table for proof. In a few minutes she returned with my eggs, deliciously cooked in oil that came, I learned, from olive trees on the hillside orchard. Presently the husband came in, carrying Bernardito the Jolly, and they all sat down for a chat while I ate. They were both of middle age, but had only been married a year or two, and it was delightful to see his pride in her and their love and enthusiasm for the baby. His admirable qualities, and he was all admirable, were pointed out carefully to me, and I was charged to report them every one to a compatriot of the husband's who lived in the next county. How strong he was, and how big! His hair, so long for only 10 months, his 3 small teeth, with which already he would bite his father's work-hardened finger. Behold, as if he were a little pig, the chica! And so on, pouring out their simple love in all friendliness. Altogether, I do not know when I have more enjoyed a meal than my dish of eggs at that rough plank table with these good people. We now took our way up the steep slope. The mountain side faced the south and had no shade, and the sun was at its hottest. Not so hot, however, as the desert sun of our previous summer, as I reminded Chino when we halted for breath. As we climbed, the view opened finely and became constantly more striking. Even in California it would not be easy to match that superb panorama. A foreground of flowery brush fell away steeply into a purple mystery of mountain and cañon, dreaming in the wistful haze of summer. At 5 miles' distance, the infinite plain of sea shone softly under the southern sun. Far out, the islands of the channel showed like fairy isles, mere shadow shapes of darker tone against the pallid blue of the horizon. Right and left ran the high, wavering crest of the Santa Ynez, with here and there a sentinel pine breaking the ease of the long undulations. On nearing the summit, oaks began to appear, often surrounded with lakelets of tender grass, interesting to Chino. Here I found, growing freely, the lovely globe tulip, Calochortus albus, a white saint of a flower, all ethereal gentleness and tranquillity, the purest-looking blossom I know. I think a pirate would look at it with reverence. With it grew many other flowering plants, nemophilias, geraniums, marguerites, brodias, anemones, collinsias, making little floral sanctuaries among the rough and thorny world of the brush. About the pass the oaks became larger, and among them grew a few beautiful madroños. This great arbutus is one of the most striking of western trees, handsome in leaf, blossom, and fruit, and especially noticeable for its smooth stem of satiny buff or red. The long gleaming arms make a gallant appearance amid the sombre olive of oak and pine, and with its tassels of scarlet berries the tree looks very equal to the part of Captain of the Western Wood for which Bret Harte nominated it. While I rested by a spring, eating wild strawberries and noting where the deer had lately left their imprints, 4 Mexican children came by on their way from school, as they told me. Their temple of learning must be of the smallest, for I have seen no house except one deserted adobe since I left my lunch place 3 hours before. Crossing the divide, we turned down the northern face of them through a splendid woodland of oak, laurel, madroño, and maple. A roaring stream, Ballard Creek, came in a deep cañon below the road. We marched rapidly down the steep descent. The sun was setting, and pools of solemn shadow crept in among the golden hills, the Lomas de la Purificación, that opened before me. How beautiful are these Spanish names! They seem to throw a cloistral quiet and a mythical calm over the wide sunny landscapes. One would think that angels had chosen them. I found an excellent camping place on a little bench of land above the stream. The moon was full, with the light of that warm, almost orange color that one sometimes sees in summer. It was late before I could bring myself to turn in, and then I lay for a long time enjoying a moon bath, and watching the swaying pennons of Spanish moss that hung from the great oak overhead. Chino was tethered in a foot-high growth of clover, and put me to sleep at last with the rhythm of his molars. This part of California is preeminently the land of oaks. My road next day, following the same canon but a few miles farther, passed through a park-like country where every oak seemed to reach the full magnificence of its type. The foliage swelled out in exuberance of glossiest green, and the convex of every leaf was burnished like metal. Between the trees the ground was covered with heavy-headed grasses, and the cattle stood grazing helplessly out over leaves of waving pasture. The canon at length opened into the valley of the Santa Ynez River, which here, 30 miles from its mouth, and after 2 months of rainless summer, was a small stream, 20 yards or so in width, winding from side to side of a sandy waste, in which time of heavy rain fills to a torrent. I spent an hour in searching for the road which my map showed as following the south bank. It had been washed away in the spring floods, and we made 6 fords before finding a place where we could climb the opposite bank. Good luck led me to the very spot I wanted. We scrambled up a 30-foot cliff of crumbling soil, and in a few minutes I dismounted at the door of the Mission. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 9. Mission Santa Ynez. Mission Hospitality. Quaint Relics. An Operatic Departure. The Gaviota Pass. Magnificent Oaks and Sycamores. The Nohoe Waterfall. Sea Fogs. A Travelling Emporium. Las Cruces. An Adventure with Quicksand. Voices of the Sea. Evicted by the Tide. Seabirds and a Rattlesnake. A Sunset Island. At Mission Santa Ynez, to give the name its proper form, I proved to myself one virtue for which the Catholic Church has always been famed, its hospitality to travellers. The Mission is under the charge of Father Alexander Buckler, a whole-souled Teuton from the Lower Rhine. His extensive parish keeps him much on the move, but, luckily for the Mission, the Father is a man of taste, and has chosen for headquarters this lonely old church, where he has fitted up a suite of the dusky, cell-like rooms for his dwelling. I found him among the roses of the tiled corridor, explained my presence, and asked permission to camp for the night in the meadow near by. "Camp?" he echoed. "Why can't you sleep in a bed?" And straightway led me off to a plainly but comfortably fitted room, and detailed Chino to the stable and a well-filled manger. Then he was sure I must be hungry, so, his housekeeper being away, he ransacked the larder to find me a meal. Whether I were Catholic, Protestant, or Mohammedan, Quaker, Shaker, or Supralapsarian was all one to him. I was a traveller, and guest of St. Agnes I must be. I learned that the room assigned to me had once been the headquarters of the Commandante, when, after the secularization of the Mission, one half of the then remaining building had been taken by the civil authorities and put to use of jail, blacksmith shop, or whatever purpose it would serve. I had heard also that in my bed an Indian who was murdered a few years ago near by had breathed his last. But no ghost disturbed my sleep, and I awoke next morning to the strains of the Romance in F, played by the good Father out of compliment, because I had happened to mention a special liking for Schumann. The Father is an enthusiast in music. He played the organ when 4 years of age, and performed in public at 12, and often his piano is heard by the owls of the Santa Ynez at the most abnormal hours. I was able to be some service to the Father in photographic matters, and spent 3 days in his cheerful society. Lying, as this mission does, away from the main lines of travel, it has suffered less than many of its sisters from the Vandals, and is a veritable museum of objects historical, ecclesiastical, and quaint. Here are rusty little cannon, with obsolete muskets, pistols, and swords, branding irons that once marked St. Agnes's flocks and herds, candlesticks in formidable array, portentous locks and complicated keys, parchment scores of church music with the old square notes, antique tomes of baptisms, marriages, and burials, adorned with wonderful rubrics and bound in rawhide, and a host of vessels of ritual and clerical what-not. I was amused at a vast umbrella of yellow silk, with which the padres of bygone days shielded their reverend pates from the sun on their long marches afoot, for the strict Franciscan rule debarred the use of horse or ass. Still more droll was a little Madonna of wood, a foot or so high, with a painfully commonplace expression of face, but a quizzical look in the eye that was highly comic. She was dressed in stiff-figured damask, with a kind of hilarious little cloak that stood out all about her, and a battered straw hat 1 or 2 sizes too large. The good Father was not a whit offended at my mirth over the absurd little figure, and explained that it was the special pride of his Indian flock. When he removed it once from its place in the church, where it had stood for many years, they objected strenuously, and would not rest until it was brought back. After all, perhaps one might better envy than laugh at such admirable simplicity. Of the building itself there remains, as in the case of most missions, only enough to suggest the extent and beauty of the original structure. Santa Ynez suffered an additional disaster when, in the heavy rains of the spring of 1911, the bell tower and several of the buttresses of the church wall suddenly crumbled away and fell in a chaos of adobes and tiling into the little cemetery. The bells themselves, all of dates early in the last century, fortunately were unharmed, even to their huge ornamental caps of sycamore. Through the energy of Father Buckler the damage has already been repaired, and in enduring concrete. At Easter of this year a special service, ushered in with a great ringing of the bells, was held to celebrate the event. My departure from Santa Ynez was in the operatic manner, for I rode away to the imposing strains of the Pilgrim's Chorus, which the Father thought an appropriate valedictory. It was a superb morning, with the highlands of the San Rafael Range to the north glowing like a wall of opal under a sky of ethereal blue. I now turned again toward the coast, taking a road which crosses the mountain by the Gaviota Pass, a few miles west of the one by which I had come. I was more than ever delighted by the beauty of this region, which for mile on mile is a literal park of undulating hill land decorated with kingly oaks, many of which must have been full 20 feet in girth of stem. Along the watercourses grew sycamores commensurate in size, which gave the name of alisal to this grant. A mild wind blew from the north, and before it the waves of shining grass flowed past in rich volume. Doves called and jays chuckled from every tree, and quail ran nimbly before us down the road. Chino, well rested and fortified with hay and grain, was in good fettle, and marched along gaily, noting the green landscape with an approving eye. I had been told of a pretty waterfall in the Nahohe, a tributary of the Santa Ynez, and turned aside to see it. It is in a deep wooded canon, half a mile to the south of the road, a straight, perpendicular, slender drop of about 100 feet, such as in England would be called a gill or a force. With its bordering of dripping maidenhair fern, it makes a charming sight. Nahohe, I have been told, is Indian for honeymoon, and there is a legend of an Indian brave who, honeymooning here with his bride, was carried over the fall and killed. I never find that these stories, that go with waterfalls like premiums with magazines, add much to the beauty of the scene, and, moreover, this particular stream is such a slight affair that one cannot help thinking the brave must have been something of a duffer. However, as waterfall, the sight is pretty enough. We had travelled so easily that it was close upon sunset when we reached the pass. Just beyond the summit, I made camp under some oaks in a hollow where a small stream ran. The forage was unusually good, a thick mat of burr clover almost a foot high. Chino affectionately rubbed his nose about in it in sheer joy, and ripped away with sighs of pleasure. I was not so well provided. The stream was so strong of alkali that the tea curdled in the boiling water. The best place I could find for sleeping slanted unpleasantly, and the south wind brought in such a dense fog from the sea that by morning my oilskin top covering was like a hydrographic model, with watersheds, creeks, main streams, and reservoirs all in detail. However, I made my morning coffee doubly strong to offset the alkali, and ward off what people used to call the humours. It must be by virtue of these dense and frequent fogs that the oaks of this region grow up to such rare perfection. By this means they not only receive the necessary moisture for growth, which the roots would supply, but are enabled often actually to bathe and revel in it. They have not only bread, but wine, are comforted as well as fed, and their plump and cheerful faces reflect their enjoyment. Soon after we took the road, I saw two wagons toiling toward me up the grade. When we met, the drivers pulled up their horses for a chat. They had come from Ventura, where they had a saddlery shop, and were just taking in the country, a particular idiom that always amuses me, and doing a little business as they went to pay expenses. With this in view, they offered to sell me, in turn, a horse, oranges, a horsehair riata, a revolver, neckties, a saddle, a brace of rabbits, and finally some astounding chromographs. Then they inquired my own line, and at once suggested that I should do a little advertising for them in my books. For this they were willing to pay, I suppose in rabbits or neckties. They were puzzled but not offended when I replied that that would be impossible, but supplied me with some printed cards which I was to kindly drop around in hotels and such places. I made a half-hearted promise, bought a few oranges, and so escaped. At the village of Las Cruces, where I arrived around midday, I got an excellent meal at the cottage of an old Spanish woman, where I had been told I might purchase bread. Her heart was enlarged over me when she heard that I had been the guest of the good Father at Santa Ynez, to whom she is a parishioner and friend. I'm always glad when I can get entertainment with these friendly Spanish and Mexican folk, and relish it far beyond the pretentious hotel hospitality of towns. From Las Cruces the road turned directly south, following a picturesque gorge whose precipitous walls carried a wonderful growth of ferns, flowering shrubs, and herbage, mingled with huge creamy candle flames of yucca. A lively stream rushes among rocks and boulders that break it into pleasant music. A pipe line carrying oil from the wells some miles inland to the refinery at Alcatraz, near by on the coast, does its best to spoil the canon at its prettiest point, though I suppose it seems an adornment to the gentlemen who own stock in the concern. A turn of the road brought me rather unexpectedly within sight of the sea, and soon I came again to the shore at Gaviota, not many miles to the west of the spot where I had left it. A group of farm buildings and a dingy house, showing the sign Gaviota Hotel and Store, stood at the mouth of the canon, but I saw no living being except a melancholy hound, and in the distance a mounted man charging about as he rounded up a band of horses. The coast road from this point west for 10 or 12 miles is little more than a track, and that of the roughest kind, quite impossible for wheeled vehicles. There was a fence across the path, and a notice was posted that travellers must take the beach. I rode down to the shore, and when I saw that a little farther on the tide was washing up to the base of the cliffs, I turned back, found a way through the fence, and trespassed on my way. The country hereabouts is monotonous and unattractive. Low, undulating hills run for mile on mile, treeless and scanty even of brush, and the canons are dry and shadeless. We marched some miles before finding water, and I resolved to camp at the first creek I could see. At last I came to one which afforded good pasturage also, and dismounting I led Chino down toward the beach, where I noticed a little bench of green grass at the mouth of the canon and on the very edge of the shore sand. Here the expedition narrowly escaped disaster. The inwash of the tide, meeting the water of the creek, had formed an area, a sort of pit, of quicksand. This we had to cross in order to reach the beach, and in a moment, without warning, I was up to my middle, and Chino, following close behind, plunged in beside and was almost upon me. On the instant I threw myself backwards and tried to work myself out, but the sand clogged me as if it were liquid lead, and I could not reach back with my hands to where the solid ground would give me support. Chino, meanwhile, was struggling desperately but helplessly, the heavy saddlebags and other articles of his load weighing him down so that he was almost half covered. By great good fortune the canon wall was near by, not over 8 feet away. It was of weathered rock, soft and shaly, and I thought that if I could anyhow work over to it, I could get a grip enough onto it to support myself. It seemed an impossible thing to do, with that fatal sand clasping and weighing me down, but I attempted it. I remember that as I struggled, a horror of the commonplace sunlit evening flashed over me, and that with it the thought that no one would ever know what had happened to me, for there would be no trace, no clue. That horrible sand would close over me, the sun would shine on the spot, the roar of the waves would go on unbroken. I should simply cease to be. I think I wondered whether there would not be any way of telling my friends, but I am not sure whether that thought came then or in thinking over it afterwards. All this can only have taken a very short time, during which I was struggling to reach the rocky wall. At last my fingers scraped the rock, and gradually I was able to draw myself backwards to firm ground. Then I ran around by the solid beach sand, crossing the creek, and came back to Chino. He had stopped struggling, but lay over on his side, and had sunk so that one of the saddlebags was quite out of sight. Blood, too, was spattered all about him. Coming as close as was safe behind him, I gradually loosened as much of his load as I could reach. Then I caught his rope and tried to get him to exert himself. For some time he made no move, and I thought he must have broken his off-side foreleg on a half-buried snag of dead wood that projected above the sand. Again and again I tried to get him to move, but he still lay on his side, drawing great gasping breaths, and I about decided I should have to shoot him where he lay. But I made a last effort, shouting and hauling at him with all my strength, until I literally forced him to bestir himself. Then, putting my last ounce into it, I pulled and shouted, refusing to allow him to relax his effort for a moment, and gradually working his head round somewhat toward where I stood. With a final wild spasm, he scrambled up on the hard, dry sand, and stood snorting and trembling pitifully, besplattered with blood and utterly exhausted. I was vastly relieved to find that the blood was coming from his mouth and nostrils. He had broken some small blood vessel in his first struggles. I took off the saddle and led him carefully over to a grassy spot, where I washed out his mouth and then gave him a thorough rubbing down, and within half an hour I had the satisfaction of seeing my staunch companion of so many days and nights feeding with equanimity and even enthusiasm. The incident was sufficiently dangerous to give me a lesson in caution, as well as cause for hearty thankfulness. There was not the slightest hint of treachery in the appearance of the sand, but thereafter I went warily in all doubtful places. I ransacked my rescued saddlebags and made a rare supper to celebrate the adventure. As the bags were strongly made and waterproofed, the contents had not been much damaged. Then I ran up my sleeping tent in view of the fog, which I could see advancing from the sea. I chose a place on a little shelf of dry land, sheltered by the angle of the cañon wall, and apparently above high water mark by a safe though narrow margin. Then in the dusk I gathered a pile of driftwood and made a royal fire, by which I sat until long after dark, listening with more than usual enjoyment to the tinkle of Chino's bell and the manifold voices of the sea. There seemed that night to be an unusual variety in the sound of the surf. Intervals of dramatic silence were broken suddenly by roars, as if huge bodies of water were being dropped from some great height. Then would come a long sibilant swish, which, after subsiding to rippling murmurs, ended startlingly with a thump fortissimo. Occasionally, in the midst of a long whisper, there would come a smart clap, followed by little quarrellings and shudderings and sighs, almost of human quality of tone. The ordinary sound of the breakers, the steady pound, boom, and clatter, pound, boom, and clatter, seemed not to be in evidence. The entertainment was so interesting that it drew me down to the water's edge. When I passed beyond the light of the fire, I found a new fascination in the pale sea flame that hovered and raced up and down my quarter-mile of beach as the rollers broke in ghostly phosphorescence. Then a steamer, 3 or 4 miles out, passed on her way up the coast, her light shining genially across the black void of water. I fancied that some lover and lass, leaning together over the bulwarks, might be watching my twinkling beacon, and I went back and threw on another log to brighten the blaze, in the hope that the beam might stimulate my swain to some urgency or some pretty fancy that should bring a happy climax to his wooing. When at last I felt in mood to turn in, I noticed that the tide had made a long advance toward my tent, but I felt sure that it was close upon its turn, and that I could hold my ground. Still, as there seemed just a possibility of trouble, I did not undress to my usual camping limit, but got into my blankets partly dressed, and soon fell asleep. I had slept about half an hour when I awoke with an uneasy feeling that the water was coming too near. Looking out, I saw that the stronger waves were sending their fans of foam quietly up to within a few feet of me, leaving a very slight rise of beach before they would wash against and undermine my little shelf of sand. There seemed to be still a sporting chance that I should be safe, and I lay down again. But the thought of awakening next time to find myself swamped and the tent collapsing over me was so annoying that I could not sleep, and resolved to move. To go farther back was impossible, for the stream ran only a few yards behind me, so I gathered an armful of my traps and made a bolt into the darkness across the creek, which was already flooding with sea water, and found a level place among the grass near my horse. I had to make 2 more flights to and fro to bring the rest of my belongings, and then, too disgusted to set up the tent again, I made a windbreak of the saddlebags, rolled myself up in the blankets, and finally got to sleep. My last glance at the red embers of the fire showed an ambitious wave in the act of washing it out of existence. In spite of mishaps, the place was so attractive in its close proximity to the sea and its complete retirement that I decided to remain for another day. The swallows that haunted the cliffs made the pleasantest of company, flying happily about me and pursuing the sandflies almost into the coffee. The weather, too, supplied one desirable thing, namely shade, which the camp otherwise lacked; for the fog of the night, lifting but not passing off all day, afforded a delightful temperature with restful tones of colour. And it is so that I best love the sea. Its grandeur, its significance, its solemnity are far more felt than 'neath the all-revealing sun, and the water itself, deeply, darkly clear, seems more aqueous and elemental. There was an unusual number of sea-birds hereabouts, and in a walk down to the beach I came upon the rocky point which was their home. Hundreds of them sat ranked in demure hierarchy, the shags, who were the most numerous, taking the lowest place, then the white-backed gulls, and, presiding over all with an air of burlesque dignity, a dozen or so pelicans. At my approach the whole company took flight, and in a moment the winged air was darked with plumes. The clatter of wings was bewildering as they circled once or twice, and then streamed off to settle on the bed of kelp, which here forms a floating reef unbroken for mile on mile. The flight of the pelican is a wonderful exhibition of ease in motion. I was never tired of watching them gliding in file, smooth, swift, and silent, with no movement of wing for great distances. If men ever attain to such perfection in aeronautics, though that is impossible, I mean to sell my belongings to my boots if necessary, and purchase the magic machine. Returning from my walk, I almost stepped upon a rattlesnake that lay coiled among the driftwood which I had been drawing upon for my fire. He was not a large one, and the calendar in his tail marked only 4 changes of skin, but I judged that he must die. Mr. Muir, I remember, deprecates killing these creatures, and says that, having once put one to death, he felt himself degraded by the killing business, farther from heaven. On the other hand, I recalled that when, on the Isle of Melita, a viper bit the shipwrecked apostle in the hand, he unceremoniously shook off the beast into the fire. My little reptile was a potential evildoer also, and on the whole I saw no reason for trying to better such a notable example as that of St. Paul. At evening the cloud curtain to the south lifted a little from the horizon, and one of the jewels of the Channel group shone out like a great jewel in the light of the setting sun. It was very beautiful and rather solemn, the slow lifting of the veil, the magic of the revelation, the silent passage through tone on tone of ethereal colour until, when the sun had sunk, the distant isle stood marked in soft, dense purple on a glowing belt of yellow, the only object between grey of cloud and grey of sea. Then came the gradual lowering of the veil all over again. There was something unearthly in the quiet colour action, as if an angel had managed the heavenly display. Indeed, perhaps one had. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 10. A Bad Road. A Marblehead Skipper. Bygone Whaling. Portuguese Fisherman. Point Conception. Night at the Lighthouse. A Natural Division Point. The Halama. Fine old olives. Camp on the Espada. Tramp company again. A Point Conception wind. An inexplicable family. The town of Lompoc. Chinese Freemasons. Don Camillo, a Spanish Californian. The Mission of La Purísima Concepción. This stretch of coast is reputed to be the windiest part of all the California seaboard. There chanced to be only moderate breezes at this time, however, with a good deal of fog, and the morning on which we left the cañon was calm, with a sleepy sea that gleamed to white where it caught the rays of a hazy sun. The road, which can never have been exactly a boulevard, had been almost obliterated by the spring rains, and scraps of broken harness, shed plentifully along the way, seemed to illustrate the adventures of the last wagon that had passed over it. It was a relief when, after a few miles, we fought our way through a jungle of 10-foot mustard down to the beach, where we could travel on the hard sand. There seemed a little risk here and there of being cut off by the tide before we could round the many headlands, and at every crossing of a creek I could see the adventure of the quicksand come vividly to Chino's mind. The loneliness of the region was marked by the presence of a bald eagle that sat in haughty solitude at the cliff edge, and gazed on us with unquailing eye as we passed below. This great bird is becoming rare in California, but still breeds in the lonely islands off the coast. At El Bulito Cañon I caught a glimpse of the handsome large house of a local cattle baron. Gleaming white among the noble oaks, it had much the air of a French chateau, until I reflected that it was probably built of 1-inch plank, or perhaps cardboard. Cañon followed cañon, breaking the rounded hills of yellowing grass that rose in long succession to the west. Coming to the Cañada del Cojo, I found a little cluster of buildings where a trio of Portuguese fishermen had established themselves. A great boiling of nets was going forward in an immense cauldron set against the cliff, and in a shed one of the men was employed in making traps for crawfish, destined, I suspect, to appear as lobsters on the dining tables of San Francisco and Los Angeles. As pasturage was scanty hereabouts, I had a mind to camp if I could buy forage for my horse, The Portuguese had none, for they kept no horse, but I learned that an old American fisherman lived close by, on the cliff, and that there I might find what I wanted. I found the old man at home, and he willingly offered the best he had: for Chino, the use of a decaying stable, and for myself, to spread my blankets in an old barn, among rats, bats, nets, sails, and rudders. His own quarters were hardly better, and housed a quaint museum of smells, the accumulated odours of half a century of fish. I shared his supper of eggs, potatoes, which was his fancy to call oranges, biscuit, and coffee, while he, at my request, told me a little of his history. He was an old Marblehead skipper who had found his way to this solitary spot as far back as the year 1866, and had lived here alone since that time. His Portuguese neighbours had come only a year or two ago. He was now 76, but still followed his calling, and had no idea of forsaking it yet awhile. Why should he? He said. When he went into Santa Barbara, he saw men of his own age hanging off and on without wind enough in their sails to blow out a candle. And look at him, as sound as a forecastle bulkhead. Dangerous to handle the boat alone? Well, maybe, but he never thought of that. Storms? Why, yes, now and then. Once he was capsized, and was pretty badly used up when a lumber schooner picked him up just before nightfall. But that was years ago, and he thought the weather late years wasn't near as hard as it used to be in the Channel. Maybe I didn't know that there used to be a sight of whaling went on right here at the old Coho landing. Not so long ago as I'd think, neither. The whalers' camp was right below there, and they would tow the whales, California greys they were mostly, to shore and cut them up and try out the blubber on the beach. You see, there wasn't so many places along this piece of coast where you could beach a boat anyway, so the Coho was quite a place in them days. And had I ever heard of the school the priests used to have a few miles up the country? It was for teaching the boys to be priests, and now and then some of them boys would break away and run off down here, and he would row them out to some ship that came in near, like they generally do coming round Conception. The old fellow chuckled delightedly over this reminiscence, as a smuggler would over the shooting of a rich cargo of contraband. When I appeared by appointment for breakfast at 4:15, I found that he had already taken his own, and was ready to go out for the morning catch. I hinted that I should like to accompany him, but he ignored the suggestion, evidently feeling that landlubbers were best ashore. He left me to close up the house when I was ready to move, cautioning me to see that the chickens were shut up in their coop, or the coyotes would surely get them. So he took the fat grey horse, and I watched them drag the boat down to the water, and saw him shove off, leaving the horse tied on the beach, ready to haul up the boat on his return. Plucky old Yankee skipper! Some day the old grey horse may wait over long, and master and boat may come home at last in evil plight, thrown up, mere drift, by the indifferent sea. But meanwhile we never think of that. I stopped to chat with the Portuguese as I passed on, and I felt an interest in meeting these countrymen of Da Gama and Magellan. Dark, active, crisp-looking fellows, they were very different from the American or English fisherman type, but they fitted well into the picture that came to my mind of carracks, caravels, arquebusiers, and marineros, and past the headland, northward slowly drifting, the freighted galleon. This was the type of men who went flitting about uncharted and all but fabulous seas under the flag of the navigator prince. Midday found me still lounging there, and I was invited to eat dinner with them. The wife of one, a smiling, handsome woman, speaking excellent English, had prepared a delicious meal, my offer of payment for which was generously scouted. The husband and one of the other men, as I learned casually at the table, had been capsized the week before, while the wife had helplessly watched them through the glass for 12 hours as they clung to the bottom of their boat. 2 miles further on I passed Government Point, where lay the bones of a small steamer, the Shasta, wrecked here a few years ago, and then, striking across a wide sandy plateau, another mile brought us to Point Conception and the neat white buildings of the lighthouse station. I had brought a note of introduction to the keeper, and found myself a bone of hospitable contention between him and his next in command. The lighthouse is an important one, with a light of the first order Fresnel system, visible for 40 miles, and a foghorn whose range I do not remember, but which I could estimate as about 10,000 newsboy power. The building stands on a bold angle of this great seaward promontory, and carries its lantern 250 feet above the water. The night I passed there was densely foggy, and while sharing the watch of the second officer I found it fascinating to pace for the midnight hour about the rocky platform, dank and slippery with the mist, listening to the maelstrom of swirling, roaring water and the grim hail of the siren, bellowing to unseen ships its warning against the treachery of the fog. Rocks! And again and over, rocks! A terrible sound to strike the ear of seaman or sea traveller too near. Too late for warning, it turns to a cry for help. Often, alas, too late for that as well. A sight that I shall long remember was that of the 16 great moving bars of light marked on the fog-like spokes of a gigantic wheel. As the huge lens revolved on its bearings, the white beams travelled slowly, smoothly round, searching the fog inch by inch, as if to discover what it might be hiding. Doomed ship, or shipwrecked men in boat or raft, drowning sailor clutching at a spar, or pallid bodies of the dead. As the rays passed in turn over the face of rock behind the tower, the shrubs and flowers started out of the gloom as if they too were dead and suffered an unwilling resurrection. It was a relief after a while to climb again to the tower and join my friend in the commonplace comforts of coffee and cigars, until 4 o'clock, and daybreak ended his watch and sent us to bed. My last waking sensation was the shriek of the foghorn, still on duty. Rocks! Point Conception forms the western abutment of the Santa Ynez Mountains, the elbow, as it were, to the humerus. Here ends the long westerly trend of the shore, which from this point bends sharply northward. I looked with interest to see what lay next before me. What I saw was a bluff, rocky coast, shut off at a few miles' distance by the promontory of Point Aguelo, and looming above a wilderness of broken mountains one impressive peak, El Tranquillon. Someone had a happy inspiration in that name. The railway here follows the shore closely, with the road, now a somewhat better one, accompanying it. In my mental survey of the coast of the State, I had always found it fall naturally into 3 divisions: a southern from the Mexican boundary to this salient angle, a central from here to San Francisco, and a northern thence to the Oregon line. Dana also, whose observation extended from San Diego to San Francisco, viewing the coast in the large way of a sailor, remarks that Point Conception may be made the dividing line between two different faces of the country. As you go to the northward of the point, the country becomes more wooded, has a richer appearance, and is better supplied with water. So, in leaving Point Conception, I felt the stimulus of new expectations, and the prospect of trees in greater number and variety made a special attraction. The first few miles of our new road, however, proved barren of event and even of water. All the morning we travelled a dusty road, far enough from the cliff edge to be shut off from the view of the sea, and bordered on the other hand by tedious hills, robed in summer monotony of brown. About noon we crossed the railway and came down to the beach near the mouth of Halama Creek. There was a spring of warm sulphur water here, whose virtues for bathing I should have liked to test, but trains, whose schedule I did not know, passed unduly near, and it was necessary to refrain. I had been told I ought to see the old Halama ranch, which lay a few miles inland. It is now deserted, and is said to have been an appanage of the neighbouring Mission de la Purísima Concepción in the days of its prosperity. Indeed, I heard it spoken of by the Mexicans as the Mission of San Francisquito. A romantic trail led to it by way of a valley of great shaggy oaks. I passed an old orchard where vines still grew rampant of leaf, though fruitless, and a little farther on the remains of a cellar-like wine vat of masonry, overflowing now with phenomenal nettles, and lively with bright-eyed lizards. The old ranch itself occupies a shady, dell-like spot at the junction of two creeks that made music all through the vale. I walked under avenues of ancient olives which met overhead, and whitened the grass with myriads of starry blossoms, a habit of this tree by which one of Job's obnoxious friends illustrated the fate of the wicked, who shall cast off his flower as the olive. Two huge poplar-like pear trees were heavy with fruit, and there were the remains of an efficient hedge of the tuna cactus. Altogether, it is a beautiful and interesting place, and if one wishes to make me a present of the San Julian ranch on which it lies, I shall have no difficulty in deciding where to build my country seat. I returned to the coast by sundown and pitched camp on the bluff beyond the creek. Near by was a black and eyeless ruin of adobe, the old ranch house of the Espada. After getting my supper, I walked over to inspect it. As I passed the doorless entrance of one of the rooms, I caught a whiff of tobacco, and a voice from the gloom hailed me with, "Come in, partner, lots of room." I hope I am as good a democrat as the average man, but I confess I was a little nettled at the cordiality of this greeting, evidently from a brother tramp. However, I put a good face on it and entered. I could see nothing but the red tip of a cigarette and the twin highlight of a brilliant nose, but the voice in which I was invited to sit down on a box, which I should find by the door, had a guileless tone and even a hint of timidity, and my foolish resentment faded away. So we sat and exchanged judicious explanations, or rather, I sat and he lay, for he announced that he had gone to bed. No elaborate ceremony, I suspect. I could tell that he was a man of fair education, even before he confided to me that he was the son of a well-to-do Ohio farmer, and had thrown up good prospects when the wanderlust caught him 20 years before. I could but admire the philosophy of his conclusion. He thought sometimes that he might have made a mistake. There is much virtue in might. After all, to the actual bad there is always a possible worse, and still beyond that there lies a whole unknown region of superlative. I invited my neighbour to breakfast with me, and looked forward with some curiosity to the meeting by daylight. He proved to be a tall, middle-aged, pathetic man, weak of mouth and eye, buttoned and safety-pinned into a long overcoat. He was loud in enthusiasm, genuine enough, poor fellow, I have no doubt, over my camping appliances. The little sleeping tent was a marvel, only possible because extant. Almost more incredible were my white enamel cups and plates. He became incoherent over the coffee, and could only express his admiration for all in such impressive generalizations as, "Well, I call this living," or "Don't that knock you now?" When we parted, Chico's load was lighter by my duplicate set of enamelware and half my supply of coffee. As I passed the neat house of a small ranch near the road, I halted to make inquiry as to the road. The rancher, a young Spaniard, proved so affable that our conversation extended until noon, when I was invited to join the family for a meal. Both Senor O and his wife were of families that figure largely in the ante-American history of California, and here again I experienced the open-hearted courtesy of this kindly race. A few miles inland from here was the town of Lompoc, near which were the remains of another of the missions, La Purísima Concepción. After a mile or two I struck a road running northward, which made a fairly direct route to the place. A cold wind had sprung up, from which I hoped to find shelter by taking to the canon up which the road lay. But I was sadly mistaken, for the power and coldness of the wind increased as the road climbed, until both myself and Chino were in misery. This, then, was a taste of Dana's infamous Point Conception wind. Harder and harder it blew, and by some local ingenuity it managed to come from all quarters in quick succession, or sometimes even from all at once. The sun shone clearly enough, but made not the least impression on the temperature. The grass and herbage looked pinched and starving, and the very rocks seemed to cower. Ordinarily the scene would have been interesting, though not specially pleasing, the weird yellow land treeless, silent, and uninhabited for league on league, the stark, hard sky, the glimpse of indigo sea behind, and the pale lilac road winding interminably away till it became a mere scratch of grey on the great hill shoulders that lifted to the distant skyline. It was picturesque or posteresque in an odd, clever way, but under that confounded wind it looked abject, bald, and almost hideous. At last, to my vast relief, the divide was crossed, and we dropped into peace and comfort. The contrast within 20 yards was amazing. A soft sun lighted a landscape varied with trees, fields of grain, and cattle-spotted pastures. Beside the road stood a little farmhouse in a bright garden of flowers. A stream ran in a pretty canon that opened eastward, and here we stopped to regain our tranquillity and eat our lunch. Then I went up to the farmhouse to assure myself of my road. A solemn man and boy, in Quakerish wide-brimmed hats, and who were apparently in the act of leaving the house to return to work, answered my knock. An incomprehensible scene over which I had pondered more than once met my gaze as the door was opened. By the table, where evidently a meal had just been despatched, stood two heavy-looking middle-aged women, each with a wreath of flowers on her head. Their eyes were bent upon the floor, and for all sign to the contrary they might have been graven images. Not a move was made during the 2 or 3 minutes that I remained there. They stood facing me, side by side, solid, stolid, and silent. It occurred to me that they had all been going to dance, or had just done so. But in view of the bearing and physiognomy of all four, the idea was ludicrous to the last degree. Is there, I wonder, some quaint and serious sect whose daily ritual includes a minuet au fleur after dinner? I had not gone far before I heard the man and boy coming up behind. They walked side by side with long marching steps, and each carried a shovel. Without a word or a look, they stalked by, like ships that pass in the night. I watched them until they turned in at a gate that led to a hillside field of grain. There they passed beyond my ken, but for a long time they haunted my campfires like some hopeless conundrum. The country I now found myself in was of an unusual character. The canon ran between high hills, broken with cliffs, and darkly variegated with solid clumps of trees. Farmhouses were perched precariously on these steep slopes, and a fringe of timber wavered along the skyline. At the bottom ran the creek, growing apace, and the road which followed it was quite charming, often overlaced with oaks, and bordered with high banks on which honeysuckle, wild roses, wallflowers, and many other wildling favourites grew among jungles of grass and thickets of prosperous weeds. The occasional roadside houses stood among cherry and apple trees, and altogether the region looked interesting, homelike, and cheerful. By evening I found myself on the outskirts of Lompoc. This is a town of quite respectable size, but of sedate and village-like aspect. The locality is famous for its farming, and a branch of the railway comes down from the coast. The principal crop is mustard, fields of which lie all about the town, while blooming blossomed stragglers invade the vacant lots and corners. On a side street I passed a red and green balconied house on which appeared the sign Yi Hing, Chinese Freemasons' Headquarters. This had a queer look. I tried to conjecture what mongrel rites might be celebrated within. It was not easy, but so far as secrecy is concerned, at least, one can understand that these impenetrable people are well fitted to be adepts. There is a considerable Spanish and Mexican population in this old town. I had brought a letter of introduction to Don Camillo R., the head of one of the old Spanish California families, and formerly the owner of a great grant of land farther north. I found him living in a cottage of 4 or 5 little rooms, and my interview with him and his wife was most pleasant. The tall old Don, in his black silk skull-cap, was like a Van Dyck picture, and his manner was a fine fusion of dignity, simplicity, and cordiality. It was delightful to watch him romping with his sturdy baby grandson, and hear him pronounce over and over again, with innocent pride in his English, the name of his son, Billy, whom I was charged to call upon on my way up country. The vivacious Dona bustled about to get me afternoon tea, as every day in England they have it. Is it not true? No hospitality could be more gracious, and, I will add, more touching. It was not only kindness, but honour, that they would heap upon me. Whenever I hear, as I often do, disparaging words spoken of the Spanish race, I have only to recall that simple meal and those delightful people to range myself without hesitation on their side. As I came into Lompoc, I passed the ruins of the original mission of La Purísima Concepción. distinguished now as the Mission Vieja, or Old Mission, to mark it from its successor. It is little more than a heap of adobes, but a great crack still shows the means of its demolition by earthquake. The second mission was built some 3 miles to the northwest of the town, where the next day I found it sleeping in gentler decay among sober brown hills and acres of mustard and beans. It, too, has long been disused, and, as with Santa Ynez, the heavy rains of the last spring had wrought havoc with the unprotected walls of adobe. A long row of filleted pillars and 1 or 2 door and window openings alone give coherence to the ruin. Wild mustard waved in profusion around and within the precincts. I pitched camp on a clear spot among the tangle of weeds, and passed a quiet Sunday in wandering about the old place, and in the company of quail, doves, and squirrels, and echoes and fancies of the past. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 11. Pine Canyon, the Burton Mesa, Camp on the San Antonio, the Sierra Santa Lucia in view, Casmalia and the Todos Santos, a fine seascape, Point Sal, friendly entertainers, a Spanish Petruchio, fog and rough trail, Guadalupe, humors of fence advertising, the valley and town of Santa Maria, Southern California left behind, hunting a location, the Nipomo Valley, the Dana family, Arroyo Grande Valley, San Luis Obispo Bay, an Indian burying place, a Portuguese legend, the Avias of Avia, more Spanish Californian hospitality, Shakespeare, and the drama of California. From the mouth of the Santa Ynez River, which is a few miles northwest of Lompoc, the coast for 15 miles or so is low, sandy, waterless, and for the greater part of the distance, roadless. When I add to these unsavory items the probability of that dismal wind still blowing on the coast, I searched the map for some better way and decided to take a road that ran north by way of Pine Canyon, parallel with the coast but a few miles inland. We crossed the river by a wide ford. Chino was excited this morning, walking fast and nervously, evidently for some reason in a hurry to get away from La Purísima. I had tethered him at night in a rather ghostly-looking angle of the mission wall, for shelter from the wind, and his present behaviour made me wonder whether my good horse might not have a streak of superstition in his make-up. I found Pine Canyon as attractive as its name. The road was enclosed by steep hills, wooded with oaks and small pines, and water and pasturage were plentiful. The pine is ever my best-loved tree, and these were the first of the family I had come among directly since I started. I was tempted to make a camp, but it was only midday when we came to the head of the canyon, and found ourselves at the edge of a wide, flat expanse known as the Burton Mesa, which stretches west and north unbroken for miles. Across this we took our tedious way through leagues of oats, uninterrupted by house or fence, and but little enlivened by a few haggard, wind-blown oaks. Only once I saw a wagon passing hull down on the distant horizon of oats, as if it had been a ship at sea. To the north rose a low range of whitish, shaly hills, and I thought I descried a derrick or two at its foot.
It was a depressing landscape. No birds seemed to inhabit it, and the only sound over all the wide space was the long whisper of the oats. The sparse flowers looked lonely and frightened. Even the poppies seemed to have lost their broad yellow smile. I was glad when an abrupt descent took us down to the San Antonio Creek. A large ranch house stood on a knoll beside it, but all up and down the long valley no human being was in sight. We crossed the creek, and among a clump of Lear-like moss-draped oaks, on a side hill, I made camp. The cottonwoods that grew along the creek bottom made quarters for a large colony of crows. I like these loud, cheerful blackguards that carry off their iniquities with such bravado. The sound when they came swinging home at bedtime was like the crowd cheering the orator of the day, and when they began to shout and scuffle over the desirable perches, Chino looked round at me from his gazing in amazement at such behaviour. A rattling chorus came already from the frogs in the creek, and before supper was over the owls opened in unusual variety of song. Nor, unhappily, was the impish note of the mosquito absent from the concert. I turned in early and smoked my after-dinner pipe in bed, chatting with Chino, and watching the stars winking through the leafy canopy. The rumble of surf came to me from 4 miles away with a peculiar deep tone that was due, perhaps, to its being conveyed partly through the earth. Then I felt some small animal, probably mole or gopher, shovelling at me from below. With moonrise there arose also an indescribable hubbub of coyotes. They went like mourners at a wake. To these dulcet tones I fell asleep, and knew no more till Chino called me at first daylight, whinnying to be let loose to graze. Our way next morning was up a long cañon with a frightfully bad road. There was compensation in the beauty of the oaks which shaded the way with an almost solid firmament of foliage. At the head of the cañon I looked out at a long-desired sight, the distant highlands of the Sierra Santa Lucia, lying low and blue in the north. For years I had been waiting my chance to get at that little travelled range, and it had formed, in part, a main inducement in planning the summer's trip. Now that at last I was coming within striking distance, I gazed at it with special interest, trying to forecast from the dim and tumbled outlines some features of contour, timber, or stream. A long grade took us down to the valley of the Todos Santos, through which comes the railroad on its way to the coast a few miles to the southward. At the foot I found the village of Casmalia. Half of its score or so of houses were closed, and hotel and store were vacant and dismantled. I was glad that I had stayed the last night on the San Antonio instead of pushing on to this cheerless place. I sat for a few moments on the porch of the hotel while I condoled with an old Casmalian. "Why, yes," he mourned, "the barley and beans look good, but the Tody Santy ain't what she used to been. Them oil strikes in the Santa Maria jest plumb cleaned this whole country out of ranch hands. You'd 'a thought 'twas whiskey they struck 'stead of oil." This pregnant remark gained point when, passing the saloon a few minutes later, I noted the speaker's figure in an expressive posture at the bar. A belt of broken country here extends to the ocean, ending in a fine headland at Point Sal. It looked so interesting that I turned westward to see what the coast might be like. Following an almost deserted road for a few miles, through rolling cattle range, I came upon a striking landscape. A strong wind blew from the west, and before it the fog rolled in, grey, chill, and gloomy.
Southward stretched a shore of sandy barrens, on which huge breakers thundered with a power that betokened that a considerable storm had blown at sea. Beyond a mile all outline was lost in the smother of flying sand and spray. Now and again a pale gleam of sun flooded the scene with strange dull tones of colour. The heavy water showed yellow through the pallid wash of foam, and the wastes of sand took on a sickly tinge of ochre. To the northwest the point showed dark and misty between the upper and nether firmaments of the fog. At 5 miles' distance I could see the flash of the waves as they burst and rushed wildly up the face of the cliffs. All combined to interpret the intrinsic sadness, the ageless passion of the sea. It was hard to turn away from this superb sight, but evening was coming on, and the nightly problems of water and forage waited to be solved. A mile further on I met 2 horsemen, one evidently American, the other Mexican, who reined up and seemed to wait an explanation. When I inquired the prospects of making camp, the reply was discouraging. I was told the road had been abandoned. I could not cross the mountains by it, and must turn back. I answered that with a saddle horse I thought I could get through, and anyway I meant to try. To this the American replied that the road was fenced across and the gates nailed up. He was foreman vaquero on this range, and no one but his own family lived farther on. I saw that for some reason I was regarded with suspicion, and it seemed best to make plain the innocent nature of my intentions. The explanation brought a welcome change of attitude. The hospitable American instinct came into play, and I was told that I might go on to the ranch house, where I was welcome to stay the night. An hour's travel took us to the house. I saw no one about the place, and my knock was not at once answered. The first thing that came into view as the door was opened was a rifle, evidently held by the person who opened it. This proved to be the foreman's wife, and to her I related my meeting with her husband. I suppose my appearance backed up my story, for the rifle was laid aside, and I was invited to put up my horse and make myself at home until supper time. By then the husband had returned, and the meal was enjoyable, with racy table talk as well as good fare. They were Oklahomans, not long in California, and full of entertaining comments and comparisons. I was struck by the feeling for natural beauty which came out in the conversation of this foreman of cowboys. He spoke in vivid words of the grandeur and mystery of the sea, and had a ready eye for anything fine in light and shade, or in cañon and mountain contour. From the daughter of a former owner of the Point Sal Ranch, whom I met a day or 2 later in Santa Maria, I gained some interesting particulars regarding the place. I had noticed near the ranch house an odd-shaped little building, looking like a lost summer house. I found it had been the deck cabin of a ship that was wrecked on the point. The captain and his little daughter and some of the crew were buried on the hill above the house. No bad resting place for storm-beaten seamen, but bleak and pitiful for that little daughter. The remains of a cable landing on the cliff above and quiet waters inside the point were a reminder of the ante-railway days when Point Sal Landing was a place of more importance than now. From here a road went east by way of the Cuyama Valley and through the San Rafael Mountains to Fort Tejon, a name of epic sound to Californians of half a century ago, and over it an incredible amount of traffic came and went to and from this little shipping place. That was the age of mules in the West, and on these primitive mountain roads teaming rose to the level of a science. In later days the working of gypsum mines in the mountains near by furnished employment for many men,
and there had been some excitement over the discovery of gold in the sands of the beach, and rumours of a rich mine hidden in some cave known to the Indians, and only to be reached by boats at low tide and at risk of life. From time to time treasure seekers were trapped on the shore by the water, so the good old gentleman, my informant's father, kept a stake with rope attached on the cliff edge, by which more than one rash gold hunter had climbed back to safety. I learned further that in the vicissitudes of things Californian, the ranch had once changed owners for the consideration of a yoke of oxen and a bottle of wine, and there was a full-flavoured story of some old Spanish Petruchio of the region who had tied his scolding wife to a tree, cut off her hair, and braided it into a pair of bridle reins. This doughty Don seems to have had a passion for the bizarre. He is said to have possessed a string of dried ears collected from the enemies he had slain, which quaint souvenir his daughter was wont to wear as a necklace at balls and fandangos. With such legends or histories are many of these lonely holes and corners of California illustrated. I slept well in the old barn which I shared with Chino and some families of swallows that had built in the gable. Next morning my host put me on the obliterated road that climbed the mountain, and I bade the kindly people good-bye. The scene again was fascinating. The wind had fallen somewhat, but still came from the sea, and freighted me with the gloomy masses of fog. Again and again the cold white mist enclosed us, or streamed more darkly overhead, to break away with bewildering suddenness, and reveal the long dark headland hooded with cloud, its foot whitened every moment by the tearing claws of the sea. It was like a page of Ossian, and the short mountain grass trembling in the wind, with the purple thistles ranked beside the path, was suited to the scene. Now and then came the hoarse barking of seals on the rocks, 1,000 feet below that deep seal roar that beats offshore above the loudest gale. It was altogether the finest, because the wildest, piece of weather, scenery, and sentiment all mingled that I have met on the whole expedition. I even shouted aloud, never mind what, in my excitement, giving Chino such a start thereby that he came near pitching me over the cliff. So far we had been climbing steeply, but keeping near the shore. Now the track struck directly northward, and I regretfully bade adieu to that wild and lonely coast. The path was difficult to keep, and often I lost it in the wide and down-like hillsides. At last we reached the summit, in a dense smother of fog that made it impossible to travel at all by half an hour. Then I found that we were shut in by a barbed wire fence, and it was another half hour before I could get the wires down so that Chino could step over. Finally, rounding the shoulder of the mountain, I came in sight of the coast to the northward. It ran again for a long distance in trackless dunes, and I determined to strike once more inland until I could return to the bolder coast that must begin at the southern end of the Santa Lucias. I found a rough road that wound down the Corralillos Canyon, and with one or two detours made necessary by the washing out of the track, we came in due course to cultivation and the eternal barley and beans. As we emerged into the wide Santa Maria Valley, beets joined in to make a trio. By evening we reached the little town of Guadalupe. From its Spanish name I expected to find it old and interesting. On the contrary, it was merely old and dirty. Half the place is Chinese, with the regulation red and green joss house, the regulation smells, barbarous yellow flags hanging from bamboos, and store names looking like groups of excited tadpoles. The other half is mixed Portuguese and Italian Swiss, and it's hard to say which half was the more unprepossessing. I found a stable, though not an ostler, for Chino, and learned from a skirmishing boy that the saloon across the street was the only hotel in the place. The proprietor, a pig-like Swiss, wasted no civilities on a customer who had no choice, and seemed to resent a request for water and a towel. For half the night sleep was wrecked by the din of bibulous patrons. I was up betimes and hastened away from Guadalupe as the first drowsy Chinese was lighting his pipe in the doorway of his frowsy laundry. I now took an easterly course up the valley. An unbroken green of beets spread mile on mile, and substantial farm buildings gave evidence of prosperity. Far to the north, the foothills of the Santa Lucia took a hue of fawn, where the sunlight flowed over swelling contours of dry grassland, purple where companies of oaks marked out the canyons and clouded the higher ridges. The nearer landscape was uninteresting, and I was fain to beguile the way with the unconscious humour of the fence advertisements. Modest efforts like Goldstein's Prices Will Surprise You, or Bowen and Scray Pen for Shirts and a Square Deal, were varied with bursts of wag-like song such as "Bilkham's shoes are straight and our prices are right. Call in and see us, partner. 2 doors past the P.O. We'll treat you white." The board fence has never been given its due by writers on the genesis of American poetry. Gradually houses became more frequent and more urban in look. Some of them, large, new, brilliant with paint and bougainvilleas, I judged to be the residences of the local magnates in oil and beets. In due course we arrived at the thriving town of Santa Maria, finding it dressed in patriotic bunting in readiness for Independence Day close at hand. I put up for a day and found the place very attractive, the model of a progressive western town, neat, bright, and well ordered, a whole continent apart in character from its neighbour, the mangy and ill-favoured Guadalupe. Leaving here at noon on the next day, I took a northward road, crossing the Santa Maria River, or, more exactly, its bed. It showed 1/4 of a mile of Sahara-like sand, without vestige of water, though 4 months before the river had been running amuck, bank full and yellow as ancient Nilus. Here I entered the county of San Luis Obispo. It opened hopefully, with a rougher look, and I felt by many tokens that I was no longer in Southern California. The cross range of the Tehachapi is the physical bar which gives effect to the conventional division of the state. It is the region south of the Tehachapi that constitutes Southern California, and that was now finally behind me. A mile or two beyond the river I saw 2 wagons approaching me, loaded with household stuff that showed some family on the wing. In the first were a couple of rosy young women who stopped me to ask whether I had seen any people camping in Santa Maria as I passed through. It appeared that they were expecting to overtake there some advance guard of their party. In the other wagon were a man, a woman, a sleeping baby, and, as my ears told me, several more children who were stowed away in the covered rear end. The man accosted me with, "Say, stranger, where you from?" "Los Angeles." "Los Angeles, eh? Well, you can maybe tell us how things are down in that section." I made the best answer I could to this rather extensive question, and learned in turn that they had come down from southern Idaho, hunting a location. There is a picturesqueness in such incidents, a Bunyan-like simplicity,
as it might be, and in my journey I saw a company that came to meet me in the way, and when they were come to where I was, one that seemed the goodman betokened me as if I should stop. So I stayed, and we fell a-talking. 'You are well met,' said he, and then he would have me tell him how all matters did in the country of the south. 'For you must know,' said he, 'that we are travellers, as I see you are, and seeing we are met on contrary ways, it may be we shall save our steps and our beasts as well, if each other shall show the other what manner of country it is he is bound away from. Do you begin?' And so on. Thus the sons of Adam, John Thompson, even as Mahalaleel, still are going about the earth in the old elementary quest, seeking a place of habitation. I heartily wish them Godspeed, and the caravan vanished in a cloud of dust. In the Nipomo Valley, through which I was now passing, there are living a number of members of the Dana family. At the death of the late head of this branch of the house, who was a cousin of Richard Henry Dana, the writer, who has several times been referred to and quoted in these pages, the Nipomo ranch, of over 37,000 acres of land, was divided among his numerous children. Using the privilege of a traveller, I called upon Mr. John Dana, the eldest son, and was received with all possible kindness, American frankness, and Spanish courtesy together, for his mother was a Carrillo, of the best blood of Spanish California. It was like an echo from the old days to hear from his daughter how, half a century ago, her father would ride in one day the 90 miles to Santa Barbara to pay a call to his betrothed in the evening. And it was a surprise to learn that the lady, Dona Carolina, was a niece of that Captain Thompson whom the author of 2 Years Before the Mast drew in such effective colours. I was entertained that night at the ranch of another one of the family a mile further up the valley. It needed an ample table to accommodate the 3 generations of Danas with whom I sat at supper, and I wondered, as I listened to the cheerful bilingual talk, and noted the fine physical results of the union of Saxon and Spanish strains, whether the race does not suffer more than we think by the barriers which prejudice often raises against interracial marriages. My road next morning was through the rich grain land of the Nipomo. Straight ahead rose a striking peak named El Pichaco, and on the east ran a range of odd sugar-loaf hills, from which many a bright rill came romping down. Reaching the top of a long rise, I could see the flash of breakers 5 miles to the west. An hour or two took us into the Arroyo Grande Valley, a region famous especially for the growing of seeds. On leaving the prosperous little town, we took the road once more toward the coast, which we struck near El Pismo, a newly exploited beach resort. The place had no attractions for me, but Chino scented a stable and gazed anxiously toward the town as we passed it by in the offing. Here ended the long sweep of low, sandy shore. From this point northward the coast ranges pushes its spurs sharply into the waters of the Pacific, and the scenery consequently becomes bolder and continuously attractive. The coast here trends west and then south to form the bay of San Luis Obispo. To this point come pipelines from the oil fields in the interior, and from Port Harford on the west side of the bay cargoes of oil are shipped to many ports on this side of the globe. At Oilport I saw a deserted refining plant, complete to every accessory and representing a huge outlay. Its owners had been defeated in some bout of wits with the colossi of the industry, and there it remains, silent and inactive, an example to rash capitalists.
The road now swinging inland to avoid a hill, I found myself in a pretty wooded canon. A short distance along it I came unexpectedly to a hotel, whose reason for being is some medicinal springs near by. The place was so pleasing in its bird-haunted seclusion that I took Chino's hint and put up for a day or two while I explored the locality. On the cliff a mile away, a recent subsidence of the land had laid bare an ancient Indian burying place. The ground was strewn with crumbling yellow bones, and though the best of its archaeological treasures had already been gathered up by collectors, it was easy to unearth rude implements of stone that had been buried under many feet of accumulated soil. No doubt future ages will similarly delve among our own remains as those of a sort of savages. Nearby was the dwelling of a Portuguese fisherman who came over to chat, and hospitably invited me to visit his cabin. I found him full of friendly talk and simplicity. Seeing me notice a framed print of the Saviour that hung above his bed, with the title O Bom Jesus do Milagre, the good Jesus of the miracle, he seemed to fear that, as a probable Protestant, I might disparage it. For the defence he related the story of a poor Portuguese boy who, having once buried some money for safety, was unable to find it when he came back to dig it up. In his distress he fell to prayer, and vowed to have half the sum to the church if he were enabled to find it. As he resumed his digging, a man came by who asked what he had lost, and offered to help in the search. The money was quickly found, and the stranger went on his way. The boy, true to his word, was proceeding to fulfil his vow when, on the wall of the church whither he had gone to complete the arrangements, he saw a picture of the Saviour, the same in attitude and expression as the one I was looking at. "That is the man who helped me find my money," he cried joyfully. "We believe that," said my fisherman eagerly. "We believe that. Peoples laugh at us. Well, we believe that." I assured him that I saw nothing to laugh at in his story, as God forbid I should. At this he was greatly pleased, and shook me earnestly by the hand, saying that I was a good man for sure, and that when, by help of my Spanish, I was able to decipher some phrases of Portuguese in a letter from home, he clapped me on the back delightedly, and declared that I was a good scholar all right, good man, good scholar, good friend. A mile further along the coast, at the mouth of the San Luis Creek, is the little village of Avila, where lives a Spaniard of the same name, who is related to some of my friends in the south. The Avilas formerly owned the whole neighbouring grant of the San Miguelito, but the inevitable has taken its course. The property has passed to the gringos, and even the fine old family mansion was burned to the ground a few years ago. I found Don Juan living with his sister and niece in a little wooden building on the site of the old house. He was deep in King Henry VI, for Shakespeare and Cervantes are his twin sons of literature. When I presented my letter, I must needs stay to dinner. He would take no denial. And then, as sounds of agitation came from the chicken yard, "There, you see, Dona Josefa has killed a fowl for you, and Maria will be vexed if you do not taste her colache." Many were the tales he had to tell of life and manners in the bygone days, of fiestas and bailes in the old house, with pensive tribute to the rare wines and champagnes that used to flow thereat, of the horses, then of no more account than rabbits, so that if a friend, even a casual traveller, needed one, it was but to send the vaqueros to run a band into the corral, and then choose the one you like, it is yours; and of how the Spaniards, when selling cattle, would receive the stated price as each beast was passed over: 1 steer, 1 gold piece; another steer, another gold piece, and so on. That was to save trouble, perhaps also to save mistakes, for it is a matter of common report how grossly they were cheated by some of the traders who, knowing that a Spaniard would not condescend to examine an account, were unduly prone to little blunders, casting up units as tens, and so forth. When I rose to go, I found that a bed had been made ready for me, and that I must stay the night, or I should deny them the now rare luxury of entertaining a friend. I could not refuse this kindness, and Shakespeare and the drama of California and Don Juan's cigars occupied us until long past midnight. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 12. Into the Mountains. The Knobcone Pine. A Lost Trail. Camp on Diablo Creek. Rough Going. A Debate with Chino. French Hospitality and Irish. The City of San Luis Obispo. The Mission. Preposterous Chimes. Lynchings. Volcanic Peaks. A Grey Day. Italian-Swiss Settlers. Blithe Cowboys. Morrow. Entering the Coast Range Country. Cayucos. The Town of Cambria. Abalone Fishers. San Simeon. Piedras Blancas Lighthouse. Welsh Kindness. Indian Relics. A Primitive School. Irish Hospitality again. A few miles to the northeast of the San Luis Hot Springs is the city of San Luis Obispo, with another of the Franciscan missions. My contour map showed an interesting-looking piece of rough country lying near the coast, which would be missed if I took the direct road. I therefore determined to find a way over the mountains, and made a start northward up a canyon charming with ferns and wild flowers, and profitable with blackberries. A gay little brook trotted beside the road, and when outposts of the pines appeared on the higher ridges, I congratulated myself on my choice. We passed many small farms, but nearly all were abandoned, owing, I fancy, to the repeated washing out of the road in winter storms. Near the head of the canon I found the owner of a ranch working at the road to render it passable for a wagon, in hope of making his farm saleable. His family and furniture had been moved away, he said, but he should be glad of my company for the night at the house, if I chose to stay. This I was glad to do, and enjoyed his simple talk of his losses, his children, and his plans. Somehow such confidences often come nearer to the heart than a valuable kindness. Next morning I started early on my climb. The dilapidated road went no further, but my friend pointed out a trail that led in the right direction. It struck at once up the mountain side, which here bore a thin forest of the interesting knobcone pine, Pinus tuberculata. The region had been burned over some few years before, with the result that most of the old trees were dead, but around them flourishing squads of pinelings were growing. These were already bearing cones, as if nature had hurried to forestall another fire, which, if it had come before the young trees bore their fruit, would have ended their succession. For the species is peculiar in holding its cones unopened until fire destroys the tree, when the young seeds are liberated by the heat that kills the parent. This seemed a vivid illustration of St. Paul's eloquent argument for the resurrection. The trail had gradually become fainter, until, near the summit of the first ridge, it wavered off into uncertainty and finally ran out. I tied Chino and beat about for half an hour, hoping to pick it up, but the depopulation of the cañon below had put the trail into disuse, and the industrious brush had quickly claimed its own. To south and west I got glimpses of the ocean at a few miles' distance, and on the other hand ran a maze of mountains and cañons, far too steep and too heavily brushed to allow of our making across country. Leading Chino carefully along a sharp slope, I gained a connecting ridge that was sufficiently open on its summit for travel. It bore west, whereas I wished to go north, but I went on in hope of either striking a trail or finding more open country by which to drop to Coon Creek Cañon, where I knew there was a road. Coming at length to the end of the ridge, I found that it fell away steeply. In the deep cañon that opened before me, I saw a tiny cañon and traces of cultivation. It was getting towards evening, and there was nothing for it but to go back or to get down to the cañon, where there would probably be a trail and almost certainly water. So, leading Chino carefully by the bridle, we began the descent. It was a difficult piece of work and not entirely without danger. Had I been alone, it would have been merely to fight my way through stiff brush down a steep hillside. But Chino, with his encumbrances, was in constant danger of losing his footing on the sharp, uneven slope, or getting snagged on some rock or stubborn elbow of greasewood or buckthorn. But the good horse behaved well, responding instantly to my voice and guidance, and by sundown we got safely down to the cañon. As I expected, I found a good stream, and following it down, we soon came upon a faint trail which led to the cabin that I had seen from above. It was deserted, and had fallen into the quick decay that overtakes man's abandoned outposts in the wilderness. A row of cypresses, a few starving vines, figs and apples, and a straggling rose bush seemed to show that a family, not some solitary settler, had here suffered defeat. It was far from being a cheerful spot, but it served our purpose well enough. I found good pasturage for Chino on a little cienaga or marshy spot beyond the creek, and supper and a rousing pine-wood fire soon put me in happy mood. I spread my blankets among the old trees of the orchard, and lay blinking at the darkening embers until the final blink came that was prolonged until morning. We were early on the march, or, to speak literally, on the scramble. I had figured out my whereabouts as closely as I could by map and compass, and decided that I must be on Diablo Creek, the stream next south of Coon Creek, which I must somehow reach before I should find a road. I prospected up the first one or two cañons, only to find that they soon changed their direction. Then came one that seemed more hopeful, though it was full of broken rock and boulders and hard on Chino's feet. I determined to try it. As I was leading him carefully among the rocks, I stepped close beside a rattlesnake that lay coiled among them. We had a lively engagement for a minute or two, but as I was not wearing my revolver, he was too discreet to come into the open. I had the mortification of seeing him slip into a cranny where neither shot, stick, nor stone could reach him. I always feel unhappy when I fail to kill one of these detestable creatures. We made slow headway up the cañon, which soon degenerated into a gully. It grew very hot, for in this narrow place no breeze could reach us, and the rocks reflected the heat like fire-brick. Once or twice it seemed impossible to go on, for Chino was slipping about every moment, and I was afraid he would fall and come to harm. But the gully continued in the right direction, and I hate turning back. During pauses for rest, I would sit upon a rock to study the map, while Chino looked on over my shoulder. Then we would discuss the situation somewhat thus. I interpret my horse's part by his demeanour, which was almost intelligent enough to amount to conversation. Chino: "Hang it, this can't be the trail, you know." I. "Why not? It's not exactly a trail, Chino, but it heads the right way. Besides, the map—" Chino. "Confound the map! I don't believe—" I. "Uncle Sam's map, Chino. Your uncle and mine. It must be right, you know." Chino. "Well, but—" I. "It can't be much farther to the head of the cañon anyhow. And then—" Chino. "Well, but look—" I. Getting up. "Now look here, my boy. We are going on up, so that's all about it. At least, I am. You may stay where you are if you like." Chino (aside). "That'll never do. He pays the stable bills in town fairly enough." Sighs heavily. "Well then, all right. We'll take another shot at it. Come on, Governor." In this manner we toiled along for perhaps 2 hours, and at length stumbled out from the cañon upon a flat where, under a big oak, were the traces of an old camp, probably of cattlemen. On the hillside opposite I saw, to my relief, faint but unmistakable signs of a trail. After an hour's rest we made for it, and followed it down long zigzags, here overgrown with brush, and there washed out by rains, until we emerged in a green valley which I knew must be Coon Creek Cañon. In a little shanty from which smoke was rising I found an old Frenchman woodcutter sorting herbs into bundles. His first word was the most hospitable one: "Are you hungry? I'll get you some dinner." I was glad to take a cup of coffee which was still hot on the stove, and then, learning that the road was close by, I struck into it. A comfortable ranch house stood at the junction, and seeing a man romping with a child by the open door, I went over to speak to him. When I had made sure of my whereabouts and explained my presence in that out-of-the-way spot, the question again was, "Have you had dinner? Well, come in. We're just sitting down." The family consisted of the handsome old man I had spoken to, a stalwart son and daughter-in-law, and 2 chubby, blue-eyed children. I was made to feel as much at home as if I was a member of it myself. It proved that they were Irish, so I might add another nationality to the list of those from whom I had received a traveller's aid and comfort. Like the Apostle, I felt myself debtor both to the Greeks and to the barbarians. San Luis Obispo was still 8 or 10 miles away, and after the morning's work we travelled slowly. I walked, leading my tired horse, and enjoying a sunset view out over the wide Los Osos Valley below me. A lake of milky cloud filled all the valley, extending westward to the coast and far out to sea. Above it stood up, black and ragged, the summits of a row of volcanic peaks which give a unique character to this locality. Beyond lay the main range of the Santa Lucia, down near at hand, softly opalescent in evening light. About sundown we arrived on the outskirts of the town, and I furnished diversion for the young fry of the place as I hauled my tired steed along, almost by main force, to his quarters. My own were close to the Mission, and at intervals of each day of the 2 or 3 I stayed here, I watched from my window the black-shawled women hurrying to service. Once before, when I was in town, I had wandered into the old building, and finding service in progress, had felt it good to kneel with the half-dozen Mexican peons who shared the back seats with me. Somehow the ties of a common humanity, and I hope a common humility also, seemed to me of more account than the differences, momentous as I hold them to be, between Rome and Canterbury. And when I watched those humble, black-shawled, rather sad-faced women going to their devotion, something brought to my mind the carpenter's wife of Nazareth, and a phrase or two of that sweetest lyric of Holy Writ, "The lowliness of his handmaiden exalted them of low degree." The Mission itself, founded in 1772, is not specially attractive, but contains some interesting matters. By the kindness of the priest I got entrance into the old garden, a quiet square of old-time flowers and arboured walks. The father told me that the Tulareños, or Indians of the interior valley, who came periodically to the coast to gather shellfish, still make their camp as of right in the Mission grounds. I was glad to hear that in the eyes of his church at least the Indian has yet some trifling rights beside his pauper's dole. I was at first staggered and then much amused by the bells of the Mission as they called worshippers to the services. Imagine being awakened from normal slumbers by this preposterous ditty rung in a sort of jig time on bells not remarkable for sweetness of tone. Reader's note, here follows 2 lines of musical annotation in 2/4 time. End of reader's note. Repeated 4 times and ending with 3 explosions fortissimo. This, it appears, is San Luis' traditional exhortation to his parishioners. Performed, as it was, in quick time, with a sort of idiotic excitement, it resembled the antics of marionettes, and I could never hear it without a burst of laughter. A walk about the town, which is an old one by Western reckoning, and contains some 6,000 people, yielded a few attractive items. There is quite an air of old California remaining in the nooks and corners. Near the centre of the town stands what was one of the best old adobe houses, now fallen to the uses of a Chinese laundry. Nearby are a few fine olive and pear trees, and half hidden here and there among the stores are tall date palms and ancient prickly pears that mark the gardens of the old pueblo. The surrounding region has been the scene of labour of some notable bandits, and more than once it fell to the citizens of San Luis, as to those of many other western towns, to take the execution of the laws into their own hands. In 1 year, I was told, no less than 11 malefactors, or supposed malefactors, were here summarily hanged, and a lady with whom I talked described how, on one occasion, she herself, a girl at the time, looking casually from her veranda, had seen 3 bodies swinging in a row at the corner of the street. On leaving San Luis Obispo, I took a northwesterly road that led toward the coast. A sprinkle of rain was falling, but those little crossbowmen of God, the swallows, wheeling happily about in the upper air, prophesied fair weather, though the heads of the rank of peaks that rose close by to the south were veiled in rolling mists. Both in colour and outline these mountains are very conspicuous. Each peak stands out isolated, statuesque, and finally unconventional. Broad cloudings of lichen, in grey, ashy green, and purple, variegate the ragged blackness of their contours. Under that sombre sky they had a strange and antediluvian look. As I came near the third in order, called Cerro Romualdo, it showed through the eddying cloud as a black volcanic cone, and to heighten its eerie appearance a company of buzzards were perched in the gaunt sycamores at its base, as grim as Odin's ravens. On the other hand lay the Santa Lucias, a long wall of fallen black, belted at half its height with a level stratum of vapour. The valley had fully taken its summer hue of brown, but the foreground was tinged with the gold of dry wild oats. A few grey farms nestled among the grey rocks on the grey mountainside. A colourless stream rattled over a stony grey bed. Grey moss trailed from the roadside oaks, and the sky was of that great elemental grey that stirs the Anglo-Saxon in one as sea spray would rouse a Viking. In California I never get enough of this finest of colours, and here I set my teeth for very joy. Even Chino felt the stimulus, tossed his head, pricked his ears, and broke voluntarily into a canter. From here northward for some hundreds of miles the principal industry of the coast region is dairying, and the people engaged in it are mainly Italian Swiss. It was a surprise to me, and a rather unwelcome one, to find in what numbers these hardy and industrious folk have settled here. Unwelcome not from any dislike I have for the race, but because my intercourse with them has given me the impression that of all the various racial ingredients, the Italian will prove to be the most difficult to blend. When I was lingering near the remains of an old orchard to give Chino a chance to graze, a cloud of dust and a hilarious whooping told the approach of a bunch of cattle. They were convoyed by 5 cowboys in sombreros and chaps, who stopped to fraternize with a brother horseman. They had been 4 days on their way down from the San Luis Ranges, and were loud in envy when they learned that I was 2 months out and still had more than half my journey before me. 2 of them at once offered to trade jobs with me, without even waiting to hear the nature of my own business. When they understood this, they were urgent to accompany me, and thought they might be useful in working the picture box, or even doing the poetry stunts. But finding that their beef was spreading over too wide a territory while we talked, they suddenly jerked their ponies round, and with blithe shouts of adios, jingled away in a whirlwind of dust. Evening was falling when we came to the coast at the village of Morro. The sun broke for a moment through the clouds in a sudden magnificence of crimson, painting a gorgeous belt along the horizon, and empurpling the great plain of ocean, though all about me was still that nobler grey. Morro's population sat at ease on doorsteps and packing-boxes, watching a game of horseshoe quoits. The stableman was with great difficulty attached to attend on Chino, and I made a meal at a primitive restaurant, where the lads and lasses of the place performed on an adjoining rink to the strains of a phonograph. This pretty place is destined, I think, to be of more note than it is now. It lies at the northern point of a beautiful bay, 3 or 4 miles in length and all but landlocked. The sporting attractions are of the best, and the landward scenery is very interesting, and the great rock El Morro, which stands at the bay's mouth, gives nucleus and distinction to the whole. On leaving Morro, I found myself definitely entertaining that little-known stretch of mountain country which borders the Pacific closely for a distance of about 100 miles. For most of that distance there are no roads and few settlers, while the trails are rough, steep, and often so little travelled as to be difficult to follow. Further, no maps of the region were to be had. Many persons had told me that I should never get through without a guide, but it seemed to me that, since water must be plentiful and I could carry food enough for many days, there would be no particular hardship in the matter, even if I should get lost. My only fears were on Chino's account. The long trip had worn him down. Easily as we had travelled, and with all my care, the saddle had rubbed sores on the withers, which might render him unfit for use, while the question of feed would be a troublesome one, for the wild forage was by now almost gone, and I could not rely on buying fodder from the scattered settlers. However, I could not afford to miss this fine piece of coast, so I resolved to go on, taking what chances there might be, and offsetting them as far as possible by special care. I got some general idea of the trails from people at San Luis, and had no doubt that we should get through. The regulation sea fog lay thick upon the coast as we started northward. To seaward the great rock loomed uncertainly, and the cries of unseen gulls came weirdly through the mist. Occasionally a field of beans would be seen near some farmhouse occupied by Swiss, with all hands diligently hoeing, not only men and boys, but women. I suppose to some people this would seem shocking, but I own that it had a wholesome primitive look to me, and I could not see that civilization or even culture needed to quarrel with it. The houses were generally rough, too, but they had an air of country comfort, and there were plenty of trees about them. Here again I may be retrograde, but I sometimes wonder whether the elegance of our days is not in some insidious way a foe to true home-making, and whether the modern American home, with its perfection of artistic and hygienic accessories, is quite the equal in value as regards the family idea of those simpler conceptions which our immigrants bring with them, though they seldom persist in the first generation of American-born. The road kept near the shore, and as the fog slowly lifted, I now and then caught glimpses of the Santa Lucias, now a soft mystery of blue, shaded with milky skeins of mist. 8 miles, and we came to Cayucos, a one-street village lying in the bend of a rocky bay. While Chino lunched at the livery stable, I found a quaint little restaurant whose Portuguese proprietor, on the mention of my meeting with his countrymen at Point Conception, shook my hand as earnestly as though I had done him a high favour, and could hardly be persuaded to take payment for my meal. A few miles farther, near Point Estero, the road turned somewhat inland. It was again a delight to find myself among pines, this time of the radiata species, whose southern limit of natural growth is this region. The tree is one of the handsomest of pines, especially notable for the full, dark brilliance of its foliage. In its manner of growth, and with that background of grey and silver sky, I was strongly reminded of the Scotch fir of my native land. From the top of a long, steep ascent, I looked down upon the compact little town of Cambria, lying pine-encircled in a hollow of the hills. I have seldom seen a place more happily situated. A fine trouty stream, the Santa Rosa Creek, flows in a wooded cañon past the town, mingling its jaunty voice with the roar of the ocean, near at hand, though unseen. In the gardens, palms compete with wonderful fuchsias and the sensational rose bushes of a tree-like size. From its name and the fact that its mainstay is mining, principally for quicksilver, I expected to find the place Welsh, and indeed it has much of the physical air of a rain-washed Welsh town. I found, however, that, as with all the region, the preponderating flavour is Swiss. I put up for the night at the comfortable hotel, and next morning we took our way again through the fragrant pine woods. On the top of the hill was a little cemetery, lying between sea and pines, and hushed by the voices of both. A bright, strong wind was blowing on this upland. On one hand spread a brilliant green and purple sea, with the eternal fog bank lying in wait in the offing. On the other rose the mountains, with great pines etched finely on the skyline. Where we came down to the shore, a camp of Japanese abalone fishers had established themselves. Huge cauldrons were boiling on the beach, and a wide space nearby was covered with the drying racks. Here, as at several other places, I found the men equipped with power launches and modern diving dresses. The camps were always neat and systematic, and everything complied with the national characteristic of thoroughness. The coast now curved to the pretty bay of San Simeon, fringed with islets of rock round which the sea coiled in dazzling whiteness of spray. Along the cliff large sea asters grew thickly, with lavender lupins, yellow tarweed, eschscholtzias of that splendid deep orange that suggests the Arabian Nights, or the court of Ahasuerus, like sunshine filtered through silky curtains of crimson and gold. Inland, grey farms lay in beds and hollows of the mountains. wind-shorn oaks and laurels filled the narrower canons, and whenever the road swung in to round the head of one of these, I found myself suddenly in a different world, among wild roses, ferns, blackberries, and phenomenal thickets of coarse flowering weeds. We loitered along so easily among these various attractions that it was near evening before we came to the village of San Simeon. This once promising little port has dwindled under the caprices of fortune and local landowners, until now only one small coasting steamer calls unpunctually at its wharf. I found myself the only guest in a hotel that would have housed double the whole population, with room to spare. But my host, an old Maine seaman, and for 20 years in the lighthouse service on this coast, and his good Welsh wife made amends by their friendliness for the physical drawbacks of the place. I rode out next day to visit the lighthouse at Piedras Blancas, 6 miles up the coast. A rattling breeze blew from the sea, and Chino, appreciating the freedom from saddlebags and blanket roll, let himself out at his best. On the way we passed the Piedras Blancas ranch house. I found this once fine old mansion deserted and falling to ruin. 2 ancient cypresses leaned mournfully against the veranda, and seemed as though they were weeping. The crazy steps rocked under my feet, and some pigeons took flight through a broken window. The place looked like some faithful old retainer, left decrepit and pitiful by the death of his master. The lighthouse is a high white tower, handsomer than most on this coast. I found there, beside the keepers, a lot of frank-eyed, frolicking children, whom, from their dress, I took to be all boys, until by chance I found it was otherwise. The spot is a lonely one, but there seems to be something in the nature of the lighthouse service, some spiritual ingredient, that keeps its people hearty and wholesome. At Cambria I met a young Welshman, owner of a large ranch in the mountains, and whose father had a dairy ranch near Piedras Blancas. I called on these good people on leaving San Simeon, and stayed a day or 2 with them, enjoying the cheerfulness of family life in 3 generations, and the old-world simplicity of manners. No doubt a travelling Turk or Zulu would be welcomed in that house of kindness, but I could see that old gentleman's heart warm to me when I was able to give him "Bori dai chiwi," good morning, for a breakfast table greeting. This region must once have had a considerable population of Indians, though it now contains fewer than any other part of California. My host's vegetable garden was quite a museum of their relics. The stone morteros, or grinding bowls, come in handily as sockets for gateposts, and among the baby's toys was one of those in miniature, which had probably been fashioned by some aboriginal parent as a plaything for his little girl, perhaps an item in a doll's set. One of the sons, having business with a neighbor a few miles up the coast, accompanied me when I started on my way. I was respectfully amused at the primitive appointments of the Piedras Blancas school which we passed, which seemed to illustrate Pallas in all her chaste severity. The schoolhouse was a tent of 10 by 12 feet, and the furniture consisted of 3 small tables, evidently of kitchen antecedents, 2 plank benches, a chair and a desk for the teacher, a nail keg for an emergency scholar, a demijohn for water, with a tin cup, a square yard of blackboard, and a handful of books, apparently fourth hand. It was vacation season, and a trio of cows sniffed at the crannies in hope of scenting hay. The only sound beside the cry of plovers was the sober voice of that wise old teacher, the sea, 30 yards away, and I wondered whether it might not be instilling into those children of the lighthouse, who come here for their simple schooling, some fine lesson of reverence and wonder that one day may blossom into poetry or art. My companion's destination was a dairy ranch kept by two jolly young bachelor Irishmen. One or two neighbours happening in, we made a cosmopolitan dinner party, 6 nationalities among 7 people. Gaiety and friendliness abounded equally with beans and home-cured bacon. Again, there was no withstanding the hospitable pressure to stay for the night. I shared my host's room, with the result that we talked so late that we hardly got to sleep when we were awakened by the cries of the vaqueros as they brought the cattle into the corrals for the morning milking. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 13. San Carpoforo Canyon. Oddities of pronunciation. More kind Mexicans. A mountain home. The pear orchard. A resting spell. The Santa Lucia fir. Duality of climate. Physical and pictorial aspects of the region. A hot climb. Crossing the crest. More great oaks. Camp on the Nacimiento River. A delightful swim. Sunday in camp. The trail lost. Intelligence of Chino. The San Antonio River. The village of Jolon. Indian music. My classification. The fog, which had hardly lifted for 2 days past, lay denser than ever over the coast when, about mid-morning, I rode away along the cliffs. I caught momentary glimpses of black fang-like rocks among which the sea hissed and spouted in incessant uproar. From the cliff edge the ground rose to a high, undulating horizon, uncertainly seen between the wreaths of the fog. The country was treeless. Only low-growing brambles, thistles, and bracken sprinkled on the ground and mingled their faint wet odour with the strong smell of the sea. All concurred to bring up a vivid resemblance of the downs and moorlands of England, and I half fancied I heard the seraphic voice of the skylark showering down impassioned joy from the firmament of grey. Gradually there grew before me the high wall of the San Carpoforo Canyon, and a couple of miles brought me to its edge. This name suffers many variations. I have read it San Carpoco, San Carpojo, San Japoco, and San Harpojo, while in speech the changes are run on Sankipoco and Sankipoki. It is not surprising that this modest saint should prove troublesome to laymen, and I had lately met with greater oddities of pronunciation at San Simeon, where I heard Piedras Blancas seriously referred to as Peter's Blankets, and Arroyo Cruz, the name of a neighboring canon, as a Royal Cruise. The San Carpoforo is deep, with a sandy bar and a roaring surf at its mouth. I took the trail up the canon, where a small stream wandered in a waste of brush and boulders, and, after passing 1 or 2 deserted cabins, came at midday to a thrifty little Mexican farm gay with flowers and children. There was a smell of cooking in the air, and I inquired whether they could get me dinner. It was willingly done, and the meal was doubly enjoyable for the tokens of happiness and affection that abounded among them. When I asked what I owed for my entertainment, "Nothing, Senor," said the good woman. "It was but a poor dinner. That is worth nothing." And when I left, it was with a chorus of Buena Fortuna. To keep the main coast trail, I should have crossed the canon at its mouth, and continued directly northward. I had 2 reasons, however, for wishing to make a divergence. One was to visit the Mission of San Antonio, which lay on the other side of the coast range, and could be reached by a trail that crossed the mountains at this point; the other to study a rare tree, the Santa Lucia fir (Abies venusta), which is found far up a few canons of this range. I had heard that a small group of them grew in the San Carpoforo, and the double object decided me to turn inland. After a few miles the trail left the bottom of the canon and climbed the northern wall. Scattered willows were exchanged for shady woods of oak and maple, with thick underbrush of wild cherry, buckeye, and many other flowering shrubs. The fog had quite lifted by noon, but long before sundown white scarves of vapor again floated in, eddying in elbows of the canon or creeping with serpentine motion along the cliff-like walls. The opposite summit, gaining an increased effect of height from the belt of the fog, rose like the wall of some legendary sky city. High up the north face of the canon I came upon the ranch of my friendly acquaintance of Cambria. It lies about midway up the western slope of the mountain, backed by a wood of fine oaks, and looking out over the deep rift of the canon to a high ridge crested with pines. For situation the spot is quite ideal, and its elevation of 1,700 feet, with its nearness to the sea, give it an unequalled climate. In the orchard I saw such diverse fruits as cherries, oranges, and butternuts, with many others, all growing in perfection. Again it was Welsh hospitality to which I felt debtor. The evening sped with tales of sport, for which the antlers, skins, and other trophies that crowded the house furnished the texts. When I awoke at dawn next morning, I looked out from my bed under a maple upon a spectral river of cloud that filled the canon below me. As the sun rose, the vapor began to draw away in shreds and skeins of gray, and for an hour we were enveloped in the grateful moisture. Another hour and the sun burned as through a glass, while the fruit reddened almost as one watched it. Yet a pleasant coolness held in the shade, and now and then a snowy berg of cloud drifted lazily up the canon to melt away as it reached the warm stratum of the upper air. There are the remains of an old orchard hereabout, the origin of which is a mystery to the very few people who know of its existence. It lay near my route, and I turned aside to pay it a visit. It goes by the name of the Pear Orchard, but I found only one pear tree remaining, and sharing the solitude with a score or so of hardy olives. By comparison of the size of these olives with others I have seen in the gardens of the Missions, it seemed that they could hardly be less than a century old, while the pear was an oak-like tree, the Nestor of mortal pears. Who were the planters of this secluded mountain garden? I could only guess that, like the one I had found on the Jalama, it had been an outpost of one of the Franciscan missions, and had been planted by the old padres with the help of their Indians. But padres and Indians alike have long vanished, and left no successors to claim the fruit of this forgotten orchard. Chino's sore withers had become so troublesome that I resolved to cease travelling for a time while I doctored and rested him. A few miles up the canon I found a good place for the purpose, where a cienaga provided abundance of pasturage, and there I made camp under a great oak beside the creek. I had provision for 10 days or more, and there were plenty of trout in the stream. The cienaga produced medicine as well as forage, in the shape of the herb called by the Spaniards mastransia, an excellent remedy for such troubles as Chino's, either in horses or men. I was not sorry myself, after 2 months in the saddle, to stay for a time in this attractive place. Twice a day I brought Chino in for medical parade; otherwise there was nothing to interfere with a programme of fishing, mending, botanizing in my humble way, or unadulterated loafing. About a mile from camp I found the group of firs I wished to study. They grow in a deep and narrow part of the canon, and mostly on the northward facing slope, where little sun reaches them. I was greatly interested in meeting this rare tree, of which there are probably not more than 1,000 or two living. In shape it is a typical fir, straight, spiry, and symmetrical, reaching a height of about 80 feet. The foliage is stiff, bright, and sharp-pointed, and the cone is unique for the long bristly bracts that protrude from between the scales. The cones are produced only at the top of the tree, and it was a little trying to feel the slender leader bend almost horizontal under my weight when I climbed to secure a few specimens. On the mountain side about camp grew a scattering of digger pines, Pinus sabiniana, becoming more numerous toward the summits. It was a mark of the particular duality of climate in this region that both the moisture-loving fir and this drought-loving pine find it suited to their contrary natures. The yucca and the great golden mentzelia, 5 feet high, also flourished in the hotter slopes, the former a surprise to meet in this latitude. I found that I had been largely mistaken in my forecast as to the physical features of this part of the Coast Range. I had figured this western slope, where streams are numerous and summer fogs almost perpetual, as a region of rugged mountain, bearing a heavy forest of coniferous trees, as being similar in fact to the corresponding slope of the Sierra Nevada, but with more of timber by reason of the greater moisture of the summer climate. Instead of this, I found, rising from the coast, steep but rounded hills of grass, only occasionally ridging up to rocky crests. Files of oaks grew in folds and hollows, and mingled with them in the deeper canons were alders, sycamores, willows, and the fragrant California laurel, otherwise known as myrtle, pepperwood, or bay. Farther north I found the slopes steeper, the canons deeper and more wooded, and the crest of the range, which runs higher than here, densely forested. But there also the seaward slopes are rounded, grassed, or brushy, and, generally speaking, scant of timber. Pictorially, the country I was now in is full of beauty and character. A more admirable contrast of colour could not be imagined than those massed slopes of quiet gold, gentle in contour, but striking in height, imposing in length of range, and blotted by the clustering oaks with islands of serious green. Especially was it lovely at sunset, when the summer-yellowed hills took a flush of rose, the long canons were shadowed in purple, and even the uncompromising blue of the sky warmed to a tenderer glow of violet. The flat where I had my camp had once been homesteaded by a settler, one Heisel, whose memory is kept alive by the remains of his fireplace. It seemed natural that the last token of a home-loving German, as I take him to have been, should be his chimney. My blankets were spread under a small oak near by, and I made a point of smoking my evening pipe beside the old pile of stones round which, I guessed, his own tobacco smoke must often have eddied. I had been nearly 2 weeks in camp, and it had come to mid-August. My supplies had almost run out, and Chino's pasturage was becoming scanty, but his sores were looking well, and it seemed safe as well as necessary to move on. When it came to starting, I became conscious again how quickly any place of abode, camp no less than cottage, engages man's instinct for a home. My heart fell a little as I took a last look around the little clearing, and I waved my hand sentimentally to the oak that had been my green caravanserai. Not with Chino, who marched off so cheerfully that it was plain he suffered no pensive emotions. I got such instructions as I could regarding the trail across the mountains. It is so little travelled that only twice during my fortnight in camp had anybody passed along it, but it is well marked and in some places worn deeply into the earth. I suspect, indeed, that it may have been in Mission days the trail to the old orchard which I have mentioned, and that it was from the firs in the canon, called Arboles de Incencio by the Spaniards, that the fathers at San Antonio procured the aromatic gum for incense. The trail led steeply up the mountainside to the northeast. There was a hot sun, and the warm wind from the interior valleys brought more distress than refreshment. I had saddled Chino with special care to avoid chafing, and, with a view to his comfort, had packed the load on the saddle as I intended to lead him. I did not fill my canteen, as I relied upon finding water where I crossed the creek higher up. But at the first crossing it was quite dry, and at the second only a couple of slimy pools remained among the boulders. These Chino promptly drank dry. After 2 hours of pretty strenuous climbing, we came to the crest of the ridge, from which I looked out over a wilderness of low ranges, coloured here in dark bands of chamise, there in golden slopes of grass thinly stippled with oaks and digger pines. I made a hasty lunch, for I had no very clear idea of the distance to the Nacimiento River, where I intended to camp, and which would probably be the first water we should strike. Then, with a regretful glance back to the west and its cool fog curtain, we plunged down the landward slope. The sun beat down with trying fervour, the trail was rough and difficult with brush, and the shade was at an impossible premium. A couple of miles down I found the remains of a settler's house, and explored for water, but without success. An hour or more of rough going brought us to a wide glade wooded with oaks of unusual size and beauty. They were the great valley oak of California, the robla of the Spaniards. The species was well known to me, but nowhere else have I seen it reach the stateliness of these superb trees. The huge white trunks and fountain-like flow of branches had a sort of Greek perfection. One could easily understand why, if Greece has such oaks as these, they were held sacred to Zeus. Here were the remains of a house, and I searched again for water, for I was getting pretty thirsty. But the cracked troughs in the old corral gave notice that I need not expect to find any, and seemed to hint at the reason for the abandonment of this handsome homestead. A short distance beyond this place the trail emerged at a divide, and I saw with relief the canon of the Nacimiento lying below, with one pool of blue water shining among its sun-bleached boulders. The opposite wall was a high perpendicular bluff of purple-red rock, barren except for a few spectral digger pines that grew in crannies or leaned in languid attitudes on the summit. It was an unusual landscape, and one worthy of particular notice, but I was too tired and thirsty to enjoy it, and hurried on to get down to the stream. The trail descended at the north side of the canon, and by evening we debouched at river level into a valley of grass, oaks, and pines. Fording the river, we went into camp among the willows on the farther bank. I was amused to see the puny size of the stream, for at Cambria I had heard a ranchman describe how he had nearly lost his life in swimming it with his horse 3 months before, and I had intended to use caution in fording it. Such are the vagaries of Californian rivers. There was a deep pool, almost landlocked, close to camp, and to this, after supper, I repaired for a swim. I do not know when I have enjoyed one so much. The water was crystal clear and perfect in temperature. White sand formed the bottom. One side was fringed with small cottonwoods. and the other, where the water was deepest, was walled directly by the dark perpendicular rock, from the crevices of which waved fringes of delicate ferns. The moon was nearly full, but it was not yet an hour past sunset, and the day hovered on that quiet borderland where one can hardly tell shadows from thoughts. A pale flicker of moonlight caught the ridges of water that flowed about me as I swam slowly to and fro, and once a water snake slipped noiselessly away before me, the little black head rippling the water into lines of pallid silver. After the heat and thirst of the day, I felt half inclined to sleep in that delicious pool. Then I gathered a good supply of fuel, and spent a luxurious evening in company with a small but loquacious fire. Tomorrow would be Sunday, and we should not travel. I was glad that it occurred that I would pass a day by this stream, which I had long wished to see. Even the name seemed to invest it with a special charm. I take it to have been a religious reference, and the association of the Holy Birth with the quietude and beauty of nature that reigned in this lonely spot seemed very happy. I suppose there was not a human being within 10 miles of me in any direction. I woke next morning in time to catch a coyote nosing at the saddlebags which I had hung in the fork of a willow tree 20 yards from my sleeping place. A shot from my revolver sent him scurrying. The morning was passed in camp, in hope of offsetting the maximum of heat by a minimum of exertion. In the afternoon a trifling breeze wandered up the canon, and I spent some hours in trying to prospect out tomorrow's trail among the tangle of cattle paths that crossed and recrossed, converged and diverged all over the country. It was annoying to find, after several miles of tramping, that what had seemed to be the principal trail led again to the river, by which I knew that it was not the one I wanted. In the end I resolved to ignore them all, and strike across country by compass. It was evening when I got back to camp, and the air was full of the cooing of doves and the whick-whick of their wings as they flew to and from the river. Once, when I went downstream, I saw for the first time the great American egret, Herodotus egretta, unmistakable in its snowy beauty, though not now wearing the bridal plumes that have almost brought the species to extermination. I noticed also the watermark of the spring rains in the drift that had lodged in branches 15 feet above the present level, and could better appreciate the risk in swimming such a torrent nearly a furlong wide and full of hidden traps and dangers. I was up next morning by moonlight, and after breakfast doctored Chino's sore, which had become inflamed again by the heat and the climb of Saturday. I saddled him with all possible care, again arranging his load with a view to leading instead of riding him. Then we both drank deeply at the creek, and started with a full canteen. I had no map of the region, for there is a gap of 100 miles or so here in the maps of the Geological Survey, but I gauged the direction of Jolon, my objective point in the San Antonio Valley, to be nearly due north, and believed I could trust the compass better than one or two doubtful landmarks of which I had been told. The country ran in interminable low hills, or lomos, as monotonous and about as vacant of recognizable features as a tract of ocean, but it was pretty open, and only cut by shallow gullies from which the water had vanished, leaving a sickly white incrustation of alkali. Among these we threaded our way hour after hour without much difficulty, while I looked carefully at every trail we crossed for marks of horses' hoofs, but saw nothing but the tracks of cattle, coyotes, and deer, except once when a bear's heavy imprint was sunk into the baked clay of a dry arroyo. Chino was in unresponsive mood, though I tried to interest him in various topics, I am sure that by now he understood much of what I said to him. Naturally, I did not choose such matters as politics or the price of pig iron for discussion, but to such sentiments as "Chino, my boy, we're doing handsomely, aren't we?" or "What do you say to taking 5 minutes for cooling off, old fellow?" I am sure he responds understandingly, while when I attempt something humorous, as "Well, old chap, I don't see the domes and minarets of Holon on the horizon yet, do you?" he replies with something that comes as near a smile as it is possible to the equine countenance. Nature, in framing this best of quadrupeds, seems very judiciously to have put the humorous ingredient at a minimum. It would be unfortunate if the horse were so constrained as to care as much as the terrier, for instance, for practical joking. Between the two of them, it seems to be a question whether the horse or the dog is to be the first to surprise his master some fine day not far ahead by bringing out the epoch-making words, "Good morning." We had been steadily marching northward for several warm hours when the cattle paths we were on began spontaneously to develop symptoms of wheel tracks, which grew imperceptibly from nothing and nowhere. The trail widened gradually into an unmistakable road, which led, on the whole, in the right direction. It ascended a long, winding canon through sparse timber, emerging at last upon a river which I knew must be the San Antonio, while beyond the low range of hills to the east must lie the wide valley of the Salinas. Then came a fence, at which novel sight Chino stepped out with more enthusiasm. The stream was almost dry, but under the bank I found a little trickle of water, and we took an hour for lunch and rest. A mile beyond the river I saw a ranch house in the distance, and knew by the flutter of linen that it was inhabited. A young woman answered my hail by opening a window 6 inches. To my inquiry whether I was on the road to Holon, she replied curtly, "Yes," and the distance a mile, and with that the window was slammed down and she vanished. This was somewhat chilling demeanor from the first human being I had seen for nearly a fortnight, but the news of my whereabouts was welcome enough. We were soon on the main road, and by evening entered the village and put up at a rustic inn, where Chino tasted once again the comforts of a stable, and I of feminine cookery and housekeeping. Holon is a primitive place, though not an old one. It lies 20 miles from the railway, but on a road which has a fair amount of travel. A dozen times a day an automobile charges through, with passengers goggling through the clouds of dust to catch those flying glimpses which seem to satisfy the people who like that way of seeing the country. The village consists of 2 store and hotel combinations, a church seldom used, a school, 3 saloons, and about as many small residences. A sound of strumming came continually from one or other of the saloons, where 2 stolid Indian youths on violin and mandolin sat playing sans intermission the simple and rather joyless airs to which generations of their people have danced or shuffled. They played in an oddly mechanical fashion, giving no least token of pleasure in their occupation, but sawing and picking away in a poor, dull way that seemed pathetically to illustrate their racial attitude towards life. A little creek, a branch of the San Antonio, runs through the village, and is vocal all day with plovers, while trios and quartets of coyotes, wise beyond the range of poison or rifle, perform in the dusk of dawn and evening. Holon promptly adjudged me to be a prospector, and the classification held good until the following noon, when my landlord approached me with a sample of rock and requested a diagnosis. I saw that he disbelieved me when I said I could not tell quartz from quicksand, but was convinced when I declared his specimen to be volcanic putty, which it certainly resembled. On the score of my McClellan saddle I was next placed in the forestry service, and as no occasion arose for disturbing that idea, I suppose it remained. For the rest, I noted that the dialect of Jolon is rather above rather than below the Western standard in amount and quality of profanity, and that days when the thermometer registers 100 and odd degrees are pronounced by Jolonians to be agreeable. Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 14. Farewell Chino, enter Anton. Camp at the Mission of San Antonio de Padua. Crows, ants, swallows, and coyotes. Spanish hospitality and family affection. Dog versus skunk. Digger Pines. Recrossing the crest. Santa Lucia Peak. Los Burros mining settlement. A voluble box lid. Delightful trail. Entering the redwoods. The coast again. Bold scenery. Pacific Valley. A lonely ranch. Striking it rich. The weekly mail. My only regret in leaving Jolon was that there I said farewell to my good Chino. The roughness and heat of the journey over from the San Carpoforo had resulted in inflaming his withers again, and so badly it would be at least 2 weeks before he could be fit for the troublesome piece of country that lay ahead. I had noticed in the hotel stable a well-built saddle horse, a little heavier than Chino, of a colour between buckskin and sorrel, and showing that dark stripe along the back which is recognized by experts in horseflesh as a mark of superior toughness. From the fact that he had last belonged to a forest ranger, and also from the remarkable variety of brands he carried, I judged that he must be used to roughing it, and when on a trial canter he proved to be free and lively without undue nervousness, I decided on the change. It went much against the grain to part with this loyal companion of several expeditions by California shore, desert, and mountain, but the summer was getting late, and I was only about halfway to my goal, so that I must not lose any more time if I was to finish the trip before the rainy season set in. A trade was arranged. I filled my pockets with Chino's preferred dainties, paid him a final visit, and left him munching my valedictory apples with so much indifference that poignant regret on my own side seemed superfluous. It was mid-afternoon when I started with my new acquisition, whom I named Anton, by way of reference to the San Antonio Valley in which Jolon is situated, for the mission of San Antonio. The road lay up a pleasant valley of oaks. A somnolent haze overhung the landscape and deepened the tone of the distant mountains to densest purple. The nearer hills rose in restful shapes dotted with brush and crested with phantasmal digger pines. These trees have almost the air of a mirage, so thin and unsubstantial do they appear. At the north end of the valley, where the hills closed together, I came to the Mission. It stands ruined and solitary on the east bank of the river and looking down the sunny, oak-filled valley. In situation it was perhaps the happiest of all the Missions, but, like nearly all the others, it has suffered from both spoliation and neglect, and the beauty of its setting seems only to accent the desolation of its decay. The remains show the total enclosure to have been of great extent, and history gives it as one of the most prosperous and important of all the chain. The church, which has lately been partly repaired, is a lofty barn-like structure, with no remaining traces of interior decoration or furnishing, and the walls are horribly defaced by the name-scratching insanity of sightseers. The facade, built of the durable Mission tiles, is still beautiful in its tasteful simplicity, and a few skeleton arches of the quadrangle are standing. But the bells have long since disappeared. Instead of vesper chime, the air was raked by the strident voices of many crows, disputing, after their wont, over the choice roosts in the cottonwoods. It needed a more violent effort of fancy than I was capable of to hear in the shouts of these pirates the songs of praise which poets think they detect. In pleasant contrast, St. Anthony's swallows, happiest dispositioned of birds, were thrilling with evening joy, and seemed to weave a charm of communal friendliness and content about the old crumbling building. Hard by the church stand a few indomitable pears and olive trees, as thrifty as though not a year had passed since the last of the padres of San Antonio forsook his hopeless charge. A broken rank of pomegranates marks the boundary of the old garden, their uncompromising green and scarlet quite out of harmony with every other element of the scene. A small building of adobe 100 yards away was interesting as showing the early California method of roofing. The heavy rafters and ceiling beams were still held in place by rawhide lashings. Layers of tules were placed on the rafters, and on these rested the heavy red tiles. I later learned that the building had been the Mission jail. I made camp in a brook that ran in a hollow behind the church, but had fancy for sleeping among the olives, a fancy for which I paid tribute to a spiteful colony of ants. Coyotes sympathetically shared my vigil. I slept uneasily, and was awaked in ample time to receive their adieus as they stole away to cover at dawn. These animals are very numerous in this locality, and as I rode away in the afternoon I noticed the carcasses of several of them hung to the limbs of the trees for example to the rest. Some of my Spanish friends in the south had recommended me to relatives of theirs who lived near Jolon. I found them living a few miles from the Mission, and was received in the kindest manner and made welcome to stay at the house. It was a good example of the ranch house of earlier days, a substantial adobe, broad of verandas, and shady with locusts, almonds, and clustering roses. There was an orchard of fine old trees, and a well of specially soft water, to which the young beauties of the neighborhood were wont to resort on Sundays, a dozen in a bevy, to wash their dusky tresses. It would make a pretty sight, the row of girls with locks dishevelled, sitting in the sun beside the tamarisk hedge, laughing over the gallantries of young Arturos and Robertos, and laying trains of harmless malice for firing at the next fandango. Here again it was most pleasant to see the family affection to which I have referred on previous pages as a noticeable feature of Spanish and Mexican life. Little Julio and Adriano and Ingracia came clambering about their genial giant of a father, calling him by his pet name of Tito, and the Senora might have sat as a model for the picture of a happy wife. A brother of my entertainer happening in, I was carried off to spend a day or two at his house 10 miles up country. We rode the whole distance through unbroken oak forest, and the house, set at the foot of a wooded hill and on the bank of the San Antonio River, occupies a position that might be coveted by millionaires. Deer and quail are plentiful, the river abounds with trout, and even salmon spearing is no rarity. The veranda was a sort of epitome of California sport. Dona Petronella was bound that I should taste all the delicious Spanish dishes at their best. Both husband and wife were full of interesting conversation, on matters now passed away, and altogether one of the most agreeable episodes of that whole journey was the 2 days I passed in that tasteful home. From here I was to cross the mountains again to the coast. My host accompanied me a mile or two to put me on the trail. A couple of the dogs came with us, in hope of some interesting incident, which came when my companion spied a skunk, which he shot from the saddle. The dogs rushed off joyfully to do their part, and received a full volley of the particular skunk artillery at close range. It was intensely comic to see their frantic disgust, and the vain attempt they made to rub, scratch, scrub, drown, or outrun the vile legacy bequeathed them by the innocent little Mephitis americana. At the place where the coast trail crosses the river, my friend said good-bye and turned back, while I struck up the mountain. Digger pines were numerous, and came as near to forming a forest as this singular species ever attains. It is the most shadeless of trees. There may seem to be a fair density of foliage, but the sun somehow gets through all the airy tassels with hardly any loss of power, and the ground below shows only the faintest tone of grey. This peculiarity was again impressed upon me as I led my horse up the steep mountain side under a sun of semi-desert heat, and it was with relief that, on reaching the first high ridge, I saw a few miles to the west the blue of substantial forest, and beyond the familiar white band of fog overhanging the Pacific. Reaching at length an altitude where the finer yellow pines began, we halted for rest. Far to the north I could distinguish Santa Lucia Peak, the culminating point of the range, cut in a band of solid purple on the fainter blue of the sky. As we crossed the next divide there opened suddenly a full view to the west. A huge canon fell away abruptly from where I stood. The northward-facing slope draped darkly in forest, the southward in lighter brown of chamise, and the seaward opening filled with a gleaming barrier of fog that broke here and there into curling waves of vapour. A cool wind blew from the ocean, and I hailed with pleasure the return to coast conditions of climate. Now came a long descent through fragrant forest of pine, spruce, and madroño. It was evening when we came to a point where a side trail led down to the mining settlement of Los Burros. A mile brought us to the village, where we found accommodation at a quaint little hutch of a place kept by a German whose quiver was not only full but bursting with tow-headed, chattering children. The mines are not of great importance, but at least they have disproved the belief that was for a long time prevalent that this part of California was barren of gold. It was a strange sight that I saw next morning when we had climbed out of the hollow in which Los Burros lies, and I looked out to the west. The fog was not far below me, and I seemed to stand between two firmaments, the blue of the upper and the grey of the lower sky. Around me spread a stratum of landscape in brilliant sunlight, with Santa Lucia Peak glowing like an opal in its setting of sumptuous pine foliage. At a little cabin beside the trail, I paused to read a notice that had been inscribed on a box lid, apparently with a red-hot nail. In fervour of composition, it suggested the agony column, with a touch of Flora Casby in Little Dorrit thrown in. This is how it read: Notice: the bond will be taken up. This is Gold Ridge, and don't you forget it, sir. Mines to bond all the famous mother lode, free milling, quartz cyaniding ore and placer ground on the famous Spruce Creek, biggest bar, famous nugget node at head of Spruce Creek. Above it terms reasonable. Inquire right here. The house appeared to be vacant, but I did not care to risk meeting the voluble dealer in "prospects," and hurried away. That morning's trail was the most delightful I had experienced on the trip, winding down the forested mountain sides among yellow pines, oaks, and madronos. The ground was all ashy rose with the fallen leaves of the last named tree, and was like one of those wonderful old Persian rugs. Across the canon the mountains rose in steep slopes of faded gold, laced here and there with dark files of timber, and beyond, the distant back ranges receded in varying tones of blue. The fog was slowly drawing out to sea, and suddenly, as if a curtain were partly lifted, I could look beneath the sheet of dazzling cloud and see the crinkled water 1,000 feet below, leaden in the shadow of the dense vapour. A short distance up the coast, Cape San Martin stood sharply out, a line of surf marking where the great shoulder of mountain plunged into the ocean. At the bend of the trail I noticed a cluster of slender pyramids rising among the pines, dressed with close feathery plumes. They were redwoods, Sequoia sempervirens, no less beautiful and hardly less wonderful than their cousins, the giant trees of the Sierra Nevada. I was now entering upon the territory of this exclusive tree, which grows nowhere but in the fog belt of the coast, from here to the northern limit of the state. I greeted it with enthusiasm, forecasting the many delightful days during which I should be in its companionship. If there had been pasturage available, I would have celebrated the meeting with a night and a campfire, but the best I could do was to decorate my sombrero and Anton's bridle with sprigs of the handsome foliage. The trees had been cut a few years before, and I noticed the vigorous growth of saplings that encircle each great stump. One may often see a number of trees growing thus in a complete ring, marking the circumference of some vanished monster. No tree yields better returns to intelligent methods of forestry than this one, as valuable for its uses as it is splendid in its growth. The trail descended for mile after mile through this charming woodland, issuing at last on the shore at the mouth of Willow Creek. Here the fog again enveloped us in its cool embrace. I gathered this was Anton's first introduction to the sea, for he halted and gazed at it with deep attention, head cocked slightly sideways, as I found to be his habit on encountering a novelty. Close by the place where Willow Creek flows out is the prominent headland generally known as Point Gorda. There being two other capes of the name in California, this one has officially been named Cape San Martin. The point forms the southern arm of a rocky bay, on which the westering sun now shone palely, half veiled by the vapor that was again beginning to creep inland. The fog movement on this coast during summer is almost as regular as the swing of the tides, and the long canons running east and west act like funnels for the constant interchange of air between sea and land. The shore here, as all along this mountain-walled coast, is bold and scenic, fringed everywhere with islets about which the water coils and lurches in unceasing turmoil. I cannot imagine a more alluring yachting ground than this 100-mile reach of lonely water, with its barrier of summer gold or winter emerald. And in the coming era of air travel, one of the inducements held out to tourists by the Pacific Coast Aerial Transportation Company will certainly be the unrivalled panorama of the Santa Lucia chain of mountains rearing its glowing rampart from the isle-gemmed empire of the sea to the azure vault of the Empyrean, etc., etc. We now climbed a steep trail cut in the face of the cliff. The flash and thunder of the surf below were so trying to Anton's nerves that the expedition narrowly escaped a tragic finale on the rocks beneath. Coming to the top, I saw a narrow bench of land extending a mile or two to the north, the only stretch of level land along the Santa Lucia coast, and dignified with the name of Pacific Valley, though there is really nothing at all valley-like about it. In the distance were the weather-beaten buildings of a ranch, where in due course we arrived and found entertainment with hearty, simple people. The place was picturesque, with a frontier-like litter of odds and ends. On the pickets of the fence I counted 8 sets of deer antlers, and the walls of the outhouses bore a notable array of pelts of sheep, deer, oxen, wildcats, seals, and smaller animals. Miners' pans and mortars, mineral specimens, fishing gear, and rifles marked the various interests of family life. I looked with curiosity, not impertinent, I hope, at the weary-looking elderly housewife, for I had heard that a few months previously the family had struck it rich. A landslide had uncovered a ledge of very valuable gold-bearing quartz on their property, and had promoted them at a step from the frugal comfort of farmers to a reasonable certainty of easy wealth. I could not but wonder what would be the physical, mental, moral, and spiritual results. The father, now dead, had carried the weekly mails for 15 years by pack-horse from Jolon over the trail I had just travelled. Jim, his old departmental mule, retired from service, roams about the ranch, respected by horse and man alike. The day that I arrived chanced to be mail day, so I had the opportunity of seeing the excitement when, long after dark, a clatter of hoofs announced the event of the week, and young Benito, whose acquaintance I had made at Jolon, went jingling past on his way to the post office at Gorda, a mile further up the trail. I was glad to find, by the example of this pleasant family, that it is yet possible to live where mail comes but once a week, and telegraph or telephone messages are impossible, and still be comfortable and contented. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 15. Camp at Mill Creek. Tools and the Man. A Serpentine Trail. Lucia. A Postal Frontier. A Lost Schoolhouse. The Tanbark Oak. A Coast Range Sunset. Gamboa's Ranch, a rare situation. Sudden changes of scenery. The trail lost again. Rough scrambling. Little's Springs, a bath in mid-air. Unseen choristers. 200 feet of magazines. Camp among the redwoods, superb trees. Castro's Ranch. It was a Saturday afternoon when I left Pacific Valley. A few miles up coast the view was closed by the promontory of Lopez Point, on the thither side of which is a stream called Mill Creek, where I proposed camping for Sunday. The afternoon was bright for a change, and I travelled slowly, revelling in the romping wind and the splendid colour play of the sea. The mountains again rose abruptly from the shore in folds of faded gold that were swept by flying cloud shadows and checkered with clear blocked masses of timber in cañon and on crest. Again I longed to be a painter, a great painter, one to whom the subjectiveness, the spirituality of colour should be known, and who might transcribe this fine fragment of nature in all its material and immaterial beauty. There is a largeness and freedom about this little visited coast that puts the mind under stimulus, and almost rids one of that deadly incubus of experience which so sadly dulls the edge of our impressions. At Mill Creek I found one of the landings which take the place of harbours on this rocky coast, a crane, cable, and windlass by which freight is sent up or down between cliff and water. I found my friends from the ranch at work at a pile of redwood timbers which they were about to raft down to their own landing. There is no lack of variety in the occupations of the settlers on the coast of the Santa Lucia. Tools and the man will be the text of the Virgil of this region. I made camp beside the creek, but the pasturage was so scanty that it was necessary to take Anton a mile further to where a Mexican lived, from whom I might buy hay. Here Anton was accommodated in the stable, and when, after a pleasant chat, I returned to camp, I carried back a sizable venison steak, pressed upon me by the good people. The fog was unusually dense at night, and by morning my blankets were soaking. I kept up a roaring fire for comfort till noon, when the weather cleared, and the rest of the day was spent in seeking shady places for relief from the sun. The creek was full of trout, and 2 hours of the evening sufficed to catch my breakfast and enough to make a fair return for my venison. The trail next day continued to wind along the cliff, diving every half-mile or so into a wooded cañon, and giving a charming alternation of landscape and seascape. If the course of this trail were drawn in bird's-eye fashion, it would show a surprising serpentine, and the ratio of airline distance to actual travelling would be a remarkable one if it were calculated. In one of the canyons I found the home of an old settler. It made an inviting appearance with its garden of herbs and flowers and its half-acre of fruits and vegetables. A boy was cleaning a rifle by the gate, and through the open door I could see the owner of the place, a man of so little curiosity that, although I may easily have been the first passer-by for a week, he neither asked nor cared to see who the traveller might be. Usually the arrival of a stranger would bring out all hands and a host of questions. In another and deeper cañon, known as Limekiln Cañon, I came upon the remains of a considerable building filled with machinery, all now fallen into wreck. The place was a wilderness of ferns, flowers, and noble redwoods, and I had to resist a strong inclination to camp there, backed by Anton on the score of a scanty cropping of green fodder. The climb out was long and strenuous, but Anton did himself credit, and indeed I had constant reason to congratulate myself on the exchange I had made. After some miles of steady travelling, my next landmark came in sight far ahead, a farmhouse set high up on the hillside. It was always a relief to find that I was on the right track, for besides being little travelled, the trails are much complicated with cattle trails. The house proved also the post office of Lucia, the farthest outpost of the postal service in this direction. Here, on Monday, I mailed letters which, after lying here until Saturday, would be taken to Gorda, where they would wait until the following Saturday before starting for Holon and the inhabited world. Now began another stiff climb, compensated by fine expansive views to seaward. I was astonished to find a school up here on this lonely mountainside. The scholars had just been dismissed and were playing round the neat little building. Of the 10 or 12 I saw while I stopped to chat with them, all but 2 were Mexican, a fact which helped to explain there being so many children within range, for Mexican families are apt to be a good deal larger than American, and 3 little homes might easily contribute a dozen or more youngsters of school age. A couple of miles farther on, I came to one such home, a picturesque, weather-beaten house shaded by fruit trees, whose size showed a probable age of some 40 years. A tall, white-haired old man, who was sitting in the porch, came forward and greeted me in Spanish as I reined up, inquiring whether I would not dismount. I was glad to do so, and passed a pleasant half-hour with him and his eldest son. Again I found that the mere mention of having friendly acquaintance with a compatriot was enough to ensure kindest reception. It was late afternoon when I got my directions for the next ranch, where I intended to stay for the night. Crossing the deep cañon of Vicente Creek, the trail bore steadily up the mountainside until it must have reached a height of well over 2,000 feet. In the cañons hereabouts, the tanbark oak, Quercus densiflora, that curious link between oak and chestnut, grows freely, and the gathering and shipping of the bark formerly made a considerable industry here, as it still does along the coast farther north. At one spot, known as Tanbark Camp, I noticed the remains of a large abandoned encampment. Higher still, and near the crest, I came into a region of magnificent yellow pines and redwoods. It was sundown, and the view was a remarkable one. The sun shone level and with a strange bronze hue through a translucent veil of fog. Below the fog, the surface of the ocean was clear, and was flooded with gorgeous purple by the sunset. On the high crest where I stood, a clear, warm glory bathed the golden slopes of grass, and lighted the noble trees as if for some great pageant. There was a solemnity in the splendour, an unearthly quality in the whole scene, that kept me spellbound and bareheaded until, fatefully, imperceptibly, the sun had set. The situation of Gamboa's ranch is superb, the very finest I know. The house, an old and picturesque one, hangs like an eyrie on the mountain-side, which is so high and steep that one looks down upon the vast expanse of ocean as if from a 2,000 or 3,000-foot cliff. Downs of rich grassland fill the view to north, south, and east, with great pines clothing every ridge and hollow. The fog seldom reaches to this height, yet its coolness tempers the summer, and the climate forms a perfect combination of sea, mountain, and forest elements. The boys were away driving cattle across the mountains, but the wife, a pretty Mexican woman, made me welcome, and after a supper of venison with frijoles and tortillas, entertained the hired man and me with a phonograph medley of favourite Spanish airs. It was something of a shock to find that even these farthest recesses of mountains had not escaped that terrible machine, which I suppose by now is rousing the echoes of Nova Zembla and the Mountains of the Moon. I slept under an apple tree in the orchard, which was festooned throughout with ropes of venison jerky. During the deer season, venison is as much a staple of these mountains as potatoes are all the year to dwellers in town. A mile or two beyond Gamboa's is the Arroyo Grande, one of the deepest cañons of the range. I had been but little on horseback since we entered this rougher country, wishing to spare Anton as much as possible, a point of necessity indeed, for the trail was almost always either steep in grade or lay along slopes sharp enough to make the consequences of a stumble something more than annoying. I now led Anton carefully down the stair-like descent, which took us from open grassy slopes through a region of flowery brush into a shadowy cañon of redwoods with a lively stream. Here again it was a trial that the total absence of forage forbade camping, for otherwise the place was superlative for the purpose. Half a mile farther on we crossed the north fork of the same stream, where I had to endure a similar tantalization. Then came a long, hard climb out, with alternate blaze of open hillside and slumberous shade of cañon. These changes are startlingly sudden throughout this region. From steep-walled clefts filled with silent companies of straight-stemmed trees, and roofed with a green firmament of foliage, one passes without warning to breezy hillsides of sun-scorched grass or brittle grey sage and buckwheat, where, far below, the greatest of oceans stretches from the line of the cliff out and away to infinitude and China. The country hereabouts was marked everywhere with an unconscionable tangle of cattle paths, among which it was quite impossible to keep the trail. I knew that I needed to keep well up on the mountain, but with a mile of steep slant to guess on, I was soon hopelessly at fault. Moreover, the slope was cut vertically by rocky, brush-filled gullies, which bothered Anton greatly. Several times I had to build or cut a way for him. He was behaving so bravely and sagaciously that when at one place, after I had spent half an hour in trail building, he pointedly refused to trust himself to it, I thought it best to defer to his instinct and waive the point, though to round the head of the gully meant another hard climb. As it was, he received some cuts upon the knees, hocks, and feet, and I looked at him with compunction when at last we picked up a more likely trail and rested for 10 minutes to recuperate and repair damages. Far ahead, and nearly at shore level, I could see a tumble-down mess of corrals and cabins, which I knew must mark an abandoned ranch called Dolan's. I had been advised to camp there on account of there being water and a little pasturage, but when we reached the place it looked so woebegone and generally uninviting that, fagged as we both were, I resolved to push on to some more desirable spot. So on we marched for weary miles, now fortunately over a better trail, and at last, rounding the head of another deep cañon, came to Little Springs, otherwise known as Slates. Here I found a comfortable, old-fashioned house where I could put up for the night. In fact, the place makes some claim to rank as a resort, by virtue of its medicinal springs, though no guests were in evidence, nor any token of either expectation or accommodation for them. A quarter of a mile from the house I found a couple of tents pitched on the ledge of a rock halfway down the 100-foot bluff. In them were bathtubs, to which hot sulphur water was led from springs that break out all along the cliff. Tents and tubs had been hauled up with windlass and cable from the vessel that brought them down from San Francisco, and then had been lowered over the cliff onto the ledge near the springs. It was an enjoyable experience to bathe thus, as it were, in mid-air, with gulls screaming all around and breakers roaring 50 feet below. Fog again enveloped us when we started next morning. I was told that the trail from this place was an official one, being kept up by the county, and I communicated the news to Anton for his consolation. It kept close along the cliff, as I could tell from the sound of the surf and the cries of sea-birds far below. It was very interesting to travel thus, as was often the case, in company with unseen comrades, beauties, or dangers. Once I heard a company of land birds singing away merrily in some bush in the fog below me. It had a charming sound, reminding one of magical casements opening on the foam of perilous seas in fairylands forlorn. I often wish I were in some small fraction of a Keats myself, to put the beauty of such little incidents into felicitous phrase. Now and then a rift in the vapour showed for a moment the dull grey gleam of the combers as they plunged shorewards, or the dark fringe of rocks forever pushing back the wash of the sea. In the canyons the fog made a strange white gloom, dense but luminous, through which the great stems of trees stood up like the pillars in some Dantean temple of shades. Sometimes a group of wind-twisted trees showed weirdly through the mist, as if peering up from under their matted thatches of foliage in dread of some portentous stroke. Every canyon had its stream, filling the air with a monotone that would have been ghostly but for the cheerful notes of the ouzels. The presence of that gay little water sprite is as genial as August sunshine. About midday the fog broke away, revealing far up the coast a prominent headland which I set down as Point Sur. It revealed also my trail, stretching like a pleated ribbon along the mountain, high above the sea, and on to Vanishing Point. At the head of one of the canyons I found a snug little place kept by two old bachelors who have carved out a narrow strip of ground on the roof-like slope above the creek. I stopped for a rest and a chat, and gained a little sidelight on the conditions of life along this coast from the 3 piles of magazines, each reaching from floor to ceiling of their living room, or about 200 feet board measure, of compressed literature, which they keep for reading matter in winter, when for weeks together the trails may be impassable. At the mouth of this canyon the creek makes a spectacular drop direct into the ocean, like some Norwegian stream falling into a fjord. In the next large canyon there was a huddle of decayed buildings with the remains of an orchard. As there was fair pasturage, I resolved to camp, a special attraction being the fine redwoods that grew along the creek. I had never until then found an opportunity of making camp among these trees, though at one time or another I must have hobnobbed with almost all the other members of the California conifers, from tidewater to timberline. I unsaddled at the foot of a genial-looking monster, picketed Anton in knee-high wild oats, and ate my supper under the eyes of a covey of quail that perched on an old rail fence near by and discussed me in almost human tones. The occasion justified a camp-fire of the best, and I passed a long evening cheerful with reminiscences of bygone nights among the forests of the greater California Sierra. The squirrels and jays were roused at first daylight by the smoke of my breakfast fire, but when we were ready to start, it seemed to me that I had hardly done due honour to my first redwood camp, so I took off Anton's saddle and smoked a couple more leisurely pipes. Then, in peaceful mood, we set out. The ocean lay under the usual shroud of fog, but on our high path the sun shone warm and bright, and the morning was gay with birds and butterflies. A rattlesnake that was out for an early breakfast and crossed the trail in front of us left his body to the buzzards, as a sarcastic commentary on the adage of the bird and the worm. Tracks of deer were numerous about every creek and spring, and once, when we had just crossed the trail of a mountain lion, Anton became so excited that I had no doubt he scented the animal somewhere close at hand. The redwoods in the canyons were finer than any I had yet seen, some of them quite wonderful in their straight, stately symmetry. The older branches of the largest trees were recurved and hung for 30 or 40 feet close about the stem. In places the sun's rays could hardly pass through the high roof of foliage, and I moved among the grey and purple pillars, subdued to a green thought in a green shade, as someone has put it. Anton's sensations apparently took the same hue. His pasturage the past night had not been overly luxurious, and he neglected no mouthful of verdure that came in his path. I wished I could introduce him to one of those mountain meadows where in former years I had often seen my animals half smothered in juicy grasses. Late afternoon found us at Castro's ranch, a comfortable, old-fashioned place, the terminus of wagon travel at the northern end of the Santa Lucias, as San Simeon is at the southern. The distance between them is about 60 miles in an air line, but it must be 2 or 3 times as much in actual travelling distance by the trails. I received a genial welcome from those excellent people, and made up Anton's arrears of hay and grain. Dogs, cats, and geese made the place lively with companionable sounds, and an orchard of peaches and apples formed an acceptable incident. I was lodged in a tiny, white-curtained room opening on a flowery jungle of garden, and at supper was plied with venison, frijoles, and tortillas, with vegetable adjuncts to which I had long been a stranger, in notable array. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 16. From Trail to Road, the Big Sur River, Cañon of the Little Sur, Point Sur Lighthouse, a Robinson Crusoe, and a great discovery in mineralogy. Portuguese friendliness once more, the perfection of coast scenery, Point Lobos, cypresses and pines, the mission of San Carlos, Carmel, beauty of its situation, the resting place of Serra, Carmel by the sea, more delightful coast, wonderful cypresses, Monterey, the old capital of California, as Dana saw it, historic objects, the Stevenson House, whaling days, the old church. The change from side-hill trail to graded road, agreeable enough to Anton, gave me some regrets as implying a tamer country. For the first time in some days I got into the saddle and rode. The morning and the road were both delicious. A cool air came from the sea, which we now left out of sight, and the scents from bay, redwood, and underbrush were spicy and stimulating. The road wound downward between the wooded ridge that shut the ocean from sight and high, steep hills of yellowed grass, slashed as ever with timbered canyons. Unwelcome signs of what I suppose we must call civilization began to occur in the guise of warnings against hunting, fishing, or camping on this ranch. From time to time I caught the sound of a large stream running in the cañon below, and before long we dropped into the valley of the Big Sur River and came upon a little Noah's Ark affair with "Post Office" painted upon it. This place has long been known as Post's, after an early settler, but lately some person with a craving for change has persuaded the authorities to rename it Arbolado, a monstrosity of mongrel Spanish of which the department should not have been guilty. From here a stage runs on alternate days to and from Monterey, 25 miles to the northward. For 5 charming miles the road accompanied the stream under the grateful shades of redwoods mottled with golden green of filtered sunlight. Then, climbing in long curves, it opened a fine view of the valley of the Sur, lying open as on a map, the stream itself hidden in deep forest almost to where a bar of surf marked its meeting with the ocean. A strong wind was blowing from the water, and as the fog broke away from time to time, the warring white-clawed waves could be seen far out at sea. Near by and on my left stood the lonely rock of Point Sur, its summit hidden in mists, and on the other side rose a striking white mountain called Pico Blanco, the second highest point of the range. It looked strangely white, almost as though it were snow-covered, against the blue of the eastern sky. From north and west masses of grey sea-wrack came driving every moment in imposing volume, and encountering some opposing air current, maintained a sullen battle among the hills. Descending the steep grade, we entered the beautiful cañon of the Little Sur, where, to my surprise, I found a mountain hotel and a resort of tents on the bank of the river. The place was deserted by the summer visitors, for September had now begun, but hay was there, and I judged it best to stay for the night, for fodder was now the matter of first importance in my calculations. I devoted the rest of the day to a visit to the lighthouse at the point, 5 miles away. The afternoon was delightful, with a clear sun and a Kipling-esque sort of wind, and Anton, relieved for once of impediments, bethought himself of his Arizona youth, and was bent upon rounding up all the cattle he saw on the hillsides. The ocean was of a splendid windy purple, though far to seaward the fog lay furled along the horizon in a band of pearly grey. Quail whistled in the brushy gullies, and overhead the gulls strained and screamed against the wind. A little black steamer was shouldering her way doggedly up coast, the white water churning by her side, and the smoke tearing away from her funnels as she fought her way along. I thought that Ruskin, in his quaint dogmatism, would not have included the smoky little bulldog in his eulogy of the sea-boat, but it seemed to me to show all the dutiful hardihood that roused his admiration, baring its breast moment after moment against the unwearied enmity of ocean, the subtle, fitful, implacable smiting of the black waves, provoking each other on endlessly, still striking them back into a wreath of smoke and futile foam, and winning its way against them and keeping its charge of life from them. The point is an abrupt rock connected with the shore by an isthmus of sand. A narrow path cut in the rock leads up to the lighthouse buildings. Anton was excited when he saw the surf crashing below him, and gazed from it to me with an "I say, you know," kind of an expression, which was comically human. I was kindly received by the lighthouse folk, and shown over their spick-and-span domain. The light, which is a powerful one of the first order, stands 240 feet above the water, rather too high, I was told, since at that height the fog is more frequent and dense than nearer the surface. In the course of a walk up the stream next morning, I came upon an original, who for many years has lived a Robinson Crusoe life in a cabin high up on the cañon wall. His ramshackle dwelling was more shed than house, and I found the ancient himself seated beside it in a rather alarming state of undress, under the shelter of an umbrella which he had hung obliquely from the roof to intercept the morning sun. With his bright blue eyes, skin originally ruddy but now tanned to Indian hue, and shock of long white hair, he made a most odd appearance. He was talking to himself as I approached, but hailed me hospitably to come in and sit down for a chat. The chatting was a passive affair on my side, for he himself did not cease talking for a moment, and after one or two vain attempts to stop him, I only sat and listened. His great topic was minerals, concerning which he had a theory, new to me, that every metal has a father and a mother. This great discovery had been revealed to him by an old Indian woman, once of these parts, who had bequeathed him a map, by which, he declared, he was able to make his theory effective. To discount the probable discrepancy between his apparent poor circumstances and his potential wealth, he explained that he cared nothing for actual money, being content with knowing that he could at any time procure it, a philosophy which, as he appeared to hold it sincerely, was an admirable one, and worthy to be recommended to our captains of finance. The wind blew more strongly after sundown, and tassels of foliage from the redwoods overhead came thumping all night on the tent in which I slept. It was blowing half a gale when in the morning we took the road, which, after crossing the Little Sur River, climbed a long rise that brought us again into company with the sea. The birds had collected in the sheltered canons, and their unusual numbers made those parts of the way especially attractive. So steep were the sides of some of the canons that where the road ran high up on the wall I could look down upon the tops of the redwoods close below me as if I were an aviator. And the scent that came up from the forest was such as, to speak humbly, I hope to find in heaven. In one canon I found a schoolhouse, the first I had passed for a week, and a post office named Sir. The latter gave no token of its use, for mailboxes and signboard had gone out to sea together during the winter rains. When I learned that the stream was Mill Creek, I wondered how many more of that name I was to meet. I think Mill Creeks in California could be numbered by the score. All day the road wound along a rocky shore, beside a bright sea broken by surf-ringed islets and the glistening fringe of kelp that lies for league on league unbroken along this coast. To landward still rose the monotonous drab hills, sprinkled with grey sage-bushes or greyer outcroppings of rock. At long intervals stark-looking ranch houses appeared, but there was little travel on the road, and the human voice was still a rarity to the ear. Wreaths of fog came drifting in now and then from the sea, and the faint coughing of the siren at Point Sur, miles in the rear, seemed to add to the loneliness of the scene. On rounding a bend I saw the hills before me crested darkly with pines. Even at 3 miles' distance their vigorous manner of growth marked them as the radiata species, and I knew that by that token we were coming to the neighborhood of Monterey, where almost alone the tree is native. It was nearing sundown, and I should have been glad to camp among them. But again the necessity of fodder forbade, and I turned in at the next ranch to inquire the prospects for a night's lodging. The Portuguese woman received me kindly, and found me a bed in a little outhouse. The husband was away, but 5 jolly children took possession of me with such enthusiasm that it was evident that a visitor was regarded as a prize of the first degree. In 5 minutes Avelino was on my back, Ernesto and Braulio were punching me jovially, Angelis of the soft brown eyes was filling my hands with her best-beloved flowers, and fat Jose was planning a rescue in order to show me a phenomenal farrow of pigs. Supper was an uproarious event, and afterwards the whole battery of phonograph records was ground off for my delight. I left them next morning while the boys were milking the herd of 30 cows, and dear little Angeles, in enormous sunbonnet and gloves, skirmished about, waiting to carry the pails to the milk-house. It was a superlative morning, with neither wind nor fog. The first hint of autumn was abroad in some elusive fashion, though in brilliancy the day was more like May than September. The sea was a splendour of deep Mediterranean blue, and broke in such dazzling freshness of white that one might have thought it had been that day created. How amazing it is that the ancient ocean, with its age-long stain of cities and traffic, toil and blood, can still be so bright, so uncontaminated, so heavenly pure. It seems an intentional parable of divinity, knowing and receiving all, evil as well as good, yet through some deathless principle itself remaining forever right, strong and pure, the unchanging good. Pines grew here along the cliff, outlining with tawny stem and dark magnificence of foliage the most exquisite of vistas. The coast was broken by little bays full of brown seaweed that rose and fell indolently with the slow breathing of the sea. Islets were scattered along as if they had been dropped like pebbles out of a full hand. I do not think there can be anywhere on our shores a more enchanting piece of coast than this and the next 10 miles to the north. It is the acme of what is generally named the romantic in sea scenery, and is calculated, I should think, to throw an artist into a frenzy in which he would paint one final and conscious masterpiece, then close colour box, camp stool, and umbrella, and hurl them all over the cliff together. Noon found us at Point Lobos. It is a superb headland, overgrown with pines and cypresses that lean in perilous balance over the crashing sea, or stand statuesquely on rocky ledges, ideally pictorial. The cypresses are monarchical fellows, wonderful in size and evident age, and Lear-like in their storm-thrawn attitudes. Like the pines, they are strict natives of this locality, and give a unique charm to this delightful coast. By their manner of growth they reminded me of the monumental yews of English churchyards, and indeed there is much of the same solemnity in their gnarled stems, far-reaching bony arms, and rich but gloomy foliage. I was courteously entertained at lunch by the owner of the ranch which includes this enviable piece of coast, then pursued my way, soon crossing a bridge over the wide, shallow stream called the Carmel. A beautiful valley here opens inland. I had long wished to explore it as well as to try my flies on the river, which has a good reputation among fishermen, but Anton was badly in need of a blacksmith now near at hand, and I decided to keep the road towards Monterey. A turn brought me to the Mission of San Carlos, generally known as Carmel, one of the oldest and most interesting of all the missions. There is a particular beauty in the simple, rather heavy building that I could not easily explain to myself. I think it lies in the perfect balance which has been kept between solidity and ornament. The tower is a model of proportion, and the facade is only broken by one star window of simple but beautiful design. The star is a little out of the symmetrical, as is also the cupola of the tower, but the variation is too slight to be jarring, and, if anything, adds a pleasing and humane touch to the modest building, as a token of the artless sincerity of the poorly skilled workmen. Situation is another element of its charm. Tranquil hills, clouded here and there with pines, rise on two sides. A peaceful river flows silently by, and at a little distance lies the blue and golden curve of the bay, broken by flash of surf where the tide is leaping on the river bar. The only houses in sight are a quiet farm and the little flowery dwelling of the Mexican who acts as caretaker. In the church the body of Junipero Serra himself lies buried near the altar, with those of 3 of his comrades. A tablet on the wall above commemorates them thus: Hic exuviae rev patris Juniperi Serra OSF Missionem Californiae Fundatoris ac praesidis in pace depositae de XXVII mensis Augusti AD MD CCL XXX IV atque sociorum eius RRPP Johannes Crespi Uliani Lopez et Francisci Lasuen requiescat in pace. Reader's note, my poor Latin translation reads thus: Here lie the remains of the Reverend Father Junipero Serra, OSF, founder and protector of the missions of California, in peace deposited this 28th day of August, Anno Domini, year of our Lord, 1784, and his companions, RRPP, Johannes Crespi, Giuliani Lopez, and Francisci Lasuen. Rest in peace. End of reader's note. It seemed to me a pleasant spot to be the resting place of the weary old priest. Swallows were weaving all about the place, and had built against the painted windows above the grave. Their eager little voices filled the air, and came mingled with the dreamy iteration of the surf. For a moment I was in Assisi, an auditor of St. Francis, the jongleur of the Lord, and of his little brother jongleurs. From here half an hour brought us to Carmel by the Sea, where I tasted the luxury of a comfortable hotel, while a livery stable received my good Anton. The village is pleasantly rural, with its houses scattered through a pine wood that slopes to a beach of whitest sand. It is a notable place of residence for artists and university dons from Stanford and Berkeley, and one is conscious of a mildly bohemian or scholastico-artistic air. Carmel certainly has an unusual range of attractions. Its own happy situation, the exceptional beauty of the adjacent coast, a soft and equable climate, and facilities for a variety of sports. And over all there hangs a tinge of romance from the neighborhood of Monterey, the capital of the Spanish and Mexican California of no very long time ago. I might have been in Monterey in an hour from Carmel by crossing the neck of the Monterey Peninsula, but I could not bring myself to miss any part of this enchanting coast, so next morning I took the road that follows the shore. This is part of the renowned 17-mile drive, which figures on the itinerary of California tourists, and its fame is certainly justified. In its fine grouping of the beautiful and striking elements, the scenery might really be called classic, and indeed I doubt whether it could be surpassed, unless in Greece or Italy. The shoreline is ideally broken and wonderfully rich in colour. The water a play of emerald and sapphire hues, breaking momentarily in sudden blaze of surf, or shaded to deeper tones by the brown banners of the kelp. Promontory and cliff are peopled with fantastic forms of pine and cypress, sumptuous in sombre green, or shagged with grey pennons of moss. Once the road ran for a mile or two under a deep cypress arbor, a green and brown tunnel, lighted dimly by windows that opened on brilliant seas, and echoing with cadence of surf and scream of roving gull. Many of the trees lie prone on the brown floor, mere tumbles of mossy green. Others are amorphous monsters with huge rheumatic knees and elbows, grey as the very bones of time. At Cypress Point, the outer headland of the peninsula, where winds career most wildly, the gaunt wardens of the cliff have been torn, twisted, hunched, wrenched, battered and hammered to the limit of tree resemblance. They make a Homeric-looking company, and tell a stirring tale of battle with every gust of rugged wind that blows from off that beaked promontory. Beyond Cypress Point the shore falls to dunes of white sand, splashed with creeping sea herbage, and trending northeasterly to Point Pinos, at the southern horn of Monterey Bay. Inland the ground rises wooded everywhere with pines, and it was deep pleasure to ride slowly along, hour after hour, in that fine companionship. On one hand the comfortable sigh of forest, on the other the long, solitary surge of the Pacific. By evening we were entering the pretty seaside town of Pacific Grove. The tolling of a train bell sounded strangely in my ears, for we had parted company with the locomotives at San Luis Obispo several weeks before. As we passed the military reservation, the sunset gun boomed from the Presidio, whereat Anton performed a most spectacular jump, and then a little pas seul, which furnished some excitement from the smart soldier boys. Complicated odours of fish and antiquity met us as we entered Monterey, where the street cars wrought Anton's nerves to a point of desperation. I piloted him by back ways to a stable, and found myself a lodging at the house of a charming Spanish lady to whom I brought a letter of introduction from my good friends at Lompoc. Monterey forms almost a compendium of the history of California. It was only half a century after the first voyage of Columbus that Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo sailed into the bay, and the first civilized anchor dropped into its quiet waters. 60 years later came Sebastian Vizcaino, and claimed the soil for Spain, giving the port the name of his patron, the Count of Monte Rey, then Viceroy of Mexico. That would be in 1602, 5 years before the Jamestown settlement was made on the other coast, and from that time down to the end of Mexico's ownership, Monterey remained the capital of the province of Alta California. Dana gives a picture of the town as he saw it in 1835, towards the end of the old regime. Quote, "The pretty lawn on which it stands, as green as sun and rain could make it, the pine wood on the south, the small river on the north side, the houses with their white plastered sides and red tiled roofs dotted about on the green, the low white Presidio with its soiled tricolored flag flying, and the discordant din of drums and trumpets for the noon parade." Unquote. Much of the air of its early days still pervades the place, and makes it in a way the most interesting town in California. The green lawn has gone, but many of the low adobe houses remain, and a good part of the population is Spanish or Mexican still, and my hostess, Dona Carmelita, herself a resident of Monterey from girlhood, has not a few compatriots with whom to talk over the old, gay, easy days that lingered here long after the rest of California had been charged with American energy. Monterey, and not the Mission Dolores in San Francisco, as Bret Harte expected, seems destined to be the last sigh of the native Californian. Many of the buildings are ticketed with some legend to attract the interest of tourists. Generally a claim to being the first or last of their kind or purpose in the state is the theme. Here is the first brick house, and here is the first one built of lumber. That low, shady house was the home of Governor Alvarado, one of the last governors of the Mexican province, and at the bottom of the street that bears his name is the Custom House, where on the 7th of July, 1846, the flag of the United States took the place of that which Dana saw flying. Nearby is the first theatre, and on the hill is a large frame building which served as the first state capitol. A ramshackle wooden house on a side street hoists the sign R. Stevenson House. I was not sorry to find that the authenticity of this particular relic was denied by my hostess, who declared that Stevenson was merely an occasional visitor at the house in question, and that he lived in a house, now pulled down, adjoining the one which professes to have been occupied by the last American consul, Thomas O. Larkin. As circumstantial evidence, the Senora confessed how she and others of the vivacious damsels of Monterey used to watch from the windows of the opposite house where she lived Stevenson, Keith, the painter, and other cronies as they smoked and joked on the veranda of the Larkin house. It must go hard with every lover of the gentle Scot to think of him as inhabiting that other dismal shell, the ugliest house, I think, in all Monterey. I looked in at some of the windows and saw only bare whitewashed rooms with broken walls and floors. There was a notable debris of empty bottles, and in one room it seemed that some conscience-stricken carouser had sought to dispose of his incriminating evidence by stuffing it under the flooring, whence the necks of more bottles protruding in a waggish fashion as though they were tipping the wink to the spectator. At one end of the house an outside stairway led to the upper floor. At the other was a square of garden ground, in a corner of which a few nasturtiums and stalks of mint grew in a secret and furtive manner. Over all there ruled a quaint olden odour, rare in this country, which oddly reminded me of English almshouses. In a walk about the outskirts of the town I came upon the old church, often called the Mission, of San Carlos. Having always been the parish church of Monterey, it escaped the ruin that fell upon its sisters, and is today, at the age of nearly 120 years, a handsome, solid building. I was struck by the strange appearance of the pavement of the courtyard, which was laid with circular blocks of some whitish material that was like and yet unlike stone. They proved to be the vertebrae of whales, and reminded me that Monterey had once a whaling industry of some importance. Near the bay I found a building which was formerly the office of the Monterey Whaling Company. The last of the old whaling men of Monterey may still be seen haunting the waterfront, and in the maritime store you may see a bomb gun awaiting the next purchaser, who will never appear. In the bay a mixture of dories, lateen-sailed fishing craft, steam launches, and glass-bottomed observation boats, from which tourists may spy out the wonders of Davy Jones's locker, mark the intermingling of the old and the newer interests. It was evening as I walked again up the long street. As I passed along, I encountered now a tinkle of mandolins, now an odour of Spanish cookery and roses, tangled together, quite unspeakable. Children played in the cypress-shaded gardens, or sat at the doors of the hunchbacked adobes with their fathers and mothers. On a side street, a modern wooden church with a painful spire was lighted up, probably for choir practice. Protestant as I am, I turned away and walked again past the old Catholic mission. The last swallows were wheeling home, and the sparrows in the ivy were sleepily garrulous. The fading light lingered on the crumbling cornices, and the tile-capped belfry rose peaceably into the clear dusk of the sky. After all, age is a kind of sacrament. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 17. A change of scenery. The Salinas River. Castroville. Moss Landing. Trees and whitewash. A jocund cavalier. Watsonville, metropolis of apples. Aptos. Why Aptos? The city of Santa Cruz. Another inland divergence. Ox teams. The Santa Cruz redwoods dedicated to triviality. Ben Lomond. A catechism. The California Redwood Park. Redwoods compared with the big trees. A forest trail. Again at the coast. Pigeon Point. Pescadero. A bibulous banker. To strike the direct road to the north on leaving Monterey, I took a direct short-cut through the grounds of the Hotel del Monte, where my dress and equipment, now showing the wear and stains of 4 months' travel, seemed to arouse the amazement and perhaps the indignation of the idle rich. Then, after passing the embryo city of Seaside, where avenues and Broadways had been laid off in readiness for a handsome population, we took the Sandhills Road near the coast. Instead of the cliffs and canyons of the coast range, a low expanse of brushland now lay to the east. On my left was the wide bay of Monterey, blue as the word can mean, backed by faint purple mountains where it curved round to the north. The day was hot and the road tedious, and so heavy that I dismounted and led Anton to save him my weight. The sea was now barred from sight by dunes of sand, but hour after hour its soft thunder accompanied us as we toiled along a road deep in sand and through a dry and almost uninhabited country. At noon we stopped for an hour by a pool of brackish water, with a fringe of long grass, which was a bonanza for Anton, for he had long been a stranger to that kind of forage. About mid-afternoon I guessed by the increasing roar that we were approaching the mouth of the Salinas River, and in due time we crossed the bridge over the wide green stream a mile or so above the bar, at which a great surf was breaking. Just ahead lay the little town of Castroville, planted handily in the neck of the Salinas Valley. From this vantage point I had a fine view all up the long straight valley which lies between the ranges of the Santa Lucia bordering the coast and the inner coast range which divides the valley of the Salinas from the San Joaquin, the great central valley of California. Here I was again in a land of farms. The country had a rich appearance. Cars of beets stood on the railway tracks, destined to a sugar factory a few miles distant, and the threshers were busy with the late barley. The inland heat was rather trying, and I determined to make for Moss Landing on the coast, a few miles away. Following the directions of an old man whose confident manner imposed on me, I left Castroville on the right and turned into a road that seemed to lead directly there. After following it for a couple of miles, Anton, pretty tired and eyeing every barn and gateway with anxiety, the road came to an end, and a wide slough, quite impassable, barred the way. With hearty blessings on that old gentleman, we returned to Castroville and took the main road, arriving at the village of Moss Landing long after dark. It took my utmost arguments to persuade the hotel keeper to get me supper of bread and beef and tepid coffee. The place had just been thrown into excitement by the arrival of a harvester crew of 18 or 20 men, who kept up a sort of strange procession as they circulated through the saloon. Fraternal squads passed in hurriedly, to emerge in 2 or 3 minutes with impressive wipings of lips. A few moments sufficed to change the composition of the groups, and they lurched in again with a fresh access of thirst. Morning showed that Moss Landing possesses wharves and other facilities of commerce, and I found that a good deal of grain and other farm produce is shipped from this little place. For the rest, I gather that in winter it is a main resort of duck hunters. The landlord told me that he often shot ducks from his back door, which there was no reason to doubt, since a family of them were peaceably quacking 15 feet away from the table at which I was eating breakfast. It was a fine morning, sunny but cool. The road led among placid lagoons, where platoons of sea fowl were manoeuvring, and old boats lay moored at oozy landing stages. Groves of eucalyptus gave off their finest scents after the dewy night, and the mountains to the north were now near enough to show the timber on their crest. That sight always so refreshing and delightful. Trees in park or garden are good, for trees are always good. Trees on open plain are better, but trees on a mountain skyline seem to me to make the acme of charm in natural scenery. The people of this region are strong on that excellent thing, whitewash. The farmhouses gleamed like patches of snow against the brown hills, and the roadside cottages were whitened to ultra whiteness, and made the prettiest of pictures with their gardens of blazing nasturtiums and geraniums. Always a charming combination in connection with whitewash, suggesting contentment, pinafores, bread and milk, and such wholesome childlike things. At a rise of the ground I came in sight of a brother horseman who was riding toward me. He was singing, and loudly too, but ceased when he saw me. Now, why must he do that? How delightful it would be if only this confounded mock modesty could be got rid of! He and I, for instance, could have met unabashed, each trolling our "Hey nonny nonny," or whatever it might be, with no silly thought of looking silly, but instead just some courteous gesture of appreciation or a word of applause. But no. We must only pass our dull "Good morning, sir," and "How d'ye do, sir?" and go on our ways. I heard him break out again, though, as soon as he knew my back was turned. Some hours of easy riding, in the course of which I crossed into the next county, Santa Cruz, brought me to the valley of the Pajaro, here a slow winding reedy stream. By noon we were at Watsonville, the California metropolis of apples. Certain peculiarities of soil and climate in this valley combine to favour this particular crop, but much is due also to an element of European thoroughness. The careful, old-fashioned methods of a colony of Dalmatians, who settled here many years ago, have brought the industry to such a success that, in California, to hear of apples is to think of Watsonville. I was told that the bulk and the best of the orchards lay along the foothills to the north, but I rode through mile on mile of prosperous groves where harvest was just beginning, and wagons in long procession passed me loaded with fragrant boxes bound for the railway. After passing a small village, formerly known as Whiskey Hill, but now decorously named Freedom, the road began to enter the hills, and soon redwoods and spruces appeared. Pretty mountain orchards clung to the hillsides, the thrifty vines and fruit trees running up to meet the timber and mountain brush. Bracken grew along the roadside, mingled with wild oats and yellow autumn flowers, and my spirits rose automatically, as they always do, at the prospect of mountains and forests. The long, steep road was not too long for me, though Anton's pace was jaded, and dark had fallen before we reached our quarters for the night at Aptos. Usually it is not difficult to trace the origin of the names of western towns, for their histories are seldom long. But I asked in vain for the derivation of this Greek-sounding word. Who or what was Aptos? I applied to my landlord, but he could only answer my question with another. Aptos? Aptos? Well, Aptos is a good name, ain't it? A quartet of Aptosians arrived after supper to dangle for an hour about the porch and cultivate the social side by one of those friendly contests of mingled grossness and profanity which pass so often for wit in the rural life of the West. From this hideous atmosphere I escaped to wander for an hour among the redwoods and listen to the mutter of the sea as it broke against the cliffs half a mile away. An easy ride next morning through quiet rural roads and a village or two where loafers on sugar barrels were dallying with watermelons brought us to the city of Santa Cruz, lying at the north bend of Monterey Bay. It has a population of some 12,000, and seemed to me a staid, ordinary kind of place, though it is much in request as a rendezvous for conventions, and is certainly endowed with an unusually fine bathing beach. Here once stood another of the Franciscan missions, but no trace of it remains. The mountain belt that rises to the north of Santa Cruz carries a particularly fine forest of redwoods. I could not think of missing these noble giants, so once more I abandoned the coast for a few days and struck directly into the mountains. The road followed the course of the beautiful San Lorenzo River, and I was soon again in the companionship of the trees, a mingling of sequoia, spruce, alder, bay, box elder, and maple. The canon is a deep one, and the narrow road is cut into its western side, giving fine views up and down the wooded gorge. Automobiles were unusually numerous and irresponsible, charging down on us round the sharpest curves with no formalities of horn blowing. After Anton had passed through various stages of indignation and alarm, he could see nothing for it but to turn and bolt from every car we met, and I had some exciting moments while we pirouetted about on the edge of the 500-foot chasm. As I was eating my lunch by a spring beside the road, a sound of shouting began to come up out of the canon. It was in a particular sing-song drawl, and came nearer and nearer until, when it arrived close to where I sat, I stood up to see what phenomenon was about to appear. There was a creaking and a crashing of underbrush, and then the heads of a yoke of oxen rose above the level of the road, and so remained while two pairs of solemn eyes took stock of me and my companion. Gradually 6 yoke emerged, followed by a man with a goad, who was the author of the melancholy music, and then by a wagon and trailer, on which was a single huge log of redwood. They went quartering about from side to side of the road, and when 4 similar processions had followed them, and they all came to anchor, the hubbub ceased, half the oxen lay down, and the drivers gathered at the spring for the noon meal. They were swarthy, bullet-headed fellows, and proved all to be Portuguese, speaking no English, so that our conversation was limited. However, it was full of goodwill, expressed in a friendly interchange of wine and tobacco. Just beyond, a side road led off to a grove of exceptionally fine sequoias. I found the spot given up to picnic arrangements, and the trees themselves bespattered with business cards and unsightly scrawlings. One of the 2 of the largest bore inscriptions: "Dedicated to the Los Angeles Produce Exchange by the San Francisco Dairy and Fruit Exchange," and "Dedicated to Reading Commandery No. 42, Knights Templars of Pennsylvania." I pondered these inexplicable labels for some time, and could only conclude that they were examples of the same pitiful ambition that Hamlet observed in a certain kind of players. The great trees themselves, if one could get them free of these trivialities, are wonderful and stately enough, the tall tapering shafts rising in superb grace and power, flecked with purple and gold along their fluted channellings. A forest of their kind surrounds them, mingled with a few other species, and the clear bright river ripples or steals along as seductively as river can do. But I never can enjoy these spots dedicated to beer and sandwiches, or even to masons and buttermen, and I was soon glad to turn away. A long mountain ridge rose on my left, named Ben Lomond, and this hot day I sighed for a little of the authentic Ben Lomond atmosphere of rain or mist. The locality abounds in handsome country houses, all with Scottish names, such as Bonnydoon, Strathspey, Bracken Bray, and Rowardenan. I put up for the night at the pretty little village of Ben Lomond, where the arrival of a traveller of my order is so rare an event that the children playing in the oak-shaded street sent a deputation to interview me and ask a few explicit questions. Who are you? What do you do? Where are you come from? And where are you going? I explained with equal straightforwardness that I was Alexander Selkirk, an anthropophagus by profession, residing regularly in Kamchatka, but at present on my way to visit the Cham of Tartary, and was pleased to see that the frankness of my replies afforded general satisfaction. Our road next day continued for a few miles along the canon of the San Lorenzo as far as a small town called Boulder Creek, chiefly remarkable for supporting an equipment of 21 saloons. From here I turned more westerly, following the course of the pretty stream from which the town is named, in order to visit the California Redwood Park, a tract of specially fine timber which has been rescued by the state from destruction and set aside as a public pleasure ground. Again, automobiles were trying, for we were getting within the range of the San Francisco pleasure travel, and Anton and I often condoled over our wrongs. At the first opportunity I turned into a side road, rough enough to discourage the hardiest chauffeur, and soon found a trail which led through a magnificent forest to the park. The summer crop of tourists had departed, and I found that the warden, whose duty it is to assign camping places to visitors, had gone huckleberrying, like a wise official. This suited me well, and I made haste to pitch camp under a stately redwood, despite the warnings of a quarrelsome colony of squirrels. Here I spent a delightful Sunday, wandering beside brown creeks and superb sequoias and scarcely inferior spruces, and enjoying a veritable feast of huckleberries. It was my first introduction to the plant, and I found a double zest in the fruit when I saw what a sprightly and beautiful shrub supplied it. I found the impressiveness of these splendid redwoods to be quite unlike that of their relatives, the giant trees of the Sierra Nevada. Many of the trees in this belt of forest reached a diameter over 15 feet and a height of 300, the age of such patriarchs being known to exceed 10 centuries. But they seemed to me to lack that individual majesty of bearing which the others express, and to gain their distinction rather from the cumulative effect of their statuesque beauty than from the solemnity of ponderous size and of primogeniture among living things. I now turned again coastwards over a trail that traversed another noble tract of timber known as the Big Basin. The shade was almost unbroken, and the trail carpeted deeply with fallen leaves of madroño and tanbark oak. For hours the silence was unbroken but for Anton's muffled footfalls, and a curious distant sound which greatly interested him, and which I guessed to be the moan of the siren at Pigeon Point, 7 miles away. Now and then an acorn dropped sharply, or, at a push of wind, a few leaves came whispering down. The great stems of the redwoods were powdered with the grey rime of age, and the foliage showed the rich tinge of russet peculiar to this evergreen, the dead leaves of which long remain attached to the tree. My admiration was constantly divided between the exquisite symmetry of the redwoods, the rugged magnificence of the spruces, and the rich red gleam of the madrono stems. The forest flowers were long past, but there was no lack for them, for here was a touch of scarlet or crimson from frost-stained poison oak, there a yellowing leaf spray of tanbark oak. All was gold, green, purple, and the sensitive warm or wan tones of autumn. So we lounged along, a mile an hour. Anton was always curious about my notebook. Usually I did my scribbling in the saddle, but when I was leading him and stopped to write, he would watch me with his head a little cocked and a puzzled air that plainly asked, "What on earth are you always up to with that bit of stick?" After some miles we crossed the west fork of Waddell Creek at a lovely place of dim pools, mossed rocks, and waving ferns. Reaching the next crest, on a sudden we were among arid brush and digger pines, with a blaze of sunlight reflected from a white shaly soil. After the hours of greenness and dim religious light, the change was startling. At the next rise I looked out upon the familiar sight of a deep seaward canon up which the fog was creeping. Its waves were just rosied by the evening sun, and timbered shoulders of mountains stood up darkly purple through the fleecy sea. Down this canon we pursued our way in thoughtful mood, attuned to the gathering shadows, and came by dusk to a lonely ranch where I made application for our lodging. The good people made us welcome, and I enjoyed the unwonted luxury of a table piled with magazines beside the social hearth of a cultivated family. A few miles of travel next day down the canon of White Horse Creek brought me to the coast at Franklin Point. A thin mist overhung sea and shore, and through it I could dimly see in the south Point Año Nuevo, with a lighthouse on the adjacent little island. The coast here, though not high, is picturesque with scattered rocks, and a sea vexed into continual turmoil. 5 miles to the north is the hamlet of Pigeon Point. A handsome lighthouse stands on the cliff. I like to pay my respects to these beneficent sentinels, so I called there and was courteously shown over the building by one of the officers, who explained to me the latest triumphs of invention in lighthouse equipment. From Pigeon Point the road passed for mile on mile through a grey land, inordinately dusty, and palliated only by occasional boons in the shape of thickets of goldenrod or a sprinkling of lavender asters. A dull sea with an uneasy voice kept us close company, and about once an hour we met a team or passed a lichened farmhouse. After crossing a lagoon which lies at the mouth of the Arroyo de los Frijoles — thus does the Spanish aggrandize even the humble Bean Creek — the road lay along the cliff beside Pebble Beach, locally famous for agates and moonstones. A hotel stood on the bluff, with no other house in sight, and no appearance of having so much as a solitary guest to entertain. Its windy desolation was so discouraging that I could not bring myself to try their entertainment, though it was time to think of stopping. Before long I found a road leading inland, and turning into it came to a broad green canon with a winding creek. A couple of miles away I saw the little town of Pescadero, standing prettily backed by wooded ridges, its white houses shining in the evening sun. In due course we marched into town, where I was just in time for supper at the comfortable inn. The experience of Moss Landing was repeated. A party of bibulous sportsmen arrived during the evening, and pervaded the place with noise and profanity. When I learned that the noisiest, thirstiest, and most obscene of the group was a banker of San Francisco, I congratulated myself that no funds of mine were in his keeping, and hoped that warning visions might be vouchsafed to his clients in their dreams. Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 18. Dust and Wild Flowers. Half Moon Bay. Gilt-edged real estate. The Montera Mountain Coast. First view of San Francisco Bay. Colma, an Italian lodging house. San Francisco as in 1906 and now. Bohemia, Stevenson, the Mission Dolores. Ferry to Sausalito. Mill Valley, Mount Tamalpais, a famous view. The Muir Woods, more splendid redwoods. Willow Camp, the first rain. Bolinas Lagoon. Lonely country and a lonely ranch. A pleasant meeting. Drake's Bay, the Golden Hind, the first Protestant service on Pacific shores. Drake's Monument and Drake's Drum. In the last day's travel we had crossed from Santa Cruz into San Mateo County. Now ensued 20 miles of dreadful dust, but compensated by a grateful scarcity of automobiles, though we were now nearing San Francisco and were almost in the latitude of the south end of the bay. The coast road is continuously hilly, and the great bulk of travel follows the level inland road by way of Palo Alto and San Jose. Brown, monotonous hills rolled along the east, treeless but for occasional clumps of eucalyptus that marked the rare farmhouses. Now and then the road came out upon high whitish cliffs, fringed with a broad band of surf, the growl of which was a matter of never-failing interest to Anton. Fog obscured the ocean at a mile or two from shore. The roadside bushes were drab with 5 months of drought, but a few asters and late wild roses still kept their cheerful smiles, and their petals were as pure and bright as though newly washed by the rains of spring, a miracle which I never cease to admire in wild flowers in general, and those of our dry California summers especially. At the village of San Gregorio I noted one reason for the small amount of travel on the road when I saw the collection of wagons that were drawn up awaiting their drivers, who were circulating industriously from saloon to saloon. Nearing Tunitas Creek we were greeted by the screech of a locomotive, and I found that we were at the temporary terminus of the Ocean Shore Railroad, which comes down the coast thus far from San Francisco. Then we passed a straggling settlement named Purisima, the capital, so to speak, of a grant of land enjoying the lengthy title of Cañada Verde y Arroyo de la Purisima, and soon arrived at the town of Half Moon Bay, lying a mile inland from the shore of the bay itself, which I could see curving round to the northwest, where it terminated in the promontory of Pillar Point. It was still fairly early, but I felt really unable to face any more dust for one day, so we sought our respective quarters, and I, for my part, subsided without delay into a bath. Next day was the equinox, and the morning was dull, threatening, or a better way of putting it, promising rain. We were early on the road which rounded the head of the bay, passing through a number of new-born cities, whose existence was to be known mainly by pitiful little cement sidewalks, already bulging and broken. Each place in succession adjured me by stentorian signboards not to miss the wealth that awaited investors in its gilt-edged lots. It was a boon to exchange the songs of these financial sirens for the charms of a sea and sky alike of wistful grey, lighted over and anon by gleams of gold that bore no hint of real estate. The road came again to the shore at Montera Point, where there is a small lighthouse. A mile ahead, a fine mountain came sharply to the sea, and I could trace a road graded steeply over it. I had not expected another taste of the mountains so near as I was now to San Francisco, and I rejoiced at the sight. We soon began the climb, which brought magnificent views of cliff and sea, often several hundred feet almost sheer below. The mist lay thickly over the water at a little distance from shore, and I had to leave to the mind's eye the view I had anticipated of the sails or smoke of many vessels making it to the Golden Gate. From the summit of the grade I looked out to the north upon the green valley of San Pedro and the long line of cliff shore that runs to the entrance of the great bay. Below, the fine headland of San Pedro Point stood out to the west, ending in a picturesque little island pinnacled like an iceberg, and farther to the north I could just discern the outline of the high, bold coast of Marin. A steep descent, followed by a few miles of monotonous road, brought us to Laguna Salada, where I found an ambitious hotel and another array of empty streets and avenues. Then came a winding road which at length turned inland and climbed a long ascent. At the top I turned in my saddle to take, as I thought, a backward view of the country I had been travelling. To my surprise I saw nothing that I could recognize, but instead a coastline entirely strange to me. After a puzzled moment it dawned upon me that I was looking down upon the Bay of San Francisco, and we took a few minutes' rest while I digested the fact and congratulated myself on having reached this salient point of the expedition. Opposite rose the long brown ridge of San Bruno Mountain, and the small town of Colma at its foot. I turned Anton toward it, and after interminable miles of vegetable gardens arrived in the town by evening, to find that there was neither hotel nor livery stable in the place. San Francisco was still several miles away, and Anton was tired, so I was averse to going any further. With some difficulty I got Anton accommodated at a private stable, and found a bed for myself at an Italian lodging-house, which was also a saloon. There I dined on soup, macaroni, and the thinnest of wine with the proprietor, who bore an astonishing likeness to the Emperor Nero, his jolly wife and baby, and 11 other sons of Italy. During the evening the landlord entertained the company with operatic airs on his accordion, a complicated instrument which he played with remarkable skill, while the wife, with the greatest good humour, performed peasant dances for us amid our cheers, and the fat baby tumbled happily about on the pool table in the delicate olive costume in which she was born. The population of Colma is almost entirely Italian, and I could better imagine myself in Naples than on the edge of San Francisco. None the less so, while I tossed about all night on a straw mattress, tortured by fleas and mosquitoes of truly Neapolitan ferocity. Next morning, with the one eye which the mosquitoes had left in condition, I piloted Anton among unlimited electric cars and automobiles into San Francisco, and left him at a stable on Mission Street. Matters of tailoring, bootmaking, and other small affairs detained me in the city for a few days, during which time I enlarged the acquaintance with New San Francisco which I had begun on my last visit, soon after the historic disaster of 1906. My recollections of that time were of a Sahara of choking grey dust, through which loomed the ruins, apparently of some city of antiquity just discovered and in the process of being excavated. As I climbed then down the hummocky streets, I looked down into gaping chasms hideous with debris, among which sat files of gritty goblins, chipping away eternally at mountains of old bricks. The air rang with the sound of their trowels. Huge girders and shafts of smoke-black masonry rose spectrally here and there, and from the sides of the pits twisted pipes projected with a ghostly resemblance to severed arteries. I found now a splendid city of steel and marble, with monster hotels, palatial banks, and skyscraping office buildings. Here and there a vacant lot still gaped like a missing tooth, and hinted the grim words fire and earthquake. But wonderful as the resurrection had been, I found as usual that the features of the new place attracted me in inverse ratio to their newness. There was less of pleasure to feast at the St. Francis than at the Café de la Tour Eiffel, where one walks on sanded floors, sits at old tables larded with the steam of 30,000 diners, and dines off cabbage soup, boiled beef, and wine decidedly ordinaire, where the company is perhaps as much Alsatian as Bohemian, and probably as worth noticing as that which one could meet at the famous club. Monsieur Defarge had, moreover, legends of Stevenson to relate, and directed me to Portsmouth Square, near by, where I found the monument to his memory, fortunately spared by the earthquake. While I stood before it, up came first a natty Japanese, and then a dusty Italian labourer, to drink at the fountain. Seeing me reading the inscription, they inquired whom and what it was about. I read them the well-known sentences, "To be honest, to be kind," and so on, and did my best at a brief exposition of the general meaning, thinking how the incident would have pleased the cosmopolitan R.L.S. himself. I paid my visit also to the Mission of San Francisco de Assis, the Mission Dolores of Bret Harte's sketch. It can never have been a very attractive building, but it has its interest as the church of the old town of Yerba Buena, the germ of the present capital of the western United States. The mission, which Bret Harte "gave but a few years longer to sit by the highway and ask alms in the name of the blessed saints," has survived his prophecy much longer already than he thought, and has been renovated to a better condition than the "ragged senility" in which he saw it. But the churchyard is today much as he described it, and I take the willow tree growing beside the deep brown wall to be the same that he noted. The place is rank with vegetation, yet not untidy, and even with its modern surroundings there is a gentle quietude about it that seemed to me more pleasing and humane than the spick-and-span elegance of shaven lawns and parterres of formal flowers. I climbed "the rocky fastnesses of Telegraph Hill," prowled among the incongruities of the foreign quarter and the chromatic heathendom of Chinatown, ferried over to Oakland and mingled with the collegians on the campus of the University of Berkeley, and finally wandered for an afternoon in Golden Gate Park, where I saw bands of quail running fearlessly among the shrubbery, a charming sight, from which I argue that, notwithstanding the general belief, San Franciscans cannot after all be wholly bad. It was 2 days before the end of September when, at early morning, I guided Anton down to the ferry. We were objects of much interest to passers-by in cars and on sidewalks, no doubt of envy also to not a few. Motormen took delight in springing a sudden salute of bells at us as they sped by, and newsboys varied their chant of "Chronicle! Call! Examiner!" with joyous yells of "Whoop! See the cowboy!" Anton took his surroundings more calmly than might have been expected, considering the contrast with his native sage plains, though he glanced anxiously up each side street for a way of escape; and when, after 3 miles of constant tension, he felt the tremor of the boat, he gazed at me with a startled expression that seemed to say, "Look here, this thing must be hollow. How do you know it won't fall to pieces?" We disembarked at Sausalito, on the southeast point of the Marin Peninsula, ready for the northern and last division of the trip. Sausalito is a pretty little town built on hills that overlook the bay. Here I got my delayed breakfast, and then leisurely took the road along the placid bay shore. Ahead rose the striking shape of Mount Tamalpais, with the village of Mill Valley on its forest-clouded foot. To the west rose low hills, at first brown and thinly timbered, but gradually taking a sprinkling of redwoods, amid which were dotted the houses of fortunate suburbanites. I put up at the village for the night, and next morning climbed the mountain to secure that renowned view with which all California tourists are familiar. Before I reached the top, I was ready to wish I had patronized the railway which runs to the summit by a series of spectacular curves and loopings. The day was hot, the way shadeless, and for half the distance the trail is over loose sliding stones and at an excessive slope. I had a dark suspicion that the directors of the railway might have had these tons of broken rock dumped there, with the idea of discouraging pedestrians. After all, when I gained the top, I found many of the notable features of the landscape obscured by the mists of late summer, and over the region I most wished to see, namely the panorama of Drake's Bay and Point Reyes, there hung a curtain of haze as thick as if all the accumulated dust of San Francisco had gathered there. Still, I was able to recognize the twin peaks of Mount Diablo, 35 miles to the east, and Mount St. Helena, 15 miles further away in the north. Nearer by, to the northeast, lay the town of San Rafael, the site of the most northerly, and last in order of foundation but one, of the Franciscan missions, of which, after the lapse of less than a century, no trace remains. On leaving Mill Valley, I turned westward toward the coast. It was a cloudy day, with a promise of rain, and the road was delightfully rural. Within half an hour I noted deer tracks by the roadside, and everywhere the finger of autumn had touched the foliage with the rich and tender beauty of decay. 2 or 3 miles brought us to the Muir Woods, a splendid tract of woodland that was presented to the nation a few years ago by a prominent Californian to be held as a perpetual monument to the premier of Western naturalist writers. The woods are the most beautiful of any preserved enclosure that I have ever yet seen, and the soft gray day gave them their finest aspect. The special glory of the place is in the redwoods. The great shafts rise in natural majesty from a handsomely varied undergrowth, and here and there stand individual groups, like the side chapels of a cathedral, with high rose windows opening to the sky, rich with tracery of twig and branch and plumy spray. A brown creek threads its way along, mingling its childlike narrative with fluting of bird, chattering of squirrel, and solemn monotone of forest wind. I rode for an hour or two about this choice spot, letting Anton take me where he would, since all alike was charming, then took the trail directly for the coast. It passed over a high, windy moorland, varied with broken forest of oak, spruce, and redwood. The view seaward, though somewhat obscured by haze, showed the narrow tongue of Point Bonita, and in faint outline the northern part of the San Francisco Peninsula, with a few vessels inward or outward bound through the Golden Gate. To the west lay the long silver ridge of the Bolinas Lagoon, and at the nearer end the scattering village of Willow Camp. Here I arrived at sundown, and found quarters in a sort of nondescript inn, well known to the sportsmen of the Bay cities, who resort here in winter to make war upon the ducks of the lagoon. Except for the inn itself, the place is new, and consists only of the country cottages of a few San Franciscans. Its situation and surroundings are very attractive. The curving beach opens southward upon a breezy tract of sea dotted with the shipping of the greatest port of the Pacific. Steep hills rise close behind it to 2,000 feet of altitude, the edge of a broad belt of finely broken country. The hollows and canyons are dark with timber, mostly picturesque thickets of wind-shorn laurel. Far away on the horizon lay the desolate islands of the Farallones, with their lonely lighthouse and year-round clamour of gulls. I was awakened at night by the sound of heavy rain on the tent in which I slept. It was the first rain I had experienced, except for a slight sprinkle or two, since I left Los Angeles in the middle of May. Now it was the 1st of October, and I took the change as a hint that I had better complete my expedition quickly. The next day, which was Sunday, brought a few more showers and a magnificent entertainment of cloud forms that piled in slumbering thunder on the seaward horizon and dragged in Ossian-like gloom along the heights that back the village. But the day closed in a Sabbath serenity, and the next morning came clear, with a cheerful wind from the north that forecast a continuance of fair weather. We took our way westward, following the northern margin of the lagoon. Choirs of blackbirds in the reeds sang their loudest in praise of the day, and I was fain to join the chorus. Anton, too, was in his best humour, and strode along with free gait, though not without an eye to the scraps of green that fringed the road, mixed among the thickets of wild rose, asters, and sultry goldenrod. A few pleasure boats were cruising about, and files of waterfowl manoeuvred on the placid water. It was much too pretty a morning for one to be in a hurry, and noon had come before we reached the village of Bolinas, which lies at the western point of the lagoon. Thence the road continued westward at a little distance from the sea, through a quiet, treeless land, with an occasional dairy farm staring from the brown hillsides. For hours we kept this lonely road, meeting only one team during the whole afternoon. Towards evening we began to enter a rougher country, with sharply broken hills bearing a scattering growth of spruce. At a solitary farm I stopped to prospect for accommodation, but could find no one about the place. Anton's behaviour at such times was always amusing. He would watch me eagerly as I went to the house, and when, as in this case, no door was opened in response to my knock, his anxiety became quite comic, and he would gaze at me with serious concern and an air of conferring with me as to what was to be done now. As it had been some miles since we passed the last ranch, I did not want to go further lest it might be as far to the next. The necessity, as ever, was for fodder, for long before now the pasturage had been exhausted to a point that it would mean starvation for an animal in work. After passing half an hour in dispute with a contentious sow that seemed to be in charge of the premises, a young woman galloped up on horseback, and a moment later a young man followed in a wagon. I explained my needs, and was invited to put up my horse and to sleep in the house if I chose. They were brother and sister, Italian Swiss, and speaking little English, so that conversation was somewhat obstructed. But I was glad to share their simple, hearty supper, and slept finely on my clean straw bed, in spite of 3 glum saints and a scowling cardinal who decorated the wall of the little whitewashed room. When I came to saddle up next morning, I found that while I slumbered, my enemy, the sow, had overhauled my saddlebags, with the result that I was out of my single loaf of bread, 2 pounds of bacon, the half of a notebook, fortunately unused, and a few revolver cartridges. I wish there were some means of exploding these last in loco. The country here was very interesting in appearance. A group of small freshwater lakes lies near the shore, which rises to a picturesque moorland backed by irregular hills. Seaward the Farallones showed like icebergs on the skyline, and the long arm of Point Reyes marked the outline of Drake's Bay. Hours passed without a sign of human life. Once or twice a deer appeared in some glade among the brush, and frequent coveys of quail whirred away as we put them up. This is a magnificent game country, and the fact has not been overlooked by the sporting clubs, whose notices hailed me on all sides with threats of severe penalties and utmost rigours. While Anton was making the most of a halt by a spring with a few square yards of verdure, I was joined by 2 officers of the Coast Artillery Corps, who were out from the military reservation at Point Bonita for a 3-day test ride invented by an ex-president of strenuous memory. It was a pleasant meeting, and seemed a fitting place for Americans and Britons to fraternize, looking out over the historic waters of Drake's Bay. It happened that we met on opposite circuits, but we made an appointment to dine together in the evening at Olema, our common objective for the day. Coming to a ranch house a few miles further on, I stopped for lunch. I always enjoy these chance meals at all sorts and conditions of places. The people here again were Italian Swiss, and if the dishes were a shade overdone with garlic, the goodwill was all that could be desired. Then, taking a southward road down Bear Cañon, I rode for a mile or 2 beside a pretty stream under a sort of tunnel formed by prodigious bays, whose mossy branches joined overhead. The scent, though it is a pleasant one, was almost overpowering. Ferns banked the roadside solidly by the mile, and the light, filtered through triple screens of verdure, was like the soft, clear greenness of a mermaid's grotto. From where the cañon issued near the shore, I rode a few miles westward to the edge of Drake's Bay. It was a spot I had greatly wished to visit, and I threw myself down on the cliff to enjoy the occasion and the scene. So here lay the little Golden Hind, 332 years ago, having come thus far on her memorable circumnavigation. And this is the shore where brave Drake landed, and called this country, quote, Nova Albion, and that for 2 causes, the one in respect of the great white banks and cliffs which lie toward the sea, and the other because it might have some affinity with our country in name, which sometime was so called. Unquote. The scene was not specially striking in itself, and I thought it all the better that it was not, but just the old simplicity of cliff and sea. A rattling breeze blew from the northwest, and under it the long surges came swinging in and broke with dogged persistence at the base of the 100-foot cliff. A few sea-birds batted and screamed against the wind, and a couple of hawks answered them from landward. It was then, too, that for the first time on the Pacific shores a Protestant service, after the order of the Church of England, was held by Master Fletcher, when "our General with his company went to prayer and to reading of the Scriptures, at which exercise the people of the country were attentive and seemed to be affected with it." And what happened, I wondered, to the monument the Englishman set up on that occasion? "Namely, a plate nailed upon a fair great post, whereupon was engraved Her Majesty's name, the day and year of our arrival there, and the free giving up of the province and the people into Her Majesty's hands, together with Her Majesty's picture and arms, and a piece of sixpence of current English money under the plate, whereunder was also written the name of our General." I suppose it may have long remained there, superstitiously revered by the natives as a token of the prodigy that had happened in the days of their fathers. Then probably some band of Spaniards who, spying the hated names of Drake and Elizabeth, tore or burned it down with cries of execration. I will mention that before I left the place the spectacle might have been seen of a travel-stained individual on horseback declaiming, bareheaded, the lines of Mr. Newbold's lyric of "Drake's Drum." When I pointed out to him that the sight would be a humorous one to an observer, his reply was, "I can't help that. I'm an Englishman, and it must always be hats off for Englishmen at the name of Drake." Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 19. Tomales Bay. Wind, dust, oysters, and chickens. Drab and blue. Camp and coyote concert. Russian River. Fine scenic country and a sunset. Old Fort Ross, an excerpt from history. A new pine. Camp among weird surroundings. A gale and a fine sea. Stewart's Point, a lumbering settlement. A place of gloom, Gualala. 7 miles northeast of Drake's Bay is the little town of Olema, where I arrived at dusk. At the hotel I found the 2 officers with whom I exchanged experiences of the day. Early next morning I took the road that follows the north side of Tomales Bay, a long narrow inlet bordered on the south by a timbered ridge which I would willingly have explored, but that I could get no certainty of a ferry at the lower end of the bay. Each person I questioned on the matter contradicted the opinion of the last. At Point Reyes Station, a settlement at the head of the bay, I met the narrow gauge railroad that runs for a short distance up the coast at a few miles inland. A disagreeable wind blew from the northwest and raised quite a respectable sea on the estuary. Near the head I had noticed an oyster fishery, where the railroad has a station with the serio-comic name of Bivalve. I suppose that only the need of brevity hindered them from calling it Toothsome as well. 2 or 3 other small places line the bayside and did something, though not much, to break the dreary brown monotony of the country that rolls away northward. One tiny settlement has with unusual modesty named itself Hamlet. The wind was cold, and neither of us was in a very cheerful humour. The very farmhouses seemed to shiver in company with us and the pessimistic cattle that nosed about the withered pastures. I suppose my voice betrayed my feelings to Anton, for such remarks as "It's dogged as does it, boy," or "Faint yet pursuing, eh, old chap?" failed to bring the usual good-humoured response. It was a relief when at mid-afternoon we reached the small town of Tomales, and exchanged the vague discomforts of the road for the concrete misery of a typical country hotel. The region we travelled next day was still the eternal brown, so brown as to appear actually rusty. It looked as if it must be dry for 10 miles below the surface. The road was deep in dust and still treeless, but the weather was better, and that repulsive wind had ceased to blow, or had gone to blow elsewhere. Apples shone from roadside orchards, and refulgent pumpkins gleamed redder for the first touch of frost. I bought a hatful of apples at a farm, took off Anton's bridle, and we lounged and munched along all morning, the best of comrades. At the village of Valley Ford we entered Sonoma County, and at the same time bade adieu once more to sight and sound of railways for 200 miles or so. Some distance up the coast I saw a dark ridge of timber, which I guessed to mark the commencement of that great tree belt which lines the shores of northern California and merges in the colossal forests of Oregon, Washington, and British Columbia. The country I was now passing through is preeminently the land of chickens. At each farm I saw rows of little structures like English bathing machines, and the hillsides about these chicken villages were all alive with the cackling and shouting citizens. The white varieties of poultry seem to have all the preference, and they make an interesting show. A few miles to the east is the city of Petaluma, the California metropolis of fowls. A circuitous hilly road brought us round to the head of Bodega Bay, a lagoon rather than a bay, and all but landlocked, and in another mile, after crossing a stream called Salmon Creek, we emerged at ocean edge. The coast was of low cliffs with a fringe of seaweed-covered rocks that were crowded with gulls and pelicans, these last in their usual state of profound dyspepsia. The colour scheme in general had become of late one vast simplicity of drab and blue. The last tinge of verdure had vanished months ago, except in cultivated spots or small damp areas, and barren hills and clear sky shared the universe between them, or admitted the sea into partnership without breaking the duality of colour. It was becoming almost an obsession to me, and I looked forward with zest to the coming in of the forest element. It was getting late, and there was no prospect of finding a lodging, when a little creek with a faint trickle of water and a trifle of pasturage offered the chance of camping for the night. This was now an unusual boon, and I did not let it escape. I ate my supper by the light of a moon near the full, and with a first-rate coyote concert for entertainment. This was like old times, and seemed almost touching, so long was it since I have heard one. The night was cold, with a very heavy dew, but I found a few stumps of buckeye and made a fair campfire. Then, blanketing and picketing Anton, I turned in with my feet to the fire and peacefully smoked myself to sleep. We were early on the road next day, for I was eager to reach that timbered ridge that had been slowly coming nearer. I guessed that the Russian River must run on the nearer side, and an hour's travel brought us to a high bank overlooking this fine stream. It was much the largest river that I had met on the way up the coast, and seemed to mark the clear climatic difference between the central and southern regions of the state and the northern, which may be considered as beginning in this latitude. The scene had an additional interest from its connection with the brief adventure of the Russians on this part of the Pacific seaboard a century ago. At the mouth of this river, which they called the Slavianka, was a settlement of theirs subsidiary to the principal one at Fort Ross. I sat for some time enjoying the fine views up and down the handsome winding stream, whose gleaming surface was broken every moment by the flash of leaping fish. A mile upstream I found a platform ferry by which we crossed. This was another experience for Anton. He was particularly interested in a rowboat that happened to come near us, thinking, no doubt, that a creature who moved its legs in that extraordinary horizontal fashion must be an unmitigated monster, whom it would be wise to keep an eye upon until we got ashore. A road along the north bank of the river brought us soon back to the shore. The usual sandbar blocked the mouth of the stream, and huge tree trunks lay strewed about the beach or were churning among the sharp rocks that guard the coast. At a microscopic settlement called Jenner, consisting of a small lumber concern and a post office, the road began to climb a long ascent. Dairy ranches appeared at long intervals, and at one of these, where I got into conversation with the Italian proprietor, I was invited to share in the midday macaroni. When it appeared that I had stayed with relatives of theirs down the coast, a flask of their best Chianti was produced in my honour. Fine vistas opened to north and south as we climbed. The coast here is quite similar to that of the Santa Lucia region. There are the same broad slopes of mountain, marked with isolated blocks of timber, the same broken line of bay and cape, fringed everywhere with islets, the same almost oppressive sense of the ocean, whether seen or unseen, stretching ever in vast uniformity away to the west. Here, however, was less of fog. For days together the seas lay under a sky of clearest blue, and evening after evening the setting sun drew a sword of blazing brass across the infinite plain of water. We had a long and tiring climb before we came at length to the timber. Then we stopped and rested long and deeply. The view was almost impossibly perfect. All about were grouped redwoods, oaks, bays, madronos, and spruces of magnificent growth. Between their red and green and purple stems there stretched to east and north a wide extent of hilly country, golden with sun-bleached grass, or dark with purple areas of forest. To the west I caught glimpses of dazzling sea, and southward I looked down upon the coast I had travelled during that and the previous day, brilliant with blue of deep and green of shoal water, or flashing to sudden blaze of surf on headland, cape, and bay. Before I was ready to move on, the sun had set in an effulgence of noble colour, rosying the golden hills, reddening the great shafts of the trees, and, for a few wonderful moments, deepening the plain of the sea to an imperial splendour of purple. High over all, masses of flaming crimson, like banners of archangels, floated across the western sky. In the gathering dusk I rode on through the forest, and came at dark to a comfortable wayside inn at a hamlet called Seaview. Here I stayed the night, and the next morning took the cross road down to the coast. It was another glorious morning of Indian summer. The ocean lay far below under a cool stratum of fog, while around us shone a powerful sun that called out the forest scents in unusual variety. Golden showers of seed from spruces drifted down the shafts of sunlight. Squirrels, jays, and quail were abroad on pleasure or business, and the world looked as young as if it had been created overnight. 3 miles at a steep descent brought us to the coast at Old Fort Ross. This was the principal settlement made by the Russians on the California seaboard. That brief but interesting passage of history began with the building here in 1812 of a fortified trading post by the Russian-American Fur Company. It seems plain from the strength of the fort and its furnishing with something like 40 cannon that there was a purpose of holding the region permanently for Russia against the nominal sovereignty of Spain, whose rule to the north of San Francisco had not at that time become effective by actual settlement. The history of Fort Ross was marked by constant protests from first the Spanish and then the Mexican government, who were naturally suspicious of the intentions of the Russians. The friction continued long after the Russian government, by the Treaty of 1824, had bound itself against any acquisition of territory on this coast south of the memorable 5440, and at last, in 1841, the adventurers were glad to find in Captain Sutter a purchaser for their troublesome claims, and to retire to their northern possessions in Alaska. Some reminders of the Russian incident are to be seen. A part of the heavy 12-foot stockade is still standing, and the old church was in fair condition until the great earthquake of 1906 shook it down. I found the roof, with its quaint cupola and belfry, intact, though fallen and resting on the ground. The great hewn joists and rafters are sound, and the hand-wrought nails that spike them together are still doing duty. The Commandant's house, which now serves as a hotel for chance visitors, with a diminutive post office, a small wharf, and half a dozen miscellaneous dwellings, make up the whole of the place. The population consists of some 2 or 3 dozen people, about 1/3 of as many as vacated it nearly 70 years ago when the Russians departed. A pious Fort Rossian, whose boyhood had been spent here, had undertaken to try to repair the old church, and had called upon the people of the locality to assemble on the day that I was there for the purpose of starting the work. The appeal seemed to be in vain, for only 2 or 3 had arrived before I had left, and those had come, I fear, mainly with an eye to the dance which had been promised to wind up the event in the evening. About noon I took to the road, which now again closely followed the coast. Picturesque pines of the muricata species appeared, standing gaunt and wind-blown on the cliffs, or kneeling in odd postures on rocky coigns and headlands. At Timber Cove, quantities of railway ties and tan bark were piled on the bluff awaiting shipment, and in another pretty little bay a steam schooner was loading with lumber for the south. Without warning a cold fog came driving in, bringing a drop of 30 degrees of temperature in a few moments. The sea rose under a strong northwest wind, and through rifts of the fog I could dimly see a turmoil of surf arising beyond the black forms of rock and pine. The road was over a bracken-covered moorland, with a sprinkling of small oaks and madroños, and broken by frequent canyons, dark with twisted and tousled redwoods. This tree has a way of throwing out, when stunted, a thatch of foliage so close and matted as to be quite impervious to light. The effect of a company of these freakish individuals, under conditions of storm or half-light, is weird in the extreme. Towards evening we entered a dense growth of pines, and finding water and a little pasturage, I determined to camp. The fog was raw and the wind chilly, but I set up my little shelter tent and made a rousing fire, and spent a delightful evening, with a symphony of wind and water that was really quite Wagnerian. The effect was heightened by the fantastic appearance of the pines, which showed in blackest silhouette under a sky of murky grey, for the moon was full, though obscured. Their uncanny shapes, together with the boom of surf, the roar of wind, the croaking of frogs, and the dismal predictions of the owls, combined to form a sort of Walpurgis night that made a background for the wildest of dreams when at last I turned in and got to sleep. I broke camp early, meaning to make up to Anton for his rather meagre forage by a good feed at Stewart's Point, a few miles further on. The morning was foggy, but the wind had changed to south and smelled decidedly like rain. It was not long before we were enveloped in a thick drizzle. The road led along the cliff, and as the sea rose with the increasing wind, the scene became constantly more fascinating, and the downpour of rain which soon developed could not damp my admiration, though my poor Anton showed plainly that he found it depressing. The surges came swinging in with sullen magnificence of grey, to burst like bombs against the cliffs, rush wildly up to their faces, and fall back in torrents of hail-like spray. The waves came from the northwest, and the wind, now blowing from the opposite quarter, stripped off the crest at every succeeding roller in a wavering veil of spume. Half a mile offshore, two little steamers were beating doggedly southward, their bows plunging every moment into a smother of white water. In spite of the heavy rain, I was fain to halt from time to time and rejoice in the uproar, while my companion, with no such inward glows, stood dripping, drooping, and disgusted. On my right, timbered mountains showed momentarily through the wrack, and were hardly less attractive than the tumult of the sea. How much more interesting this world becomes when, for a time, it throws off the placidity of age and returns to the passion and stress of its younger nature. Few of us see enough of these episodes, I am sure, though we may think we do. Whenever I meet one, I find myself hoping that it may yet be my lot to pass a year or two in some region of almost perpetual storm, where sunshine will be a phenomenon, the colour will be reduced to the all-satisfying range of the greys, and sound limited to the solemn fugue of wind and sweeping rain. An unpleasant result of the present rain, however, was that it soon made the road almost impassable. The soil happened to be the stiffest kind of clay, which balled up on Anton's feet and made the travelling slow, difficult, and annoying. I dismounted and led him mile after mile, while the rain poured down without cessation, and soaked man, beast, blankets, saddlebags, and all. It was nearly noon when we reached Stewart's Point, where there is a fair-sized settlement with store, inn, and cable landing. I saw my horse dry and happy with his hay, then spent an hour revolving and steaming before the bar-room fire. The industry of this place, as of all the country hereabout, is lumbering. As it was Sunday, no work was going on, and the rain had sent the entire population to the saloon, where 3 poker games were in progress. Money passed freely, and by no means all I saw was low as silver. They were a cosmopolitan lot. I could distinguish Mexicans, Indians, Irishmen, Germans, and Swedes, besides Americans. The thirst was general and unremitting, and the language frightful, even for lumberjacks. I suppose that most of these poor fellows saw no more harm in the hideous oaths they rapped out every moment than we see in reading the newspaper. Rheumatic twinges sent me early to bed, and I awoke to find a clear sun shining and an Indian squaw looking seriously in at my window. I left early, but not before a mild game of poker was under way. The wind was still rough, and the sea made a fine spectacle, though now a glory of blue had succeeded to the greater splendour of grey. There were lovely little bays, with bright seas thundering in, vistas of headland beyond headland, where the white sea wolves were tearing incessantly at the land, and everywhere the cliffs were ranked with green and singing pines. I passed one or two cottages gay with cosmos and chrysanthemums, these latter not the gorgeous triumphs of the up-to-date florist, but the old, simple, heart-entangling clusters of yellow, magenta, and golden brown. 12 miles, and I came to a handsome stream, deep, slow, wide, and green, the Gualala River. The little town of the same name on the north bank was depressed and depressing, most of its buildings closed and decaying. 5 years ago the lumber mill, which was the be-all and end-all of the place, was burned down, and Gualala threw up its hands and sank into despair. The barber, postmaster, shoemaker, with whom I had business in his official capacity, observed, as he lathered a gloomy patron, that this was the last time. He had had enough of this dern place, and was going to light out for some liver burg. When I inquired where he meant to go, he paused a moment with suspended razor to consider, then answered with sardonic emphasis that he guessed he would go to Greenland. Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzellis. Chapter 20. Big Bert. Odd names. The Lowland Fir. Wildflowers. Point Arena, the lot of lumber towns. The Alder Creek Dispute. Greenwood. Grey weather. Autumn colours. Navarro, a deserted village. A little confidence concerning Albion. Little River, blessings on that little girl. Mendocino City. Fort Bragg, rain again. Scotch hospitality, a fine surf. Sunday at Hardy Creek. In passing Gualala, I had left Sonoma for Mendocino County. At first I thought I would fish this tempting-looking river and stay the night in the town, but the gloom of the place was rather terrifying, and I went on to see what the next stopping-place might offer. A mile or two brought me to it, the usual inn-saloon combination, kept by a massive Italian, from whom the place had received the name Big Bert. He was a hearty fellow, his wife comely and smiling, and the house clean and comfortable. I enjoyed my eggs and macaroni with these good people, and passed a pleasant evening by their fireside, under the eyes of the late King Humbert and his consort, whose portraits looked down from the wall. After we had all gone to bed, a party of musical Italianos arrived with accordions and hammered for admission. It was almost daylight before the festivities ended with O Italia and a final catastrophe of glassware. The same picturesque coast continued next day. Castellated islets and peninsulas alternated every mile with romantic little bays. Here and there along the cliff tan bark and railway ties were piled. The map of the coast is thickly marked with names, but most of them relate to lumbering settlements that have vanished with the marketable timber of the immediate locality. Some of these tiny places bore odd names. For instance, during the morning I passed Rough and Ready and Hard Scratch. Others, less striking but more attractive, were Anchor Bay, Signal Port, Fish Rock, and Schooner Gulch. It was election day, and among the amendments to the state constitution to be voted on was one to introduce woman suffrage. From several electioneering buggies, driven by capable-looking women that passed me, I guessed that Mendocino County, as far as it is out of the general ruck of politics, was not to be left out of account in the great sex revolution. In the canons hereabout I began to meet a new coniferous tree, the lowland fir, Abies grandis. It resembles so much the white fir of the mountain regions of the state that I mistook it at first for that tree. Like the other members of the family, it suffers much distortion from the winds on these exposed positions, and shows little of that aristocratic trimness which is such a feature of the fir family in general. In token of the higher latitude and moister climate that I was entering, I had lately noticed wild violets growing here and there by the roadside. Whether belated from last season or in advance of the next, I could not tell. Today I met also a number of our handsome poppies, Eschscholtzia, and of another very beautiful flower, new to me, much like the rain orchis of our mountains. Today's march was an easy one of only 15 miles. About noon I rode into the town of Point Arena, and put up at the only hotel that remains open for business out of some half a dozen whose signs I met as I passed up the street. The place seems to be threatened with the fate of Gualala. A townsman of 40 years' standing reported that it now had fewer people than when he had come there. But it is the common lot of lumbering settlements. They are suicides by profession. Point Arena is still the headquarters of a considerable lumber company, but probably they in turn are dependent upon the caprices of greater financial interests, and I would not give much for the town's place on the map 20 years hence. The country here becomes rather more open, with a wider strip of level land running back from the shore. From some distance next day I passed through a region of farms that occupy the low, broad valley of the Garcia River. But before long the high-timbered ridges again drew to the coast. A few miles to the northwest of the town is the headland of Point Arena. In the distance I could see the tall, white shafts of the lighthouse, recently built to replace the former one destroyed by the earthquake in 1906. A place with the ambitious name of Manchester proved to consist of 6 cottages, a store, and a post office, and a picturesque, weather-beaten church on a hill. Here I met one of the principal actors in what promised at the time to become a notorious affair. I had read in newspapers months before of a feud which had arisen between the settlers on Alder Creek, the next creek to the northward, and a lumber company operating in the region. This man was one of the settlers. I think he at first suspected from my semi-military equipment that I might have some relation to the dispute. At least he accosted me when we met on the road, and finding that I was only an interested member of the public, he gave, at my request, his own version of the case. It was to this effect. In the year 1891, a number of squatters came into the Alder Creek country. The land at that time had not been surveyed, and so was not technically open to settlement. 2 years later the tract was declared open, and the men in a body went down to San Francisco to file on their respective claims according to the law. They were met with the statement that their claims could not be entered, as the land in point was covered by a prior claim. The squatters, suspicious, rightly or wrongly, of the good faith of the statement, and thinking, for such things have happened, that the official might be simply the mouthpiece of some lumber interests, whose eyes were on this fine tract of timber, brought suit to clear up the point. That suit, after the lapse of 18 years, had not been decided. The men, meanwhile, lived quietly on their claims, until latterly the lumber company in question had raised a definite claim to the land, and had undertaken to eject the settlers by force. The latter held their ground. The company thereon hired a score or so of gunfighters and brought them onto the disputed territory, and for 6 weeks, at the time of our conversation, it had been touch and go, day by day, with prospects of bloodshed on a considerable scale at any moment. 2 weeks before, my informant, acting for the squatters, had petitioned the authorities at Washington that a force of deputy marshals be sent to keep the peace, pending a legal settlement of the quarrel, which seemed to me a reasonable request. When I met him, he was on his way to Point Arena in hope of hearing that something was to be done. These were the facts as he gave them. I do not, of course, vouch for them, but what a request to make! Here were 30 men or thereabouts at guns' point for 6 weeks, the case notorious, and yet no step had been taken by any authority, state or federal, to prevent bloodshed. It does not sound a creditable episode to occur in the United States in the year 1911. Alder Creek itself, where I forded it close to the mouth, looked peaceful enough, with 2 fly fishers and an automobile that had gone dead in midstream. The 4 passengers, up to their knees in water, were working literally like beavers to push the heavy machine up the bank. I saw no look of sympathy for them in Anton's expressive eye. Streams are plentiful all along this timbered coast. At almost every mile we crossed some creek or gulch or river, and the views up these canyons were always delightful. Narrow gauge railways have been built a few miles up many of them to bring the lumber down to the coast at one of the numerous landings. Both railways and landings in many cases are disused, and only serve to illustrate the folly of the hasty exploitation which the forests of the country in general have suffered. At Elk River, a mill and railway were in full operation, and the wide stream was blocked with logs that were waiting their turn under the screaming saws. 2 miles further on we entered the little town of Greenwood, and finding an inn, conducted like most of the business in the place by the lumber company of the locality, we put up for the night. The house was rather dismal, but things were enlivened by the pretty Swedish girl who waited at table. She spoke English with difficulty, and evidently was new to her work, but she took such innocent enjoyment in her own awkwardness that the whole table was put into the best of humour. The next morning was a specially delightful one, genial yet pensive, even soulful. One of those days when, as someone has said, our very sensations turn to reverie. The tree armies that crowded the eastern ridge stood in sooty blackness against a sky of thoughtful grey, yellowed with stray shafts from the hidden sun. A gently breathing sea broke in quiet thunder at the base of the cliff, or licked and coiled around the dark rocks and islets with a sort of playful but ponderous inertia. Once or twice a vessel, far out, showed like a phantom through the haze. I find somehow, like Thoreau, that "my spirits infallibly rise in proportion to the outward dreariness." And, dark as the day was, my joy rose another point whenever we passed into the denser shade of the canyons. I suppose I was born under some gloomy aspect of planets. At least, if not, I must totally and forever disbelieve in astrology. Now and then we passed a little farm, and men at work in the fields would stop to wonder at the sight of a solitary traveller riding along and scribbling as he went, or reining up to gaze raptly about him or up into the sky. There seemed a particular beauty in the sallow, faded herbage, and the wild cry of the flicker, always a favourite sound, came today with an added thrill. It was by now full autumn, and the vegetation had taken on those warm and thoughtful hues that make the seasons so pleasing. How gracious are these deep and sensitive tones, the gravity of umber, the dignity of sienna, the mild magnificence of madder, the serenity of grey. One may call spring the lyric, summer the epic, and winter the dirge of the colour year. Autumn is the elegy, the quiet reconsideration, the rich maturity of experience. After passing a tiny settlement bearing the Dickensian name of Cuffy's Cove, a few miles brought me to the Navarro River and a deserted village of grey and weathered houses. I call it deserted, for I saw no one about the place, nor smoke rising from any chimney in token of human life and comfort or the baking of bread, though a few skirmishing pigs and chickens seemed to imply at least one inhabitant. The situation was beautiful. A deep valley with a wide winding river, and the eucalyptus trees and Dracena palms in the gardens showed the owner's expectation of remaining. But lumber and lumber companies had ruled otherwise. Most of the buildings were out of plumb, the church leaned at an alarming angle, and a loon swimming leisurely in the middle of the stream seemed to certify the solitude of the place. Concerning the next place I came to, I invite the reader to share a little confidence. My map gave its name as Albion, and, Englishman as I am, I felt a particular interest in the place that bore that name. So it was with something like horror that I noted the 2 or 3 rickety shacks, the wreck of a wharf, the former store, now a dirty saloon with 2 profane old men loafing on the porch, and the hang-dog barkeep playing cards with a couple of boys within. Could this be a parable of my native land? It was quite a shock, and I went on not a little depressed. A mile farther and I turned a corner. Behold! A fine little town, all buzzing and humming with life, stream whizzing, saws shrieking, locomotive bustling about with cars of lumber, trim schooner at wharf, men wiping perspiring brows, and everything thriving. This was the place after all. The other was Whitesboro when it was anything, and down at the river's mouth was a little purple bay, all a-glitter with wind and surf. It was a microcosm of the real Albion, and I rejoiced at the sight, as I hope, friendly American reader, you would have done if the circumstance had happened that you, on your travels, meeting some foreign Columbia or Washington. The piece of coast between Albion and the next place, Little River, seemed to me the finest I had seen. Such headlands, black and wooded, such purple seas, such vivid blaze of spray, such fjords and inlets! A painter would be ravished with it. Little River itself is a pretty straggling village of high-gabled houses with quaint dormers and windows and red roses clambering all about. Apple trees were gleaming with ruddy fruit, and the pines about the schoolhouse were full of chattering children out for recess. One little girl of 11 or 12, not specially pretty, but childlike and therefore lovely, smiled at me as I passed and wished me good morning. Heaven bless that little girl. Such a thing is better than $1,000 to a bachelor. Then Mendocino City came into view, making a brave show with its red and white houses, schools and churches, ranged in a long promontory above a bay at the mouth of Big River. Here I stopped for an hour to give Anton a rest and a feed at the stable. He had travelled excellently to-day, cantering gaily along without so much as a suggestion from me. His respected predecessor Chino never once offered to do such a thing of his own free will, and it was not always easy to persuade him to it. As I walked about the town, I noticed bills posted with the announcement, "The Albion Lumberjacks will give a masked ball on Wednesday evening. Prizes for best costumes, ladies and gentlemen. Come one, come 1,000, and have a bully good time. Supper at 12:15. I hoped that the 1,000 would come, and the good time be bullier than their best expectations. Some 4 miles further on, I passed a short distance east of Point Cabrillo, with its small lighthouse. Another mile brought me to Casper River, which I found blocked with great logs, and agile lumbermen with peaveys extracting them one by one. The river above the little town looked very inviting, flowing slowly and wide between high walls of timber. Again I lamented that the difficulty of fodder for my horse made it impossible for me to explore it, or even to camp for the night. Darkness was falling as we passed through the village of Noyo, lying pretty on a neck of land between Hare and Noyo creeks. Anton was tired, and I would willingly have stopped if there had been any inn at the place. As it was, I had to urge him on a few miles farther, and it was after nightfall that we came wearily into the thriving little town of Fort Bragg, the advertisements of whose enterprising merchants had appeared on the roadside fences for the last 50 miles. It was a dull morning with a southerly wind that threatened rain when I left Fort Bragg next day. The sea was heavy, and the coast was obscured at a short distance by a haze of flying spray. Before I reached the hamlet of Cleone, a few miles up, it was raining, with no inn in prospect for 15 miles unless I turned back to Fort Bragg. This I could not bring myself to do, so I pushed on in hope of some chance shelter. The coast north of Fort Bragg runs for several miles in dunes of sand. In places these are fully 50 feet high, and I was told that they are encroaching on the land at the rate of several rods a year. Coming to a ranch lying in the rear of these sand hills, and the rain giving no sign of ceasing, I determined to inquire the prospects for accommodation. The good Scotch people received me as though I had been an expected friend, and as the rain continued, I spent both day and night with them. It was rare and pleasant to hear grace before meat said by the father, and the good fare seemed all the better for the observance. The morning came fair, and I took the road with friendly farewells from the kind Scots. A warm sun drew a haze from the wet ground, and their finest scents from the grateful vegetation. For some distance the sea was hidden by hills of sand, but the roll of heavy surf reverberated from a mile away. At 10 Mile River a rocky coast again began, the road along the cliff edge affording a fine spectacle of green combers, black rocks, and creamier smother of spray. Far to the north I caught glimpses of the Humboldt coast as it ran out westward. Hour after hour the hills on my right rose crested continuously with serried conifers, while to the left sounded ever the rush and mutter of the surge. The surf here was particularly fine, with 6 or 7 long white lines marching always to the attack. Wherever a rock was encountered, the effect was as though in a battle a man here and there threw up his hands and fell, while his comrades closed up and pushed on unchecked. Anton's steady pace and the monotonous roar of water drew me into a kind of dream, in which I seemed to see the ships of the great explorers of this coast as they passed in the offing. I imagined captains and men gazing curiously at the lonely coast, speculating upon the inhabitants, noting eagerly every curve of bay and height of forbidding cliff, scanning rock and surf, and wondering at the unbroken forest that ran for league on league along the mountain horizon. The fascination of the explorer's life is an easy thing to understand. About noon I passed the little settlement of Westport. Huge piles of planks and ties were stacked ready for shipping, and a coasting steamer lay a mile offshore waiting her chance to run in for loading. At the mouth of almost every creek along this coast there is some tiny lumber settlement, and here and there beside the road were piles of ties that had been brought down the rough tracks that I saw leading off into the forest. A long, steep grade at length turned inland. From the summit I looked down through a screen of dwarfed firs and redwoods upon the busy little town of Hardy Creek. It was only mid-afternoon, but the situation and the neat hotel looked so attractive that I determined to put up for the night and the following day, which would be Sunday. The place consists of a score or two of cottages scattered along the bottom of a deep canon up which runs a little railway. The canon's mouth, where a small stream flows out, was filled with a triangle of bluest sea. I climbed up the hillside at evening and bathed in a fiery glow of sunset that lighted up the stately trees as if by a conflagration. Here I passed a quiet Sunday in the ever-satisfying companionship of trees. It was the 15th of October, and the day on which the quail shooting season opens. Consequently, the male population of the place had betaken themselves early to the hills. Only one or two old fellows haunted the veranda of the hotel and poisoned the sweetness of the day with a contest of fancy profanity. In the evening I walked down to the mouth of the canon, and came upon the three saloons which compete for the wages of the lumberjacks of Hardy Creek. Squads of their patrons were lurching and howling from door to door. I think I am no fanatic, yet I believe I could look on quite cheerfully if some retributive disaster would ruin the harpies who suck these poor fellows so unmercifully. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of California Coast Trails by J. Smeaton Chase. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Adrian Pretzelis. Chapter 21. Forest and Foxgloves. Usal. A warm clime. Kenny's, a free and easy reception. The autumn woods. Entering Humboldt County. Dry climatic belts. The Kings Peak Range. The Mattole Valley. The village of Petrolia, reminders of earthquake. Cape Mendocino, a salient point, its lighthouse. A sunset. Cape Town. The Bear River Range. Cedars. Gentle teamsters. The Sitka Spruce. Ferndale. Eel River, an official hold-up. Humboldt Bay. Eureka, the capital of Northern California, its prospects and history. The next morning brought another lovely day of autumn weather. The road now led up the mountain among the timber, of which, although the best had long ago been cut, the second growth was fine enough to be delightful to any tree lover. It was made up of redwood, spruce, and some lowland fir, with smaller growth of madroño and tanbark oak, and an underbrush of barberry, huckleberry, and rhododendron, the last, to my regret, long past blooming. Reaching the crest, I looked directly over to the mountains of Humboldt, ridging up in magnificent blue of timber. A lake-like cup of sea lay in middle distance, and in the forested foreground rose huge and rugged stems of redwood. A long descent led to the abandoned settlement of Rockport. I saw nothing there alive but a few pigs, rooting under the old pear and apple trees, and numbers of frisky little trout practising somersaults in the ripples of the creek. It was a pleasant surprise to find foxgloves growing hereabout, actual rosy, purple-blotched foxgloves, such as I last saw in the lanes of Surrey and Devon. They were growing, too, in proper company, among a tangle of bronze bracken, green and crimson brambles, hazels, and purple-headed thistles. Such a meeting would warm the heart of any traveller, and it called for all my determination to pass the place without camping. After 10 miles more of a very hilly road, varied between cliff and forest, I came down by a long grade to a minute hamlet in a deep ravine, with the Norse-sounding name of Usal. Precipitous hills rose all around, except where Usal Creek twists its way out to the sea. It was mid-afternoon, and we were both tired with heat and climbing, so I was minded to put up instead of tackling the long, steep climb that showed ahead. Meeting a man with dog and gun, I inquired the number of miles to the next stopping place. Not over 10, I knew. 14, he answered. I judged by the odd miles that he was the innkeeper, and resolved to go on rather than take his bluff. We entered now a wonderful tract of forest, the finest I had seen, and evidently virgin, for there was no mark of either cutting or fire. The heat, however, was so great, with so much humidity, that I had little spirit for the observation, and once or twice, as I dragged Anton up the steep grade, I really thought sunstroke was imminent. Anton also felt the exhaustion, and reeked with perspiration beyond anything I had seen in the midsummer heat of the valleys farther south. It was an immense relief when evening shades came with delicious temperature, and I rode on leisurely through the grateful gloom, catching glimpses through forest windows of a gorgeous sunset that dulled and died imperceptibly into the clear indigo of nightfall. It was quite dark before the barking of dogs heralded our approach to an old ranch house, where I was received with rough hospitality by the successor of the original Kenny, whose name the place bears. When I entered the house, a freckled tomboy of 5, who was in process of being undressed before the fire, and had reached the stage that immediately preceded the nightgown, came charging and butting at me with her tousled head, declaring that she was going to cut off my ears. Such a free and easy reception could not fail to put a gentleman at his ease, and did not need her father's admiring apology. "You mustn't mind the little old madam, sir. She's a great girl, is Susan, whatever way you take her." The way next morning continued through the same fine forest, varied with occasional but more distant vistas of ocean. Again the day was hot, and we soon fell into a saunter, which allowed us to give some attention to side interests. Mine mainly botanical, Anton's more of the appetite. Autumn was abroad, with her palette charged with all manner of sober and gorgeous hues. The poison oak was especially noticeable, glowing in every fine gradation, from palest lemon through chrome yellow, ashy rose and crimson, into a dark magnificence of dragon's blood. Madroños spread here and there with a spray of brilliant scarlet, and their smooth red-brown stems broke startlingly athwart the purple columns of the redwoods. Huckleberries were plentiful and seductive, and I was only sorry that they were not as congenial to my companion's palate as to my own. Even the foliage of this charming plant is so vigorous and dainty that one would think it might be brewed into some healthful sort of beer. Now and then a group of maples shone from some hollow in pale glory of gold. Acorns pattered, and cones came softly thumping down at every push of wind. The forest sounds were always interesting to Anton, who glanced from side to side with evident enjoyment, and seemed to be comparing this country with his native Arizona, to the advantage of the latter. In a clearing I noticed a deserted house that was formerly a wayside inn. The proprietor had some time ago shot one of his guests in a quarrel, and had gone into retirement for a time, owing probably to the unfortunate falling off of business that would follow the incident. During the afternoon we crossed from Mendocino into Humboldt County, the dividing line being the 40th parallel of latitude. Although the 42nd parallel was recognized as the northern boundary of Mexico's territory at the transfer of 1846, the practical disappearance of Spanish names from the map some distance to the south of where I now was is a mark of the actual limit of Spanish and Mexican settlement. The country here for a short distance showed the marks of a drier climate, and the brush included many plants not found elsewhere so far north. A mountain over which the road passed at this point is called Chemise Mountain, from the common name given to the dry brush growths of the southern part of the state. The moisture-loving redwoods ceased abruptly as we crossed a ridge, while the tracks of deer were unusually plentiful. By sundown we came to a lonely ranch house in an amphitheatre of spruce-covered hills. I was surprised to find that this secluded place was until lately a post office with the name of Frank. Here I found lodging for self and partner with pleasant people, and in the morning continued on my way by a road paralleling the coast at 2 or 3 miles distance. Shelter Cove, a lumber shipping point on a pretty bay, lay on a side road to the west. Here again the land lies in a belt of drier climate, and I found a scattering growth of the knob-cone pine, a tree whose liking is all for arid regions. These individuals were unusually full of cones. Even little pinelings of 2 or 3 feet height had taken thought for the propagation of their race. Anton was not in good form today. I had to keep up a constant hauling when leading him up or down the steep hills, and a chronic drumming of heels when riding. It was my habit, when hauling became too arduous, to notify him in so many words that I should mount and ride if he did not do better. If there was no improvement, "All right, Anton, just as you say," I added, and then got up into the saddle without further argument. Anton quite understood this programme. Often the warning took effect, but in the other case he would look at me with soft reproach, heave a profound sigh, and break into a trot which might last for 5 minutes. Today it was continual climbing, either up or down, and we toiled on hour after hour in rather low spirits. The road had turned inland, crossing the King's Peak range, which here borders the coast. Early in the afternoon we came out on the summit into an open moorland country dotted with fine white oaks, under one of which I subsided, my last ounce of energy exhausted. A half-hour's rest in the shade prepared us for the long descent into the valley of the Mattole. The road seemed interminable, looping and doubling about us, as if determined to spin out the miles to the limit of our endurance. My map showed a place named Wilder, about halfway down, but I could see no settlement whatsoever. It proved later that a decrepit shack I had passed, standing in a neglected orchard, was the sum total of the village I had been looking for. A mile or 2 farther on, I met a man with a wagon toiling up the grade, the only human being I had seen since leaving my last night stopping place. I feel I was not much alive to the beauty of the sunset-lighted forest through which we passed, though I recalled afterwards that the scenery had been particularly fine. About dusk we came out of the timber into the valley of the Mattole, a wide, handsome stream which we forded, and half a mile beyond found a comfortable-looking, old-fashioned ranch house with children playing hide-and-seek among the bushes of the garden. Fortunately we could be accommodated. The family was friendly, supper was hilarious with skylarking children, and my spirits soon regained their normal level of content. I slept finely in my little white room, and was only awakened by the morning uproar of the pack of dogs which my host kept to protect his property from the coyotes, wildcats, and bears that infest the region. The road now followed the valley of the Mattole, parallel with the coast, but at 6 or 8 miles distance, and shut off from it by the hills of the Cooskie Range. On the other hand rose the higher line of the Rainbow Ridge. This valley was one of the prettiest I had seen. I passed a number of comfortable ranch houses and many prosperous orchards, principally of apples. From what I saw, I believe this locality is destined to be famous for that particular crop. The river is a very delightful one, clear and winding, enlivened with ducks and trout, and the sandy margin was everywhere marked with the tracks of deer. It was deplorable to be unable, for lack of fodder, to take advantage of such superlative attractions for camping. But in default we made the best of the pleasures on the way. We sauntered along, munching our apples, drank at every stream and spring, and did not fail to remark on the goodness of the draught. It was interesting to find a few yews among the varied timber on the south bank of the river. I had not before met the tree in this country, and it was a pleasant surprise to recognize the scarlet-cupped berries shining beneath the graceful sprays of foliage. It has an open and airy manner of growth, which makes it quite different from the sombre, close-growing tree of English churchyards. Today we had no sight of the sea. The coast here trends considerably westward to Point Gorda, whence it runs north a few miles to Cape Mendocino, and thence somewhat more easterly to the Oregon line. The road kept a mean northwesterly course, and by evening I was again approaching the coast, and stopped for the night in the village of Petrolia, lying in the open lower valley of the Mattole. Petrolia, as its name seemed to signify, once had great expectations in oil, but these have not been realized. This failure, and a double disaster of fire in 1904 and of earthquake 2 years later, both curiously on the same day of the year, might well discourage the modest settlement. The first hotel had been destroyed by the fire, which nearly obliterated the little place, and the dwelling-house, which is now used as an inn, was literally broken in half by the earthquake. A landslide had occurred near the summit of a high hill to the east of the village, when the great trees by hundreds were snapped off like matches before the eyes of the terrified Petrolians, roused, or rather thrown, early from their beds on that fateful morning. The roads now led directly to the coast, passing through an interesting country, alternating between canyons dark with timber and hillsides yellow with parched grass. The firs were here especially fine, and I felt that my old partiality for the family was again justified. An hour's ride brought me to the shore, where I saw, a few miles up the coast, the long profile of Cape Mendocino, standing out at sharp angle, with the conical Sugarloaf Rock at its point, marking what is the most westerly land of the United States, with the exception of Cape Flattery, just on the Canadian border. Anton was in better fettle today, enjoying, like myself, the cool sea wind after several days of heat, and appreciating the level stretches of road succeeding a long course of hills. He cantered gaily along by the mile, making no account of the 200 pounds and over of his load. With all respect to Chino, of faithful memory, I must say that if I had Anton from the start, I should have saved much time, and might have afforded many days for side expeditions which I now had to forego. At a little cabin by the roadside and close to the beach, I met with two of the county officers who were stealing away from official cares to spend a few days with the deer, trout, and quail. While we ate our lunch together, one of them, an old Humboldt and Trinity man, tapped the reminiscent vein to lively effect. The days of his youth, 40 years ago, were wild ones in the regions, and he himself had more than once been feathered, as he put it, by the redskins, as his souvenir scars attested. By the time I took the road, my old friend the Pacific fog, which during the morning I had seen lying in wait offshore, had crept in and was pouring in chilly wreaths over the crests of the northern hills. A couple of miles took us to Cape Mendocino, a headland of some geographical renown. It was discovered in 1542 by Cabrillo, who named it in honor of the illustrious Señor Antonio de Mendoza, then Viceroy of Mexico, and its far westerly projection rendered it always a salient point in early navigations along this coast. I did not fail to pay homage to the memory of the brave seaman who, only 50 years after the discovery of the western continent, was exploring far up this unknown coast for whatever more might be added to the glory of Spain beyond the marvels of Mexico and Peru. But that glory was even then almost at the beginning of its decline, there would hardly have occurred that strange discrepancy between the civilization of the eastern and western sides of the continent which was only ended by the gold discoveries of 1848. A cluster of white buildings set high up on the slope of the cape marked the lighthouse. I climbed up to it and found the building to be a small, low one, but its situation 400 feet above the tide enables it to send its beam far out over the dark night waters. 4 miles farther out at sea a lightship is stationed to mark a reef. It was drawing towards evening when I turned my horse into the road and took my way down to the valley of the Bear River. The fog lay close along the coast, but inland the country was glowing with a sunset of unusual beauty. The Bear River range rose opposite, veiled in amethystine haze, and below me the middle distance was a mystery of fairy-like hues, only defined here and there by purple masses of fir forest. Behind, for contrast, the ocean showed cold and sullen under wreaths of fog, but its voice came from the distance with a wistful tone that blended with the evening reverie of colour. An hour's ride took us to the valley, and splashing through the stream in the dusk, we came into the village of Cape Town, where a neat inn and a comfortable stable respectively awaited us. The road from here led next day over the Bear River range. The fog had stayed in and alleviated the long, hard climb up the southward-facing slope. Now and then a wash of pale sunlight broke through, revealing the massed trees on the ridges to the south and east. On nearing the summit we entered the timber, mainly of spruce, but mixed here and there with scattering red cedars, Thuja plicata. This was another tree that was new to me, and is the timber of which the long canoes once used by the Indians of this coast were made. I tied Anton and spent a good deal of time in tramping about among a prodigious tangle of damp brush and ferns, making myself acquainted with the features of the species. It is a tree similar in foliage, but quite different in fruit from the incense cedar of the Sierra. While I was eating lunch beside a brook that crossed the road, two heavy wagons came crawling up and stopped for the midday hour while the teams and teamsters fed and rested. The men had been driving over this road regularly for some time, and had made friends with all the small wild life of the immediate locality. Evidently they were expected. Birds came swooping toward them as soon as they saw that they had arrived, and were fed with bits of bread which they took boldly from their hands. 3 chipmunks dined in a litter of hay set out for them close by, and the lizards were regaled with flies which had been caught for the purpose during the morning. The men were rough enough in speech and manner, but evidently their quality of heart was recognized by the democracy of the wild. Now came a descent as long as the rise, but beautified with fine timber. Here appeared yet another coniferous tree, the Sitka spruce, Picea sitchensis, a handsome but somewhat mournful tree with long trailing branchlets that hang like the funeral fringes of undertakers. It is most interesting to the travelling tree lover to meet thus one after another the particular species of his locality. A rough and particularly broken tract known as the wildcat country occurs here, and with it a doleful quantity of burned timber. Farms were few and secluded, and I guessed from the appearance of the few people I passed on the road that a large proportion of the farmers are Scandinavians. Coming at length down a long grade, I saw below me the wide valley of the Eel River, and the river itself, at this season at its lowest, but not a contemptible stream, with the town of Ferndale lying prettily on the southern edge of the valley. Looking round to the west, I could make out a thin white line of surf 4 miles away. Ferndale is a fair-sized town for this thinly populated country, with several stores, a bank, and the unwonted choice of 2 hotels. The next day, being Sunday, I passed here a peaceful grey day, enjoying by contrast walking among the old-fashioned cottage gardens, full of cosmos, autumn roses, and a hawthorn or 2, with red haws twinkling among the bronze foliage. Next morning I took the road for Eureka, an authentic city, and what may be called the capital of the northern part of the state, as San Francisco is of the central and Los Angeles of the southern portions. The morning was overcast, with a thin mist filling the valley and giving a spectral air to the scattered spruces that sprinkled the landscape. At Singley I met the northern division of the Northwestern Pacific Railway, the southern part of which I had left 200 miles to the south. Here also I crossed the Eel River, paying toll for the use of a bridge which, as I found when I came to the place where it should have been, did not exist. It was an interesting question whether I had paid my 2 bits for the view of the ruins of the old bridge, or as a forced contribution toward the cost of the fine new one which I saw at a little distance upstream, nearly ready for use. Our road now crossed a flat-topped hill known as Table Bluff. The country here is dairyland of the richest, and I passed many wagons that were taking their morning tribute of milk to the creamery at Ferndale. A mile or 2 brought us within sight of Humboldt Bay, marked by the long spit of land that separates it from the ocean and almost renders it landlocked. I was soon skirting the eastern shore of the bay, and passed through 2 or 3 small waterside places where vessels were loading with lumber. By early afternoon we were once more, and for the last time, among trolley poles and street cars, and in due course we entered Eureka and put up for a couple of days. The city of Eureka looks older than it is. It was in 1850 that the first settlement of some 24 people was made, only 60 years ago, though even that is a respectable age for the West. But something, Probably the dampness of its climate keeps the paint of its houses subdued to a comfortable dinginess. It is a pushing, thriving city of some 12,000 people, and even in advance of the completion of its railway connection with the central and southern parts of the State and with the world in general, the place has shared fully in the great western trek. With its fine bay, 14 miles long, and its other commercial attractions, no doubt its citizens have grounds for the exuberance of their forecasts. Apart from practical considerations, it was interesting to recall that Bret Harte here took his first steps towards fame by means of the local newspaper, and to see the remains of old Fort Humboldt, where General, then Lieutenant, Grant was stationed for a while, some years before the Great War provided his great opportunity. It seems probable that, but for the narrowness of the entrance to the bay and the surf which obscures the passage, a Spanish settlement would have been made at this point. The harbour appears to have been overlooked entirely until the year 1806, when Captain Winship, employed on this coast by the Russian-American Fur Company, was informed by one of his Aleuts of the existence of a fine bay beyond the line of surf, and piloted his ship, the Ocean, safely into the quiet waters. Chapter 21.